How's it going? How are you? What is shaking? You guys some sort of cool guys or something? You guys some sort of hot shots? And more importantly, the question is, are you a bunch of party animals? How's it going? How are you? How's it going with the crew? What is shaking and what is baking? That's what I want to know. Is there something in the oven? Is it a bun? Hot cross buns. Hot shots. Part 2. Shaking, guys. How's it going? How are you doing on this amazing Friday? The weekend's here, and it's time to party, you know? I think it's time for a little steed storming, and also to storm the steeds. How's it going, Versetti? How are you, Versetti? Oh! Well. No, it's not. What's up, Yins? The man! It is great to see you, Yinzers, and we have some important business we might want to talk to you about pretty soon. And I thank you very much, Pack, for starting off my girl. As you could tell, she's over here blinking about it, Pack. And she's very grateful. Beachside Crunch, you got it. Oh, and a churro. Golly. Pack, you know the ways. All right, we'll start off with Beachside, then maybe we'll hook her up with a CHURU in a little bit, Pack. But you're exactly right. It is Friday, and we're not the only ones who are partying. You know what time it is? It's time to party, baby. It's Party Mix. This is by Purina Friskies. And Aretha under there will get frisky if it goes too long into our extravaganzas and she doesn't get hooked up. So I thank you, Pack, for hooking up my gal. This is the Party Mix, baby. This is the, it goes without being said. It's got ocean whitefish. It's got flavors of shrimp, crab, and there's one more ingredient in here you guys wouldn't even believe. I can hear it shaking around. You know what that is in there? It's in one last ingredient. It's tuna. So, this is how we do it. We make sure our gal is well satiated for the nonsense because she's not, she doesn't take too kindly to any baloney. So we get a nice little handful, around 5 or 6, roughly. Yep. And we hook up our gal. And it's very good to see you guys. I hope that you're doing well on this Friday. It's time to party, baby. We got Yinzers here, and that's very cool. The Pennsylvania Prince is in the mix. And, yeah, I think it's time to storm the steeds and run them up. Hoping Aretha can make some noise and give us some cougar scares. Well, I'm hoping that there's some sort of unspoken cat language where they can tell each other, hey, this guy might end up giving you treats too. Maybe he'll leave some raw meat around for the cougar if she starts putting up, if she starts working with us. We're going to need it because we're going after the cougar today, and it's going to get crazy. I will say that. Yo, what up, tribe? Making the workday better, one stream at a time. Good luck, sir. Thank you, tribe. Thank you very much for those supportive words. And I send this to you. We will do what we can as much as we can. I don't know. Cougars love moldy coho salmon. Well, moldy coho salmon is known to give good advice. The moldy coho salmon has told us not to drunk drive on New Year's Eve, and it gave us a pep talk one time when we were on death's doorstep, and all we had was a moldy coho salmon to our name. So I could tell you, if the cougar's looking for something to, eat and maybe get some insight from, the Morikoho salmon is the way. You're right, Pack. How's it going, Pack? I hope that you are packing the heat again today. You have been absolutely killing it, by the way, Pack. Yo, what up, Lily? Spicy kitty time. That's it, Lily. How are you? How's it going, Lily? Are you ready for a Friday extravaganza like none other extravaganzas? Well, I hope that you guys had an amazing week. We're back, baby. And we're doing some serious TLD action. It's time, you know what I mean? It's definitely time. And it's very good to see you guys. We get the Wild Monkey Banana in the mix for the first time, talking about tournaments and challenges and crazy stuff. It's good to see the Wild Monkey swinging from the trees. I hear some shenanigans going on with Aretha. She might have the Friday Zoomies. I think all this talk of CHURU gets her fired up more than anything. Well, you know what time it is. I'm trying to think of a few words to describe this game. I've landed on a few, and I'm almost certain that they're exactly the right words to describe the game. I'm pretty sure, and now Monkey, maybe you can help me with this. I'm pretty sure this game is short and bright. I'm pretty sure that there's no question when you describe this game, there's two adjectives you use, and they're both short and bright. Now, I'm pretty sure we got that right. We don't get a lot right, but it's got to be the short bright. Wait. Is it the short bright? It just doesn't sound right, does it, Versetti? Is it the short bright? No. This game's not the short bright. I think, though, I'm pretty sure that this game might actually be called The Long Dark, baby. And we are back. It's The Long Dark. It's a crazy game where you gotta go out there and you gotta storm the steeds. Even if it's Friday and there's a lot going on and the weekend is here, that just means it's even more time to storm the steeds. You got to survive against the Canadian wilderness. There's snow everywhere and there's more snow coming down from the sky. It's accumulating. You would definitely have a snow day from school anytime if you were going to Great Bear University or something like that. It's wild out here, I'll tell you that. The animals are crazy, and it gets even crazier when you participate in wild challenges that push you to the limits of everything. And that's crazy, man. This is the Long Dark Pack. That's it. And we're trying everything we can. I don't know what to do, but I know that we're going to try to storm some steeds and do everything we can because we're up against it big time this time. We're going to try to do everything we can to maintain our vitals and fight these bad guys, but everything is going to be pushed to the absolute limit. The limits of everything. And what we're doing is, we're doing a brand new thing. This is a thing that pushes the limits even further than what we thought the absolute limit was. This is the true test of everything. This ladies' night. Oh! So come on down. This is a crazy one, and it's just going to really make us have to fight as much as we can for everything. Now, what you see listed is a few of the usual suspects. You see that we're not allowed to miss any of our shots, and we're not allowed to fix our clothes, and we can't get health back traditionally. We're going to have to get health back through birch bark if we play, and we're not going to be able to rebuild it during sleep or anything like that. But there are a few other things in addition to that push this even further towards those limits of craziness. And that is, we got a cougar involved this time. And of course, it's ladies' night. And you guys know exactly that ladies' night happens to sometimes be the unofficial cougar night is on college night. They like to come in during there and they're crazy. That's what the cougars do around here. And we have to get one of those cougars if we're going to be able to finish this thing. In addition to that, what I believe is even more difficult than going after the cougar here on Ladies' Night is the no stones rule. So it's a very simple thing. It's just a little stone. It's about that big. It's not very exciting or anything like that. But that stone is actually one of the biggest lifesavers on this island. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it happen, but when a wolf comes up on you, which is pretty common in this one when you got the wolves turned up to whoop your butt like we do on these crazy challenges, what you do is you drop your torch and then you pull out the stone and you pump fake. And then the wolf will run off and say, hey, this guy, you know, he knows how to maybe throw a stone at my face, and he also knows how to create fire. That's enough to intimidate the wolves usually. But here's the thing. You don't have any other weapon or any other thing to use to pump fake those guys if you take the stones out. So we have eliminated one of the actual biggest run savers, I think, possible. And that's a stone. So, if I run into a wolf, I can have a torch all I want, but I cannot have any stones on me and give them the old stone pump fake. So, I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to survive all those wolf extravaganzas, but this is what it takes. It takes a little adaptation and a little seriousness. So, no stones. We have to go after the kitty, and it's even more abbreviated. There is a minimum of 6 days dedicated to making the bow, because you have to cure a maple for 6 days before it's ready to be made into that bow. So, if we have a 14-day challenge here, that's giving us roughly a week if we get that bow made really quickly. So it's going to be tough, and we're going to be up against it, and it's probably never going to happen. But I think it's cool. So, we got a little bit, you know, the usual stuff going on over here. We have a point system for everything, and we have to keep it real. We can't miss anything. We have to go after the cougar for sure. And we have a lot of things going. We have John Candy up in the air and all this stuff. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think it's going to involve a little bit of Pleasant Valley. And then maybe the kitty over in Pleasant Valley, who that we can maybe drag over to the fishing hut. It's going to be brand new uncharted territory for us, and we're going to do our best to get the old kitty over there. It's the usual stuff off limits. All the same stuff, nothing pre-cured, so no pre-cured any sort of thing, birch or anything you find in a bunker, and of course no stones, because the stones are going to help us pump fake and all that stuff, and it's really going to take away a lot of our survival ability with just such a simple little, simple shaved down stone, I suppose. I don't know, but it's crazy. So we're going to do everything we can, and we're going to get out there. And I don't think we should mess about, and I do think we should get right to it, because we're playing the long dark, and it's not the short bright, and it's crazy. All right, here we go. So I got to get the code over here from the old document and make sure that we're ready to storm the steeds as much as possible. And you know what it is. It's all the usual stuff over here. It pretty much, you can't push this stuff much more towards difficult over here, except for maybe health rebuilding at night. Or I'm sorry, from birch bark. At this point, we need some sort of saving graces because it's just crazy. So we do have birch bark on, and that's the way you can rebuild health. No stones. Gotta go after a cougar. It's time to get wild. All right, no feats and no trader. Happy times. That's it. This is the long dark. That's it, Pack. Well, I don't know what to say. Some dude might turn on the lights. That's it, monkey. Well, I hope that you guys had an amazing week. I will say I'm ready to play some Long Dark. It's long overdue, and I'm fired up. So what we're gonna do is bust out the old, gonna do the butt shot bear again. Well, it's not out of the options, Monkey. It's just really get to Pleasant Valley once the bow is made and try to do everything we can to just not miss and get a cougar. The cougar adds a variable that I don't know about, and I just really have no idea how I'm going to beat the cougar. It's uncharted territories for me. So we're going to try to slay the old kitty and deal with the skittishness and kind of unusual pathing that the big old kitty has too. It's going to be pretty crazy. No stones is crazy, actually. I'll tell you, Pac. I was thinking for a long while about what's the way to make what I believe is the hardest thing ever harder. And it was such a simple thing that I realized, and I had one of those moments. The monkey stopped clanging the cymbals up in my head for a second, and there was actually a moment of clarity. And that moment said, hey, the thing that saves your life the most is those simple little stones. Because you don't have a weapon prior to those 6 days. So while you're running around trying to make the bow in an expeditious fashion for that first week, you're going to have to plan a little bit more responsibly. You can't just kind of walk around with fish in your pocket and think I can stone pump fake any wolf who comes up on me. The wolves are designed in this challenge to spawn as close to you as possible and to also smell you from really far away too. So all of it comes down to more responsibility that we're going to need. Mystery Lake Kitty is the easiest one. You know, you might be right, Monkey. I've been thinking between Mystery Lake and the Pleasant Valley one because of the, what's it called? Because of the fishing hut. So if we use the fishing hut, I was thinking that might be the best. Bring the kitty over to Pensive Pond and do the battle there. Who knows? We'll see. But all I know is I'm going to need a lot of emotional support because I believe that Will is about to go through it more than anything. I died there being inside the hut. Oh my gosh. It's crazy, Monkey. They need to provide you with that. I'm not in love with that plan. Well, you've only been here one day, Monkey, but I'm glad that you're making the rules. Hopefully Will took a shower before crashing his plane. Yeah. So we're going to come up with a good plan that's responsible and serious and is very, serious. Dude, I'm undercover. Holy crap. Well, I will tell you this. I appreciate any and all support because I do believe that just simply taking away something as small as the stone is going to have me dealing with some drama pretty early on. I think I'm over here sitting on this screen probably trying to, prolong it. I'm at work and I cannot access my real account. Holy crap. He's undercover. There used to be a show I watched when I was growing up called New York Undercover. It was like a cop show, and it was one of the only cop shows I've ever liked. I don't know why I liked it, but I did. All right, enough relevant conversation. It's time to get out there and storm the steeds and be serious. Because we're not playing the short bright. We're playing the long dark, and it's ladies' night. Here we go. You're going to guess at some point. Life is an error-making and an error-correcting process. All right. Look at our temperature. We haven't even spawned in, and it's 1/4 gone. So, you see this little thing here? We can't pick it up, ever. The old stone. I do hope you guys had an awesome week. I will say that I was blessed to have a pretty solid one. and I'm very grateful to be here this Friday to party with the crew.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
So, we're going to run into a lot of wolves, and I really don't have a plan, except for just try to walk the dog and avoid the noid. Not have a DP spawn? Next challenge, can I have a DP spawn? Oh, man. Well, I'll tell you, the time is so short, Pack, that if I make it a random spawn, then it's going to be even more ridiculous to plan out your route. And I think part of starting is part of, like, the strategy of beating the challenge. And ours just happens to be one that works for us. And I think each individual Will or Astrid should have their opportunity to pick where they start, since they only have 2 weeks to get this thing done. You need to be able to plan accordingly. We did enjoy, I will say, our Christmas Will in July. That guy was a trip, man. He had a vest on with no shirt underneath, and he was exploring the Black Rock prison. And it was crazy over there. We were going through the bowels of the prison, underneath tunnels and all kinds of stuff. We were getting lost. It was crazy inside. And then we barely made it out of there. We never even got ourselves a rifle or anything when we were doing that. And we just had to use all kinds of things to get away from the Timberwolves. Hyperdia processing. So as you can tell, we just kind of are familiar with this town, and that's how we were able to navigate, given that we started in a blizzard. So it was kind of just muscle memory. And now is Christmas morning strat. This is where we get our loophole designated to us. We're going to look to the right and see if first there's a storm lantern in here. Surprisingly, our champion of the 21 challenge actually started with the storm lantern, even though it's dreaded. Okay, we didn't get a storm lantern. Awesome. So the Christmas morning strat is, oh, thank you, Rav. We got a storm lantern, and we act grateful for it because it's the right thing to do if you get anything from anybody. Alright. I gotta make sure over here. Okay. Alright, so now the move is we're gonna go downstairs, get our starter kit, and try to get things going. We just slept for an hour to get off the temperature schneid there. Why don't you fall between this? There we go. So I usually start off by getting a flare and making some tinder and starting a fire. Why don't we go ahead and do that? Take the matches first, dude. Oh, I didn't see the matches. You know, the word dude is starting to make me think I know who Monkey is. I think that might be the giveaway. 4 places the matches can be. Really, dude? Yeah, I think dude is helping me. Yeah, I hope you guys had an amazing week. The weekend is here. It's time to party, baby. So we're going to get some water boiled, and then we're going to go check for the bedroll. We're not a big fan of the bedroll or the storm lantern to start off. We more like finding the hacksaw in here. And we will find the hacksaw either here or in the abandoned mine if we look behind these boxes and there's no bedroll. So this is the part where I just chill out and I don't acting grateful if I get a bedroll. So I'm just going to go look behind these boxes, and if there is a bedroll, we implement Christmas morning strat. Oh, thank you for the bedroll. And we don't let on that we're kind of disappointed. Here we go. Oh, Raph, man, it's so cool how you give us the bedroll 90% of the time. Thank you, Raph. This is going to be awesome all year. It's going to keep us warm for cheeky hour sleeps. Okay, so you can tell if Raph isn't listening right now, I'm a bit disappointed about getting the bedroll. But it's okay. There are some folks that think the bedroll is awesome to start off with. I prefer to get a hacksaw so I can cut an early maple. And this just opens up maybe a different forge location and different opportunities. A true survivor on this island adapts to the circumstances they're given and doesn't cry and lets that Christmas morning strat become, you know, just adaptation. So, yeah, thanks, Raph. This is great. All right, let's go in here. We'll see if we get some trusty bran. So this is our little starter kit over here. I'm actually leaving behind the whetstone because I don't think I'm getting any sort of... You have a flare gun? No stones? Yeah, that flare gun's out of here too, monkey. All right, gotta go get my pry bar. Newspapers. So this is what it takes. You have to survive on a crazy Canadian island where it's super cold and the supplies are limited. This is Great Bear Island. I don't know what's going on right here. I'm kind of just off the rails a little bit, you know. Last time we were here, we did a Christmas extravaganza and we let our hair down a little bit.
Someone's stash.
Oh. And this time, it's just put it in the rules. Some dude might take advantage of that. Yeah, some dude, right? It is in the rules. But I appreciate it, Mom. Another additional thing we put in there is no map exploits and stuff like that. So anybody that throws stones at rabbits for different things or whatever else, we got to make sure that there's no warping around on the map. There's stuff I don't even know about. That's a rule I didn't even know I needed to put in there till I watched some pros that know the game like the back of their hand. All right, 15, 18. Ah, 37. All right, now we hope for a little bit more than beans and jeans, I'd say. This is the moment where we're hoping for seriousness.
That'll come in handy.
Nah. Ah. Map warping. What does that even mean? There cannot be any whimsy in this rugged survival sim. Yeah, I'll tell you, it was pretty crazy. I saw it when I was watching a pro. And what he did was he snapped a rabbit's neck and somehow it transported him down the rope in the ravine. And there was also some path that you could take to go up a log and at the top of the map and then slide down a hill and somehow it puts you into the next town. Crazy stuff that I would never think of. Just complete, next level stuff. You know how Raph loves his whimsy. Most of the stuff I imagine he doesn't even know about. Kind of like the Narnia trailer. Speaking of which, I'm wondering if there's some folks that have a little disbelief in their heart. Maybe they don't think whimsy is in the cards. Well, they'd be crazy to think that. Okay, this is what we got. This is our first will. I don't really want to count any will up, but I'm telling you, this is these wills I'm worried about a little bit. I have empathy for these wills because when you take away stones, how's he going to survive? He's running away from the most insane predator who knows everything about you, and he's doing it in ragged Sadie Hawkins shoes. Look at these things, 29%. He's got a set of gym socks at 100, his underpants 100, and his jeans started at 100, I think. So at least he gives us 100 on the starter kit over there, and then one shirt to our name at 35%. So, similar to previous endeavors for us, we cannot fix our clothes unless we risk a mending fail. So most of the clothes we're going to find are going to be whatever condition they are, because we can't use our sewing kit to fix them unless we want to risk the whole run, basically. So we'll be finding clothes or making clothes. If maybe we can hear nature call, we can try. I will say this. I'm not exactly sure how to get a wolf off of a rabbit without a stone, other than maybe just throwing a torch at his head or something. We'll see what happens. We're going to have to just use torches alone to get rid of wolves. So that'll be pretty scary and insane. But look at this guy, man. He's very serious. You know, I'm pretty sure there's a guaranteed cup of coffee up there. Did I leave it? I'm just a little excited to be back here with my pals, and I'm kind of overlooking some things right now. Yeah, I left the coffee. I left my coffee!
This'll come in handy.
Oh, we got the Frosty the Snowman shirt. That'll be pretty cool, actually, for us. Okay, so I'm going to go outside, check out a few lockers, maybe go over and put some of these disbelievers back into being believers. And then we're going to go look for what we're going to find. Since we found our bedroll here in Hibernia, I think we might want to pivot to a Forlorn Muskeg Forge. I'm not sure how we're going to handle it, but I'm going to have to go and figure out what exactly our loot pool is, given the fact that we just found a bedroll here in Hibernia. I'm trying to remember which number it is, because there's 4 total loot pools that we could be on right now. Now listen, what we're going to do here is we're just going to go in a standard old trailer. That's all this is a dusty old trailer with a bunch of empty bunk beds in it. Now I'm going to tell you, there's just not much whimsical about this place. Trailer Desolation Point. As you can tell, it's just kind of an empty place with not much going on. There could not be any sort of whimsy in a place like this, could there? But wait. Dude, don't forget about the walking bear coat waiting for you outside. Walking bear coat, huh? But listen. Just remember, there is whimsy in this world. Whoa! And here we are transported to a different trailer. We did this, of course, by opening the door below the handle here, and for some reason that triggers whimsy. And you know what I see? A set of jeans, baby. Boom! We got double jeans now. It's not doing much, but we got some reclaimed wood, and it's pretty exciting. Yeah. Big time. Look at us. I'll tell you what I'm thinking about too. We do have the option to do beachcombing to look for stuff if we would like to. The only tough thing about beachcombing is that it's such a random chance, and I prefer guaranteed stuff. So I might continue doing my usual path of going through the mines rather than beachcombing. Beachcombing will get you a Canadian toque sometimes too. Maybe a birch tea eventually, all this stuff. Thank you, Monkey. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. I'm going to say this. I'm probably sticking to going through the mine, getting a couple lumps, going over to coastal, and doing everything I can. But we'll see. I'm open to trying new things eventually too. But given that we have a bedroll here, maybe we should also pivot to doing a forlorn muskeg forge. We can do that too. This is kind of uncharted territory here for us in this insane challenge. So I'm not going to put too much stock into over strategizing. We're just going to try to keep this guy alive with this crazy rule set. Maybe think about a forlorn muskeg forge and just keep on moving. And this is the best game. That's what we're up to. It's Friday. It's time to get our mega torch out and storm the steeds. So I'll tell you what my strat is when we come across wolves. The strat is probably just keep a wide berth from them when they start barking at me, and just take kind of a big circle around and avoid the drama as much as possible.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Yeah, we do. Okay, here's our first moment of no stone situations. So most of the time, I think we'll just be able to walk the dog and get out of there. And that'll be what we attempt to do. We'll see how well execution comes when the wolves spawn right next to us when we open the door to leave the house. Okay, so we're leaving behind 3 birch saplings that look awesome right there. Part of the reason why I'm so interested in getting an early hacksaw is you can get some cool sapling action done pretty early in your run. All right, let's continue. All right, monkey. Keep on swinging. So, we're getting these glorious lumps. 20 Celsius from each. And if you're on the awesome loot pool, of course, the best one, you find a hacksaw in the whale factory and you come over here and you get yourself a fire striker, which acts like basically a giant matchbook. For us, we're limited to our 12 trusty brand that we have on us right now. So kind of conservation on the matches until you get yourself a few more of those blue boxes. Supplies are limited. So if you're new to these crazy challenges as well, the rules and the supplies and the weather are set to the hardest possible out of anything. So anytime that there's a way to make the weather harder on you or the supplies more limited, all the sliders are pushed to whoop the butt of the prospective survivor. You know what I see over here? A ridiculous storm lantern. I always mock the storm lantern, but it does come in handy sometimes. Alright, matches are limited, so I might not want to put out my torch just willy-nilly just to get a little warmer. We do need to warm up a bit before we do any more traveling. So maybe I start a fire outside, warm up real quick with some lumps, and then just keep moving. Might even be a triple lump fire for speed, which will give us 60 Celsius to our fire right away. It sounds so nerdy when I hear it be said out loud. Whoa. Check the secret one, huh? Yeah, that was the secret trailer over there. We got jeans out of it.
That did it.
Until we get our can opener, we'll be smashing open our cans along the rails. And you can see kind of the primitive shaping of the can itself. That's because, much like a caveman, we had to rip open these cans, given that we don't have the great ingenuity of probably one of the most respected and cool items you can get in this game, the can opener. Actually, I think I want to go unjiggled and just watch this thing, and then 8 minutes from now, we'll take off. We're going basically in a full sprint right now to go get our hacksaw and get that maple cut. We're going to ascertain very shortly from now what loot pool we're on, and that'll indicate for us where exactly our hacksaw and hammer are going to be. I think my hammer doesn't come until I get to the ravine. Alright, let's do this. So there's about 4 maple opportunities, maybe even 5 here in Desolation Point. You can see one up here on Kate's secluded corner. There's a maple chance there, and there's one up there too, up that little hill. Sometimes you can go check for that one and get yourself an early maple cut if you get that hacksaw. So one of the really cool mechanics of the Long Dark is the wind and how it affects the survivor walking into or with his back towards the wind. If you try to walk or sprint into the wind, it'll be really insane. One time we took a stem and tried to run away from a moose, and it felt like we were in a bad dream and we couldn't move forward. We were sprinting into the wind even on literal emergency stem action, and we still were moving through honey. Oh! Okay. Affliction frostbite risk. Okay, so that was a bit of a fright. And I guess that's the exciting stuff I get to look forward to here on Ladies' Night. Good Lord. Woo! So right there is where we would use our stone and drop our torch to get that guy off of us. For now, what we have to do is try to run to little cliff sides of rock formations like that and hope that he loses interest by virtue of not being able to get up on where we are, given the fact that he is not bipedal and he is limited to places he can go with his 4 feet or 4 paws. Man, that was intense, man. Still gets you in this game. The jump scares are real. So we're going to have a lot of snarling wolves behind us, I imagine, in this one, since we can't get these guys off us. So we're just going to be stalked a lot in this. Don't try it. You underestimate my power. Yeah, he's going to whoop us up. It's over, Scruff. What is Will's voice? I'm trying to think. It's over, Scruffy. I have the high ground. Something like that. I'm trying to do the voice actor. You can always light a second torch with the first and throw it at them. How's it going, Bean? I hope you're doing very good. Thank you for coming in, giving some cool advice. Okay, here's our first thing we have to leave behind. The cured gut. Nothing pre-cured. Great to see you, Bean. That's exactly it. We're going to be playing a lot of torch games today. We're going to be carrying the torch like the beginning of the Olympics. It's Friday and it's time to party. One thing that's going on in my location is that things got a little nice for a day or so. It's been pretty much in the hot temperature times of summer, but we did get a day where it was at least a little breezier and nice. That was pretty cool. We had some windows open for the old girl. She enjoyed that. She's been thriving lately, I gotta say. You reach these little milestones with your kitty where you never know what goes on in their brains that makes it happen. But she just had one of those kind of milestones, I could tell mentally, where she trusts the environment she's in a little bit even more and can let her hair down and put the trauma of being in a hoarding kitty house behind her. And that's great. So I'm doing a little more looting, given the fact that we're probably not circling back through DP. We're going to Forlorn to make ourselves arrowheads and all that stuff. Yeah, we got Versetti in the mix, Tribe. How's it going? Only 14 days is quite ambitious. Very excited to watch it unfold. Well, I'll tell you, Bean, I'm a bit scared that we're going to see Will being unfolded a lot. I think he might have like a mental breakdown at some point because he's going to be subjected to more drama than he ever has before. It's going to be crazy out there for him. So, justice for Will. Pray for Will, because the boy's gonna go through it, and I feel a little bad for him. Alright, it's pretty windy outside. Our trusty brand numbers are gonna remain the same until we get more blue packs over here. We're sitting at this right now. We definitely need to get a few more matches. We do have the Storm Lantern, and this blizzard's gonna blow out our torch out there, which is our only line of defense, of course, against the wolves. There's a cave over there we could warm up in if we'd like. And we did learn last time, and I want to make sure that I tell you guys this so you know. Wolves will re-aggro on you when they walk out of the cave, just the same way the bears did that we learned from the big John Candy strat. So let's say you're inside a cave. You pump fake a wolf, and then he leaves the cave, and you think, okay, that battle's over. He's going to do something else right now. But the second he crosses the threshold of leaving the cave, from being inside it to outside, he'll kind of re-aggro and come back at you when you're least expecting it. So expect it and remember this conversation. I'm trying to give all these public service announcements so that you guys don't die the same way I have, unceremoniously. It kind of hurts, and it's tough scenes. So I don't want that to happen to you. So here's what I think. I think we need to do Quick Bezos for our boy. And I need to run amok and find a way to get through this thing here. We have a lot to do with regards to all the different stuff we have going on. And we have kind of a journey that we're going to be taking along these paths. And I think we'll kind of detail that for a second. Here's what we got. We start in Desolation Point, down here. These are all the maps connected on one big connection thing. And this kind of helps us map things out visually for us a little bit. So in Desolation Point is where we're starting. This is where we went to the whale factory and where we're in a cave right now. And we're actually right here now at Crumbling Highway, the old island connector. We're going to go through Coastal. Once we get into Coastal, we'll know what loop pool we're on. And we'll be able to kind of figure out exactly where we're going to get our hacksaw and our hammer. And then we're going to head to the ravine, which will give us glorious birch bark to help us rebuild the health that we lose through negligence and attacks. And then we're going to go to Mystery Lake, where the biggest mystery is, why haven't you been to Dave's Cave yet? Because the appetizers are half off and it's ladies' night. I mean, come on. You got to go down there, fellas. I'm telling you, on ladies' night, it's a great time. The karaoke machine is, popping. One of the speakers is a little blown, but it works. It's at least not broken like the jukebox. So you can sing karaoke, and that's great. And it's good when you guys help out with entertainment because it's limited. We have the Mariners game up on the corner. There's marble reds that are unfiltered, emanating through the air, giving you emphysema and everything else. But it's a wonderful environment. And you should come on down, Yinsers. So, we're going up to Coastal. We're doing big things. We're getting our hammer and our hacksaw. We're going through the ravine for the birch. We go to Mystery where things happen and good times happen. Then we're going to have to go over to Forlorn Muskeg for the forge. That's going to give us 2 bunker opportunities right away. Bunkers are on this challenge because they're just so darn exciting. And I think with 14 days, they'll act as a beautiful bonus if you find a stocked one. So we have an opportunity right next to Dave Cave to see if there's a stocked bunker. And also we can check the one next to the forge over here in Forlorn. So that's 2 solid bunker opportunities for us. Bunker bonkers. Stonks. I don't know yet. And then we're going to probably Pleasant Valley. The plan that we have will probably take us after the forge back into Mystery. We'll just kind of go right back through, make the bow at the dam, go through Winding River here, and end up in Pleasant Valley, where it's likely we'll have to do a few John Candy encounters. And then we're probably going to have to go after the cougar there once she spawns in, because it is, of course, ladies' night. And that's definitely where things are go off the rails. If we even make it to that point, which might take a few poor innocent wills to survive, but we'll try. I'll say that. I've learned that the aggro resets the hard way. I survived, but it was horrifying. Unbelievable. It's crazy. Well, this is what we got, man. We're trying to storm the steeds. We've got the connected maps. We're, nerding out like crazy. All right, when I come back in 10 seconds, we're going to go through Crumbling, get into Coastal, and make sure we know what a loop pool is before we unpause. That's what I think. Okay. It has been established. We are exactly on loophole 4. So because we're on loophole 4, that means we found our bedroll over in, what's it called? The old Hibernia processing, and we also got the other stuff there. So we're going to get a hacksaw from the abandoned lookout, the garage, or the car down the road. So on loophole 4, which is what we're on, we're going to make our first responsible note for it and make sure we document the fact that we're here on loophole 4. This Excel sheet documents where we can get our essential items. So this category right here, and this is the hacksaw, and it says abandoned lookout, Quincy garage, or car. And then as far as the hammer goes, I think that we're going all the way over to the ravine or something crazy. There's also the lower dam. We can find different things, but we're going to have to be doing some crazy stuff and traveling around and looking at these different spots than we're used to get this hacksaw and everything in hammer. Because we're going to be finding the hammer probably in somewhere like the ravine, because there's about 4 spots it can spawn in the ravine over there too. So it's a whole to-do, basically. But it's nice to be able to learn out of our comfort zone where to find these things so we can adapt to the circumstances, be grateful for Rav's bedroll, and somehow still make it work for us. I still want to say that when we had to do this exact thing, it was neurodivergent Will who was able to storm the steeds in the 21. So I do believe that none of these Wills or Astrids should be counted out, because even the most unsuspecting ones could be the ones holding up the trophy at the end. Yo, what's up, Cactus the man? It's always great to see you. Remember, don't eat too many hips. It can lead to hypervitaminosis C. Well, there's a lot to unpack there, Cactus. The first thing to unpack is you're the man, and it's great to see you. How are you, Cactus? I hope that you are, any sort of vultures or, jerk coyotes or anything that are getting next to you. I hope that they're getting appropriately hit by one of your defense mechanisms. And also, as far as the hips go, I would like to say that's a great reminder for me to tell you guys, I would like some rose hips. Let's not forget that rose hips are important. It's Friday, and normally this would be the time when I would say it's okay. Maybe I'll get you back, because Friday is, of course, payday. But here's the thing. I can't do it this Friday. So I still do need you guys' rose hips, but I don't think I can get you back for those rose hips right now. Maybe next Friday. It could be there, but we'll see. Thank you for those hips back in play. If eating too many hips makes me sick, then I don't want to be healthy. Thank you, Versetti. Coming over from YouTube, the man. Hey, it's good to see you, Versetti. Unbelievable. Yes, I could use some rose hips. Yo, what up, G? How's it going, G? The ghost hunting pro. What is shaking, G? Have you been slaying all of those ghosts and putting them inside of lunchboxes with Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd? How's it going, G? We're just getting started pretty much. We're going to make ourselves a bow, and then we're going to try to bag ourselves a cougar. What do you say to that? I think we should. It's good to see you guys. Been recovering from my hand surgery, getting better every day. How are you doing? Well, G, I think it's all appropriate that we make sure to hook you up with what you deserve during your times, and then also to say we're doing fantastic. We get to play the long dark. Earlier we thought it was the short bright, but come on, it's the long dark. And we don't have a stone to help us, but we have a hope. So we're going to get out there and go try to find our important stuff. It starts with the hacksaw, either at the car, at Quincy's, or the forbidden, abandoned lookout. Nobody wants to go up there, so let's hope we find it in the car or Quincy's. That's our first goal. Okay, so leaving the house is a little scarier with this challenge. There we go. You just feel a little more vulnerable when you're traveling. Yo, what's up, Zendori? How's it going, buddy? How are you doing? The Z-Man. What is shaking and baking? And are you ready for the weekend? Because it's here, baby. How's it going, Zendori? All right, 12 matches. I should probably be using them. We do have a bedroll, so we can sleep in the basement if we want to warm up there. The bonus of the bedroll. Cheeky 1 hours. Alright, so anytime we let our temperature go to completely freezing, we're going to lose 20 health per hour. Like right there, it starts the drip whenever you get to the bottom of any of your vitals. So we're going to try to be more responsible, given that rebuilding health requires us to go to places like the ravine and gather birch bark. Which is wild. Doing great. Excellent, buddy. Yeah, we're just kind of getting started over here. Oh! All right, 23%. So they're a little damaged. These are awesome pants. These are the combat pants. Let's go see what we got. Oh my gosh, they're worse than the jeans. Because they're 23%. So they're 0.4 and the jeans are 1 Celsius. The defense they give you is 7% compared to the 2% of jeans. And then the waterproof is 20% of these combat pants. So they're less warm than both my sets of jeans right here because they're 4 Celsius and both these guys are high condition jeans at 1. It's crazy, but because we can't repair them, might have to leave the ragged combat pants behind. That's a first right there. Stale granola bar. Good find. It is a good find. Crazy we have to leave them, but I get it. Yeah. It's very unusual. All right, I always like to drink my sodas first because you can't make them into teas. And they're pretty heavy. Might as well. All right, we're going to go down for a little 2 spot here. Maybe a 1 spot and see how warm we are. It is the warm time of day. Would be good to... Looks like Will is ready to go to Sunday morning church. Well, I'll tell you, Pac, if he does, they're probably going to give him everything from the canned food drive because he looks like he could use a little help with those ragged Sadie Hawkins shoes and this frayed, dirty snowman shirt he's wearing. Here, Will, here's a bunch of beans and jeans, buddy. We're worried about you. We heard that stones are turned off. So, this is for you, bud. Alright, I was trying to wait till that wind outside died, and that's why I broke down the pry bar. Now let's see if we can get out there and do some traveling. They'll give him some raw spaghetti and sweetened condensed milk. Is it Little Cow brand by any chance? Because I think he likes Little Cow brand. We're checking any locker or trunk we come across. It's usually where you can get good things for your outfit. And we're always in need of upgrading our outfit, given the fact that it's pretty much finders keepers and kind of no repairs on the clothes. All right, now I'm scared of wolves. We don't have any stink lines, but also no stones. And when you're trying to conserve your matches, it works against your defenses for the wolves. as often as we can, we're looking to block the wind. The middle center of the screen there with that little shield with the swirl going through it. I had no clue what that was for the first couple months I played the game. I come to find out that's how you know you're blocked by the wind. And it lets you know, and we'll put that shield on there the whole time you're blocked, which helps you stay warmer when it's super windy on crazy, tough weather. But yeah, just feeling grateful, optimistic, and happy. We're kind of on the heels of getting through a tough one in the past. And I'll tell you, I had a really darn good time. Yo, what up, Sin the man? How's it going? Well, Sin, it is great to see you. You're the absolute man. And I will say this. We got some whimsy in this game. I know you like some whimsy. Earlier, we thought we were just going into a regular trailer with dusty bunk beds. And then boom, we went to Narnia and the whimsy opened up. You're going to love it, Sin. So I'll try to show you a little bit of whimsy here in Coastal Highway, because I heard that there's a blue trailer and there were some disbelievers that thought there wasn't whimsy here. But let's be real. All right, I need to get serious, and I need to also find a maple somewhere in this town that we can cut pretty early and get made into a bow at some point. All right, here's a couple more birch saplings. And sometimes you'll also see a maple growing down there at the end. So we're going to mind this little upcoming spot behind Misanthrope's Island. That is a known Timberwolf spawn location, and they'll just spawn out of nowhere, sometimes right on top of you. So we're just always looking over there to see if we see any sons of guns. Well, you may have had, maybe your week was tough, but the weekend is here. And it's time to party. So whether your weekend was a pretty awesome one or a tough one where you had some adversity, the weekend comes and it offers excitement.
Wait. I'm so cold, I'm warming up again.
All right, I wasted a trusty brand out of haste because I forgot that I didn't have a torch lit. So let's hope this 80% hits here. Come on, 4 to 5, Raph. What do you say? Ah!
Are you serious?
I know, Will. All right, that's really what we should do for discipline. We'll light the torch. I accidentally didn't light the torch. Oh!
Come on. Fire's life out here.
Oh, the Timberwolves. You know, I thought this snowbank was enough of not on the ice for Raph to let me do a cheeky 1 hour, but he's not having it. Alright, so I thought that wasn't ice, but I guess it still counts as ice. You will not sleep here, eh? It's still considered ice. You will be restless. Why so serious? What was that wolf thing? Some wolf kind of made a whimper sound around us and ran off. I think it was a regular wolf who was trying to sneak up on us that got scared of the Timberwolves and ran away. Still figuring it out. We need an O counter. I think I still hear feet rustling around too. There's a timber wolf over there, too. They got me surrounded. They're gonna awoo me the second I leave my fire. They're gonna announce to the heavens that a jabroni will is in their midst. Holy crap, I'm getting a few scares. He looks like he's homeless, but going to a job interview that'll end up getting and change his life. I love that, Versetti. Yeah, I know I might not be the best hygienic hire in the world. But listen, what I lack in other things, I make up for in other things. I'm gonna have to give this guy a job just to get him a bath. Great job, Will. You got hired. You've done it. All right, it's about to be nighttime. Our first night here on Great Bear. Let's try to avoid these Timberwolves and get over to Quincy's. We're going to forego Misanthrope since there's so much drama over there. I'm trying to avoid that pack of Timberwolves seeing me. Wildlife detection range is set to insano. Their noses have been given an upgrade. Ah! All right, we're taking the road. He's going to take a sponge back in the work restroom. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, did you guys see that guy wearing the dirty white shirt? He was in the bathroom for like 30 minutes. Pretty sure he was taking a bath in the sink, guys. Yeah, but there's just something about that smelly Will guy. You know? He's great. We got to keep him around. Even though he takes baths in the restroom sink. He's kind of like the caddy from Happy Gilmore, you know? There's a charm to him. So, let's go to Quincy's Quonset. One of the coolest base locations in the game. A lot of folks love to set up shop there for their long runs. We've actually never set up shop for any long run ever, and we're still kind of looking at maybe, we're talking to the real estate agent about different spots if we ever did a long run. But I would always love to hear everybody else's base locations to know exactly what everybody's thinking about that. I've thought about one of the lookouts, I think it's a forestry lookout in Mystery Lake, as my favorite base location so far. Scarlet wasn't going to say anything because he caught her sleeping on the register, but he made her really uncomfortable. Yeah, I don't know, Pac, if you saw, but there was a guy named Jason Voorhees, and he was hanging out outside of the window when Scarlet and I were trying to work in there in Dave's Cave Video Store. It was pretty crazy. He didn't say anything either. He just stood there with the mask on, waiting. Watching. A long run would be tense. You'd die, you would lose a whole lot. Yeah. Alright, so up here on the right is going to be the coastal town site. And that is our destination for the Hacksaw's first chance of spawning in. We're going to have to find a good maple spawn location, which might either be westward through coastal I'm not sure. We're gonna find a maple too. We're gonna. Oh, the deer scared the crap out of me. I'm on the run. Holy crap!
My hands.
Oh my gosh! I'm freaking out, man. All right, let's get this goofy storm lantern out. I'm getting scared of deer right now. That's where we're at. Running River Oats. Gotta leave it behind. I don't know why somebody put a stone in the register. Maybe he knew. It's symbolic. Just like cash, it is no longer part of our world.
Too much stuff to carry.
All right, another goofy storm lantern here for us. So I think the hacksaw is supposed to spawn outside. It's either outside or back here. Let's see if we get a hacksaw in Quincy's. Ah! All right, I think we're gonna have to travel. Yeah. So the other two spots are the lookout way up the hill and the car down the road. So it's kind of going to be up to us to go to those other two locations looking for the hacksaw on our way basically westward, up through the Bear Creek campgrounds, and over to the ravine. We'll eventually pull up a map of coastal so we can kind of outline our journeys. I'll tell you, I have a love-hate relationship with filing cabinets
Wonder who owns this stuff.
and desks. If I don't search them, I feel like I'm leaving behind a secret can of Big Moose Kicks or something awesome. When I do search them, I find things like newspapers and nonsense. And I feel like I kind of waste time where I could be doing more important stuff. So, I'm still torn between two rose-hip bushes. Alright, we're just looking for the bare necessities right now. Those simple bare necessities. Leaving behind scrap lead, there's no guns on this one. The only weapon of defense is a bow that we have to make. And the first step towards making that bow is finding that hacksaw so we can cut.
Wonder if this is any good to eat.
A maple. So we're trying to keep our backpack nice and light. Right now our carrying capacity is 27 because we're a little sleepy. Once you get below 9 p.m. on that on the sleep vital with the eyeball, your guy gets pretty bad at carrying stuff. Alright, we need to go down there and do some sort of hacksaw acquisition. It is late and we're a bit cold. I think a wise survivor would sleep right now until they were warm. I do like the idea of looting my neighbors' houses as well since it's nighttime. So maybe we'll try to stay optimized by going and checking out our neighbors' houses at the night. I don't believe we're going to be coming back here.
Can't feel my feet.
Can't feel his feet. Larone, you should do IRL camping stream. You think so, Sin? Well, it would be a long one, and I joke around, Sin, about it, but I don't even think I could pitch the tent, let alone survive out there. I'd be crying within the first hour, whining about how cold and wet I am, or hot, whatever it is. I'd be whinging around, trying to put up the tent, failing at it. So maybe it would be entertaining if you're into seeing that. You're into seeing a grown man cry. I can't do it, guys. I'm just gonna sleep under the tree. It's raining. Stuff like that. That's where a lot of my admiration comes in for Will. He's a real survivor, this guy. You know, unsuspecting. Just a simple pilot. He's kind of a Mr. Magoo. He bumbles around in his duct tape shoes and everything, but this guy is the real deal. He deserves...
Someone's gotta go.
I respect. No, you can play on the hardest difficulty. Thank you, Sid. So a big part of playing the long, dark
I could use this.
is rummaging through your neighbor's cabinets. You go around, you rummage through their cabinets, you justify stealing from them, and you put on their clothes. Alright, let's go out the back door and make our way over to our other neighbor's house. And then we'll probably sleep there and try to get going towards the hacksaw. This is sketchy. Be careful, wolves. I have a storm lantern.
So cold.
All right, I'm pushing it a little bit here, taking a drip because I wanted to get over to our neighbor's house.
I need to drop something.
Okay.
I think I need to lay down.
Yeah, you do need to lay down, buddy. You're going to do it just after you look through your neighbor's drawers a few minutes.
This stuff will come in handy.
Oh, a double bonus. We have a jacket. We still look like we've been living outside a little bit. And we got a hat. Everything is dirty. I don't understand. 38%, 32%, 36%. But hey, he's got somewhat of an outfit now. Got to get this guy some gloves or a sewing kit to make him some improvised hand wraps. Is that a cup of herbal tea? Oh my gosh, it's birch bark tea.
Should come in handy.
Yeah, it should. And it came with a brand new voice line that I never hear. Should come in handy. Thank you. We're cougaring this week. What's up, Cubit? That's it. Come on down. Oh. Just found some birch tea. I don't think I've ever seen a pre-made birch tea on a
Might have to drop
countertop
some gear.
in all my days. Yo, what's up, sweet potato Melito? How's it going? It's great to see you, Cubit and Melito. I hope the gardening's been going good, Melito, and the dodo birds are treating you well. I hope all their haircuts look ridiculous. Worn cotton scarf. We're here to storm the steeds. I think I'm carrying around a bit too much water. Let's go check. 5 liters. Okay. Now is when I probably tear up maybe one set of our neighbor's curtains to have a little extra cloth walking around with us. Right now our scrap numbers definitely need to increase, but there's a ton of opportunities for scrap closer to Mystery Lake too, so I'm not too worried about not having enough scrap for the forge we do in Forlorn. Cougars are pretty tough to kill. Yeah, Cupid, it's uncharted territories for us. And then you add to it all the crazy tough difficulty aspect of things, and the no stones and whatever else. Just making it to the hunt at this point I think is going to be tough. I've already gotten scared and yelled when a deer was coming at me, and I'm just kind of, they got me on the run already. I see a cougar on a map, I leave the map ASAP. Yeah, I'm pretty scared of the cougar. Usually when I hear her carrying on over the mountains, that's enough to scare me. We've tried to tangle with her once, and I'll tell you, Cubit, it was over quick and brutally. She just came up on us, and it was like I went, like I couldn't run, I couldn't do anything. I just freaked out. She came up on me, and she took me out quick. So this time, we're going to have to be a little more courageous. It's not like she can make our clothes any worse, because they're all ridiculous already. So that fear's gone. She's not going to tear up her clothes or anything. She's just going to tear up Will this summer. I'm just getting some rest. Trying to maybe get to the sunlight times. We're going to be about a day behind on the bow. So it's likely going to be 7 to 8 days until the bow is made, giving us 6 to 7 days to hunt and do all that activity we have to do. Stale crackers. All right, sketchy sardines. Granola bar. All right, we're having a few midnight snacks here. I imagine if you're a survivor and you've been alone for a while, you do crazy things like get up in the middle of the night and eat crackers and granola bars. Make sure you read about the laceration stuff, or easy to die in your sleep even if you kill one. Okay, so Cubit is mentioning that maybe it's wise to have a good amount of bandages on us for the big battle. Good Lord. Johnson, it is Friday, and it's a beautiful day out here in the Seattle Mariners field. Randy Johnson's been pitching well, and Ken Griffey Jr.'s living up to the lineage of his father. I'll tell you, it's cool to have Nintendo own this team. We just had a Donkey Kong bobblehead day today. But overshadowing the bobbling heads of the big barrel throwing ape is what I believe going on in the outfield, Johnson. There's a streaker. Oh my gosh, it's Sweet Potato Melito. She's got an old-fashioned baseball name herself, Johnson, and she's running nude through the outfield, much like a hippie who's living a free spirit. She's running nude past the security guards and ducking and dodging. It looks like there's some sort of pterodactyl lifting her up over the security guards when they get close. It's as if she has prehistoric assistance for this streak, Johnson. And she keeps running past, storming all over the outfield. Jose Canseco can't believe what he sees as Melito jumps over the outfield wall, and she is free and escapes from the security guards that tried to wrangle her in. Nice streaking by old Sweet Potato Melito. Nice, Melito. So you'll essentially have 4 days to get the cougar since she spawns in at day 10, right? It's something like that, Bean. It's something pretty close to the end. So I imagine you have to have a bunch of shots established so that you're pretty close to 14 once you do the cougar battle. And what I wanted to have as part of the challenge, Bean, was the cougar as the final boss, you know? I wanted it to be like the end game seriousness, you know, the Braveheart speech happens. This is for Scotland, go crazy type of deal. All right, maybe 1 or 2 hours more of sleep. The more well rested we are, the more weight we can carry for this kind of journey we're going to be on, traveling a little bit for another day or so. Alright. I think it would be wise to light a fire. I know this guy doesn't have any indoor fires to light here, so we might have to go outside or back to Quincy's Quonset, light a fire on the barrel, and then go down to the car. It's going to be a cold morning.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
So if we find Brian Gold, we're going to be reading No More Pincushion Strat. Well, it's tough to say. Brian Gold might be not read just because of the fact that time is going to be short too. I don't even know if accuracy score matters as much as just being able to get the minimum shots that we'll likely be going for. Just to have like 10 shots in whatever Pleasant Valley cul-de-sac bear we find. And then go into the cougar battle knowing that we just need maybe 3 or 4. There'll be the birch bark bear as an emergency if we get the minimum shots not met after the cougar. If the cougar falls over because she's hung over or something in 1 shot or 2 when we thought we were going to get 4, there'll be additional bears in Pleasant Valley if we do it all there too. So, the thought is Pleasant Valley. Which map do you start in DP? That's it, Cubit. You're exactly right. The lighthouse gives us the strong beginnings.
Well, that didn't work.
Yeah, it sure didn't.
Too much stuff to carry.
Yeah.
That's done.
Alright. What is the command for rules? I think it should be pinned to the top, Cubit. Is it not pinned there anymore? I would like to know that. It should be at the top of the chat. Yeah, Brian Gold, man. All right, here we go. We're going to the car down the road. Beautiful, cold morning here. I'm watching on TV and using phone for chat, so I can't see anything. Okay, I got you, Cubit. All right, down this road, there's a little car next to kind of like a break in the road. And that'll be essentially where we're going to do the check for the second spawn for the hacksaw.
Too heavy.
Yeah, we're carrying a lot of stuff. So let's get down the road and check inside that car. Are you allowed to fire cheese the cougar? Unfortunately, no, Cubit. We can do the fishing hut exploit. And that'll probably be what we're going to try at Pensive Pond in Pleasant Valley. The plan's going to be take out a couple bear over there, get our accuracy score up, and then try to get the cougar when it's game time and it's getting closer once she spawns in. It's probably not going to be too much after our arrival at Pleasant when she does spawn. All right, here it is. Come on, what do you say, Hacksaw? Yeah, me too, Cubit. That's it. Let's go get ourselves a maple now. And make ourselves a bow. What do you say? We cougars can be very dangerous. Now, Melito, you're going to have to act as kind of a mediator. This is kind of the same thing I was telling Aretha. It's you know, you're going to kind of maybe ease the waters between us and the cougar. You know, do some communicating. You tell the cougar that we're not so bad, and vice versa. I think that's what's you know, what this situation calls for. The way they knock your weapon out of your hands is very disorienting. Yeah, it's going to be... What happened in that story I mentioned, Cubit, it was just quick and ruthless. Our most recent encounter with the cougar. She didn't even give us a chance to cry out for Astrid. It happened fast. I think right now we're carrying around a little bit too much firewood. Things like cedar, fir, and probably a million sticks. But this is when, like I was telling my buddy Sin, if they think that there is no whimsy in this world, they need to be front and center for what they're about to see. Because I'm about to change what you thought about whimsy in this lifetime.
Someplace to escape this cold.
If you didn't think you were going to see something whimsical today, then things have changed. All right, we're coming up with the blue trailer. This is no ordinary blue trailer. Oh! Just a blue trailer of whimsy. Now listen.
Something's gotta go.
There's a guy over here with a green jacket on. That's it. Just like the Grinch says. Yo, what up, Cindy? How's it going, Cindy? How are you? You're just in time, Cindy, because you know, I'm feeling that there's a little bit of doubt, and we, much like the Grinch, need to show a little bit of magic and a little bit of whimsy. This guy in the green coat is kind of lonely, and he's wondering if maybe some sort of whimsical activity could bring him some company in this trailer. How's it going, Cindy? And that guy says, hey, I could use a friend. Could you maybe see if there's some whimsy around me? Well, you know what, buddy? I just might. I don't see a plastic thing on the second to bottom shelf here. But, you know, if I just move this green shelf and then place it here, a plastic container shows up. Pretty crazy. Now, look, that's got to be all of the craziness in this trailer, right? Maybe. But maybe not. Maybe if I move this other bunk bed, something even more magical than that plastic container is going to happen. You won't be alone for long. Careful, you'll put Penn and Teller out of business. Well, are you thinking anything else is going to happen in here, though, Lily? Because I don't know if anything will happen if I move this other bunk bed. But wait. Maybe this green jacket guy might get a little company. Oh! Did you see anybody on that bunk bed before it was moved? 'Cause I sure didn't. And there's never really anything in it, but it's still exciting. Alright, so now we have to think about our match game again. We're still at 9 matches right now. I know it's pretty crazy, Lily. It's crazy. So I'm thinking if I let this torch go out and warm up for an hour or so, we could get into a warmer part of the day, we'll use one of our matches, and we'll travel responsibly so we don't take a drip, I suppose. I'm trying to see if we've acquired a sewing kit yet. I don't think we have. I think this magical realm has one of my travois that I lost trying to drag over the ravine bridge. Holy crap. How you do that? Sid, I'm telling you, I'm glad that you got to see it. Wasn't that whimsical? If you ever find this trailer layout, whether you're here in Coastal or you're maybe up the hill here in Coastal or at a different town, and you walk in and you see 2 bunk beds right here and 2 more over there, just know that you can move this shelf and either of these 2 bunk beds if nobody's on them, and you'll get loot potentials. And it's pretty exciting. And more importantly, you'll add whimsy to the lives of those who really didn't have as much whimsy before seeing that. All right, let's eat some sardines. All right, Summit Soda. There's one thing that Raph wants us to know on hard difficulties. Don't even think about drinking orange soda or grape soda, because it's only Sprite for the tried and tested survivors. You must obey your Summit Soda. So no magic words. Well, that's up to you, Sid. If that makes it more whimsical, you think, then you could say, Alaka Wham! Or something before you do it. And that might make it more whimsical. It could. All right, we got 2 of these bad boys and 31 sticks. Right now, we're a little heavy. I'm going to have to send you a video proof that this doesn't work for me. There's no way, Bean. You're trying to say there's no whimsy in this trailer. Maybe it's a glitch that's only for PC people. Because we are, of course, playing on PC. Man, this game's so fun. Alright, I'm lighting a match. Headed down to the fishing hut zone. I'm going to check on the little islands next to the fishing hut zone for our first maple. It's a beautiful clear day. It is quite cold out here, and I do see some wolves that we are not allowed to pump fake with stones. So I'll try to keep a nice wide berth. One thing I know about Will is that through this trial, he will become more responsible. And that's good. Works on Xbox. What's going on, Miss Maverick? How's it going? How's it going, Miss Maverick? I hope you're doing very well today. I hope that you were here, Miss Maverick, to see the Whimsy. It seems like you're talking about the Whimsy, so I'm glad that you were. And if you're at work, just tell your coworkers, guys, it's okay. I know I just screamed and yelled out of excitement, but it's because I saw a Whimsy for the first time today, and they'll understand, I think, you know. That's something all coworkers around the world understand. Oh, Miss Maverick saw Whimsy. It's okay, guys. She never crafted the wand? That's the problem. Very well. How was the beach party? Oh, the beach party was great. You were there, weren't you, Miss Maverick? I think I saw you there. We were all splashing around. We had a good time. Someone drove their Jeep up onto the sand, so there was, you know, some people were sitting in the back of the truck. You know, it was a good old time. I tried the Whimsy and it worked. No pump fakes. That's it, Cubit. That's it. It's crazy how the way to make this thing way harder is as simple as just getting rid of stones. So you can't use them to dictate the pathing of the bears or anybody at any point, and you definitely can't use them for those first 6 days before you have a bow made to defend yourself. So it's all about just avoiding the wolves and trying to live. All right, I'm gonna get in this fishing hut before we take the drip. I'm trying to scout the maple on that island over there and see if I can see it kind of showing up. That place with the 2 tall trees is where the maple could potentially spawn. All right, we're taking the drip. Get inside!
My life.
Oh, you've got stones, all right. Nice try. Thank you. That was a good one. Oh, trusty brand. Nuts and stuff. All right, those trusty brand are actually pretty awesomely helpful for us. We were probably at about 7 or so. Oh, we got socks out of the trash can. All right, we put our good socks on the outside. Need to spend a little bit of time warming up here or breaking down some scrap metal. We got 2 scrap metal right now. Feather number's pretty weak at 4. Try to despawn the wind. I thought about just brute forcing with a fire, but I'm trying to get rid of this wind before we do our traveling to go get the maple. It's the nice warm part of the day. We want to get out there.
I need to drop something.
All right, I'm gonna go check for the maple. Beware the boardwalk bear around these parts. What other game traumatizes us like this, Pack? I feel like the only other thing that makes me remember where I was is like when you have like memories maybe from a movie or a sporting event or something. That's what I think is so brilliant about The Long Dark, is it gives you those post-traumatic stress disorder moments. Oh, the boardwalk! Where you remember where you get mauled and surprised. Alright, Maple will be right over this hill if it exists here.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Hey, there we go. The Loner Maple acquired, baby. Maple Height. Freshly harvest maple sapling. And as you can see in the details that might be covered by the chat, 6 days for this thing is ready to be made into a bow. So you got to get it down on the floor of a cave or a house for 6 days, and the ticker starts the second it gets dropped. So let's get over to Mystery Lake and also try to micro cure this thing along the way if we take any stops. But that's pretty sweet. And now the name of the game is make sure we get enough saplings to make into stuff and cut up a deer in the ravine somewhere for the guts. Oh, Pack, that's a brilliant one. So Pack has kind of one of these associative memory situations. Listen to this one. Anytime I smell fresh asphalt, I'm transported to a family vacation in Tennessee, driving by a Walmart that just had their parking lot refinished. That's cool, Pack. That's life. That's deep. Way deeper than the throat quote hippie quotes. Listen, man. Have you ever driven by Walmart in Tennessee, man? What a beauty. Yeah. Pretty nice maple, I'd say. Okay, so we're going to go up. I see the bear. Over there on the left, you can see him sauntering down the hill. That was actually the direction we were headed. So let's see if we can go wide of the bear and avoid drawing his ire. We'll go up the road here, then take the river up, and we'll spot some sapling spawn locations along the way and see if we can gather some extra saplings. We're walking around pretty heavy right now. I also might want to expend some of the sticks and firewood that I'm carrying for a little more walking around strength. Good eyes. I would have gone straight into Boris. Well, I tell you, Pack, when you walk these roads enough times and lose enough pairs of orange Nikes, you start to remember that Boris is a mighty foe. Look at him over there, all 2 tons of them. Not exactly sure how much that bear would weigh. I just kind of threw out 2 tons, guessing. It's a brilliant day to go onto Great Bear Island, man. It's my favorite video game. It's super great. It's made by the Great Wrath. And it's a story where when you put it on sandbox mode, there's so many different things that you can mess around with. You know, I say that, and us nerds even want more customization within the sandbox mode of the sequel Black Frost that's coming out. But this is our game, you know? It's our fun spot. Some of us like to play a game where things go at the pace we would like them to go, and The Long Dark offers you that. Maybe you want to run around and build a sweet base. You can do that. You could also live at the Mountaineer's Hut over in Timberwolf Mountain and make a really cool shelf with all your supplies. All right, there is a birch sapling spawn opportunity over here I'm just taking a look at. Once I see if I can spot it or not, we're going to go back around and look at the river. And go up the river. Okay, let's go back. Feel like we're walking through oatmeal again. The bear is probably between 250 and 500 pounds. It's an American black bear. Oh, is it? The American bear that went to Canada. Maybe he was dodging the draft when the Vietnam War came around. Like Draft Dodger's cabin. And he went to Canada. Yeah, honey. We're moving north. I won't fight. I won't do it. May explain why he dislikes Will so much.
It's making my head feel thick.
Okay, so once we see the bear's cave on the right over here, that'll be a spot where we can actually get some birch, hopefully. I'm hoping there's a big school of them, about 3 or 4. The birch, of course, can be made into arrows eventually. So you turn the sapling into your bow, the wood part of the bow, and then you take the guts of a deer and cure those to make the line of the bow. Then the birch saplings become the arrows. And we become serious survivors living off the land. All right, we need to stop and make a spot fire. Responsible torchlight before irresponsible wait till we're taking the drip to get the fire lit. Next time we'll stop a little before we're actually taking 20 HP off of our health. Right now we're probably losing 3 to 4 HP just being negligent.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Yo, what up, Thor? The man, nice catchphrase. Stop. Hammer time. Thor's in the mix. How's it going, Thor? I hope you're doing very well. You absolute legend. The man. We're hanging out here on this Friday, Thor. We're getting wild. We're just right now in Coastal Highway, going up Bear Creek Campgrounds on the west side of Coastal. We seek the birch sapling, and then we're headed to the ravine for the glorious heavy hammer time. Just got out of the shower doing my yoga. Excellent work, Thor. Staying limber. Doing cool things. Maybe while you're doing the downward dog, you can tell the wolves to lay off of us. Listen, wolves. Will's not so bad, all right? It's a day of mending and, healing the waters. Prepared reishi mushrooms. Sounds like you got a plan. That's it. All right, we're making a few responsible tinder, and as soon as this heavy wind, there we go. Alright, here's the Bear's Cave. Will there be birch saplings? I don't think so. Ain't that a bee? Alright, this is the Bear's Cave, and what you'll see is that there's a spawn location for saplings right next to it. So what we might have to do is get a little more to the right so that we can check into the big clearing for saplings along the way. 350 buckaroni price pool roast hips. Nice store. New tournament. Nice. All right, I'm gonna go check for these saplings over here. Okay, the bear and wolves kind of hang out in this territory. It's usually a little less scary when we have stones and can bump fake them. And that's our destination right up there. I think once we get past this rock right here, thank you for those rose hips, I'm going to look to the right. And this is where I believe we can see if there's saplings. Yikes. I think we struck out again. So the only saplings we did see are the ones way back in Desolation, or the ones right at the transition between Crumbling and Coastal, which would require us to backtrack a little bit. So we're kind of short on birch saplings right now. There's about one more spot I know about on the way up the creek to check for them, kind of around the rocks. Okay, so if you're still looking for a maple at this point, you can always check on this little clearing up here too. There's a spot there could be some maple up there. Yo, what up, Wander Lang? Thank you for giving some sage advice with your first time chat. What's going on, Wander Lang? You know, I left behind that hat. Maybe it's better than that ridiculous scarf. We'll look at it inside. You go on this side of the rock here to get the wind blocked. Oh, random lump. It's US dollars though. Nice store. Okay, it's the warm part of the day and it'd be great to keep moving right now if we could. I do have a couple I can get in the ravine, of course, and I'll check for one around this little rock formation going up the creek. Because we have the bedroll, I'm a little more risky and not sleeping in the Rabbit Grove cabin that's just up there. If we didn't have the bedroll, we couldn't take little 1 hour sleeps on the run and stuff and keep our fatigue meter from how low it is right now, basically. This would be a solid time to be able to light a torch. Yeah. So we got ourselves a maple, and we're now kind of looking for those birch saps. So I think that there's one, if I go around the rocks here and just kind of go up the hill on the other side of those, I might see a couple birch opportunities that way. I need to be careful too. So that's where we're headed up, to that bridge area up there, and that'll take us to the ravine. Keep your eyes peeled for birch saplings.
Can't feel my hair.
I see a maple! Ah! That maple's in the distance, like he's giving us the finger. Yep, I see a maple there. Oh, we got to do a spot fire.
Die if I don't blow him up soon.
Man, I got to start doing my spot fires before I take the drip. It's irresponsible. Who knew Loophole 4 had all these random lumps on Frozen Creek? Yeah, I noticed that the one when we got the storm lantern, it felt like there were matches around every corner. It was crazy.
It worked.
Oh.
It's like night is coming.
Yeah, night's coming, but we're going to the ravine, so you'll be safe, bud.
Food.
Stale chocolate bar. New beef jerky. You know, I haven't had beef jerky in a while. This game, he always seems to find a lot of it. I think I need to. Nothing like pirate meat in a bag. Yo, what up, Deanna Lee? You're doing good. Just searched for the name of the challenge. Can't find it. What's the hardest challenge in the world? I'll tell you what it is. It is Ladies' Night. And you should come on down, because it's worth it. You'll be in good company. There's half-off appetizers, watered-down drinks, Dave's famous margaritas. What do you think about that, Deanna? It's pretty good. What's up, Lervia? So what are the challenge rules? Let me get you in there. Oh, thank you, Pack. Yeah, it's Ladies' Night. Very much, Pack. Alright, so I'm thinking about doing a risk right now. The risk is sleeping with a blizzard going, because it could easily blow out your fire and drain your HP. These are known as cheeky 1 hours. And I'm not sure how smart they are sometimes. Because they are a risk. Yeah, the wind changed. we got lucky on that one. We got a little cheeky, and Raph doesn't take up. He doesn't think that's a good idea sometimes. You can hear the wind change when you do the pastime for sleep in 1 hour. You can hear the wind actually change over that course when it speeds it up. I heard it change, but it was close enough to the end of the hour that we were able to get up before we took a drip. And that's huge. Yo, what up, Keg the man? The party is here. The keg is tapped, baby. Or the keg is opened up. I think tapped might be the end of the keg. No, the keg is at the beginning, everybody. The party has started. The keg just got opened up. Whatever the word is for that. A lot of my drinking knowledge is very antiquated. I apologize. Yo, man, we just opened up the keg, man. The party has started, baby. It's Friday. We're getting whimsical, and it's on. How's it going, keg? This challenge seems intense. It is. It definitely is. See that glorious stone? I'd love to pick it up, but I cannot. The stone, our old friend. That was a temperature check right there.
Too much stuff to carry.
I might try to eat something warm before I leave this wall side. Warming up for 37 more minutes. Oh, we also have to go across the ravine. Yo, what up, Richard? The Latvian card dealing pro. What is shaking, Rich? How's it going, my friend? All right, auto walk is off. We're going across the ravine on the Raven Trestle. Can't remember the name of it. Raven Falls Trestle. And the falls is apropos. We actually fell down this bad boy when we were trying to go across it on Heartbeat Alley. And we auto-walked across it and stumbled off the side. It was crazy. Look at this place. And if you fall over, it's just a little piece of metal back there that we were walking across. And there's a mechanic when you're really low on health and you'll hear the heartbeat. And your guy will actually stumble around and you'll have to try to keep him. It's like kind of having... Maybe he was down at Dave's cave for an all-night bender and he's trying to walk back home to his cabin. It's pretty crazy. It's wild. All right, I just want to get across this and be back on shore-footed land. It was so awesome when we put ours away, and it always wasn't staring us in the face on the counter. Oh. Doing great, Larone. Thanks for asking. How are you? Well, I'll tell you, Richard. This is probably one of the best things anybody could do ever when it comes down to having a good time. Hanging out with my pals on Great Bear Island, running amok, hanging out with Will and his crazy voice lines. Boiling up water, making fires. I love it. Who knew that the coolest video game, you just had to go back to the basics, you know? Just go back to the caveman times. Make fire. Hunt. Bear. You know? Simplify. Simple is better sometimes. That's kind of my strategies in competitive situations. Not overcomplicate things, you know? Just one step at a time, simplify the game plan. Boom. Might have a little bonfire and watch it melt into smoke. Oh. Tapped. You tap a keg. Tapping a keg is at the end, isn't it, Lurbia?
Can't feel my feet.
Isn't it? Yo, the keg's tapped, man. We're gonna have to go down to the corner store to get more brews. I'm pretty sure tapped is when it's at the end. What's the term for the beginning if tapped is the end? That's what I want to know. I love simple things. It makes any game experience better for me. Yeah. And I think with the survival genre of video games, it's probably good just to not overcomplicate things the way Raph did. I really hope the sequel just has the same love and care. He put a decade's worth of work into it. That's love and care. I believe he started this game that we're playing right here back in 2014. And if you see the kind of prop models of the old bears and everything, he's even made the bears look more realistic and cool over the years and stuff. So putting all that time into this game paid off. And I got to come along and see kind of the finished product almost. They were just unveiling chapter 5 of the story mode, the last chapter. And there was so much work that I think the members of the community helped them debug the game and improve the game with good feedback and stuff. I talk about it all the time, but I just think it's brilliant. All right, let's get cheeky. Sprite before bed, baby. Yeah, the cougar hunt, Lurbia. That's it. Throw sips. Bandage numbers at 1. Kind of weak sauce. I'm worried about this fire blowing out. If I take a cheeky 1 hour, it might be a little too cheeky. There it goes. You saw our fire drop from an hour and something down to 9 minutes. That's what happens when the wind directly hits the fire. So one of the things you'll notice about this territory, the ravine that we're in, is that there's no bad guys. So you can kind of plan your trip knowing that when you get to a town like this, you'll at least have a little bit of a reprieve from the incessant predators of Great Bear Island. It's just going to be frolicking deer and whimsical rabbits, just kind of trouncing around in the snow. I don't know. Just when I thought we were being responsible, he goes and has a sugary drink without brushing his teeth. Yeah. Will sometimes just has to obey the Summit soda and drink it at all hours. That's our guy. They call him Cavity Will. Look at this guy. Might have a cavity or two. Okay, we're looking for the heavy hammer while we're here. We have a bunch of opportunities here. Heavy hammer. Hammer. All right, I'm gonna grab some of these reishi mushrooms. Reishi time. We're gonna seek refuge in this little cave over here. Temperature is doing pretty good because our belly's full of soup right now. Come on, what do you say, hammer? Okay, I think that's where the hammer spawns right there. So now we can go check maybe the rail car and everything. I'll have to check the old Excel sheet to make sure the locations are what I think they are at some point. I'm pretty sure it's check all over the ravine and you'll find the hammer somewhere. The one spot I can tell you we won't be checking is down that rope where the stem is. There's no chance. Thank you for those rose hips, all of you guys. Pack and play. Yo, what up, Allie? Heartbeat Allie is in the mix. Thank you for those rose hips. And look what happens. Allie comes in and hooks her with rose hips, and then a complete hip extravaganza. It's hips o'clock, baby. Thank you for those rose hips. Pack, Keg, Richard, and Allie. Thank you very much for those rose hips. We're tapping the keg, man. We're hip storming, baby.
Get off of me.
That is it. All right, this is kind of cheeky. We'll try it. Right now, you can see bed warmth bonus puts us 1.9 Celsius over 0, so we won't be freezing while we sleep. I should be. Oh! Thank you, Keg, for zipping and zapping. Thank you very much, Keg. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Keg. It is amazing to see the Keg Man in the mix, and you got Dennis in the mix. Thank you, Richard, for those hips. Man, now we are partying, baby. Holy crap. Thank you, guys. All right, we're 0.9 over. That might change within this hour. Thank you, Keg. Thank you very much for zipping and zapping. So you can see now if we went to sleep, we'd be 0.1 Celsius under 0, and we'd actually be cold. Since our trusty brand numbers are a little less at the starting line, we have 17 right now. I'll tell you, I might be able to get away with lighting it, starting a fire. Makes me feel a little more responsible and safe. It's like how one kid says, oh my gosh, there's something going on. Holy. It's like how one kid says, thanks for dinner, Mom. And all the others say, oh, Pac, man, that's like a stand-up comedy bit. I know exactly what you're talking about. You get reminded of generosity, and then, of course, you say it. And that kid who says it even knows that he's setting the tone. Nice. What's the deal with that one kid who says, thanks, Mom? Nice, Pac. Yo, Dan the man. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to join the hip party. Well, first, I have to start by saying, Dan, it is great to see you and that you are a legend. Go Jets, 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 Jets. Jets, baby. Dan is the man. And also this, rose hips are a thing that is usually a one-way street, and people send them straight to Dave's Cave, the best bar in the world. Oh, holy crap. Thank you, Keg, for zipping and zapping. Holy crap. Things are happening. Things are being crazy right now. Yeah, this is a cause for celebration if I've ever seen one. Thank you, Keg, very much. We're zipping. We're zapping. It's Friday. It's time to ride the train. Thank you, Keg. Holy crap. We're riding the train. We're storming the steeds. We might not have a stone to our name, but we're coming for the wolves on Friday. Thank you, Keg. Thank you very much for that amazing zip and zap extravaganza. No one knows what it means, but it's provocative. Holy crap, that's it. It's Fantastic Friday. It sure is, Bloody Cactus. You're exactly right. It's very fantastic. And the Keg Man is making it super cool in here, I will say. It's cool to have Dan in the mix, too. Dan is the man. Your all-time a level 6 must have been a while. I was away. That's great. I don't know what any of that means, Keg, but it is great. Keg the Goat, the man. That's it. We're storming the steeds, baby. We're storming them.
Something's gotta go.
Yeah, something's gotta go, man. Cattail Dreams. Alright, we're going down for a cheek. It's a little less sketchy in a cave because you can be assured that your fire won't burn out. Oh my gosh, something's going crazy right now. Oh my gosh. Holy crap, something's happening. Alright, I don't know what's going on, but I gotta figure it out. I know it involves Bezos and excitement. Thank you, Neo, very much. You do know Kung Fu, and you got the best advice from Lawrence Fishburne I've ever seen on how to maintain Kung Fu and keep your John Lennon glasses on your face with no side rims. You're doing it, Neo. Thank you, Neo. The man. Holy crap. We got so many people in the mix. We got the Cactus Man in the mix. Miss Pac-Man. We got Gino's Cheesesteaks in the mix. Oh my gosh. And now Dan the Man is in the mix. Thank you, Neo. Unbelievable. I don't even know what exactly is going on over there. I just know it's extravagant and very cool. And that I should be saying, thank you, my man. I feel like he did that just to be one more than me. Well, here's the thing, Keg. Neo knows Kung Fu, and I learned pretty early on not to question his greatness. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Cactus! Holy crap! Thank you, Cactus, for zipping and zapping. I can't even keep up with the zappings and the zippings. This is wild. We're riding the train. Very appropriate on the railroad. Thank you, Cactus. Thank you very much. The man, the pinball wizard. Unbelievable. Storming the steeds. We're riding the train. I don't know. I'm gonna ruin it if I keep singing. Is community wilding? Yes. Congratulations on an all-new time train record. Thank you, Keg. I'm assuming that has something to do with the most zip-zaps ever in one streak. I appreciate that. This is one of those instances where I feel like you guys are trying to help someone that you know is in over their heads, and that someone needs motivation so that they can give their best effort to Will, who needs to live through these circumstances. And I thank you. Thank you, Cactus. Thank you, Neo and the Keg Man. Unbelievable. Each level, everyone in chat unlocks new emotes. Once the train has ended, we shall spam our new rewards. Oh. I've gifted 215 subs. That's nuts. Thank you, Neo. Thank you very much. You're keeping the bus or the train going at the appropriate mile per hour. Thank you, Neo. We're slapping the mama. Made some good chicken legs yesterday. I put slap the mama all over that bad boy. Little taste of the bayou in each bite. Thank you, guys. And the rose hips are multiplied. Oh. Well, that's a pretty good thing. Multiplied rose hips, you say? 50, Larone. That's the mile per hour that we have to keep this bus going. And if by any chance we go below that, there's going to be problems. So just keep it going 50 and there'll be no issues. The goat of the goats. Yeah. Thank you, Neo. Thank you very much. Okay, I got a little caught up in all the excitement. 215 chipper souls, and Larone can afford ketchup chips whenever he wants. Keg, I don't know if you were here for it, but I actually had my first bag of ketchup chips. Gotta say, awesome. And I really enjoyed it. It won't be the last bag of ketchup chips I got. What I got was a box of it off of Amazon, and it came with like 8 small bags of it. So by the end, I was officially a fan of the ketchup chips. And it's sad that it took me this long to have some in my life, but I'm glad that I've done it. And now I know the greatness that Will and Astrid get to experience. I was expecting you to say underwhelming. I'll tell you, Keg, it was nice. I liked it. Sometimes you don't have to, I was just acting like I know something about anything when I said to keep it simple. That's what the ketchup chip does. It just combines ketchup and potato and says, here you go, man. This is it. I don't know. But it was great. I'll say that. I liked it. So Bezos is telling me something about records being broken. He says, we're zipping and zapping and running amok. It's almost like a sweet, tangy barbecue, if I recall. Yeah. It's pretty perfectly subtle, the way that I like a good chip sometimes, It's true. Thank you, guys. I'm gonna check my torch numbers. We got 11 of these bad boys. So if I was a smart man, I would have micro-cured my maple and stuff when I was in this cave sleeping for a cheeky 1 or 2 hours. Oh, here we go. We got Aurora Games. Oh! Blackbeard's chest. Here we go. We got Little Cow brand condensed milk. That is hilarious. We got a very cute cow. I like that cow. That's the little cow from Condensed Milk. That's the same very one. The famous cow.
Too heavy.
So as you can tell, it is a beautiful aurora out here. And sometimes during these times, well, all the times, the animals become haunted and more serious and crazier. It's a good thing we're in the ravine right now and we can actually stand up against it because there's no predators here. For the first aurora hits, we're in a safety zone right now. We're still looking for that hammer. We want to take the guts out of one of these two ravaged deers that we come up across up here. And we're definitely looking for birch because we don't have any birch. So we can make a bow all we want, but we won't be able to shoot anything. So in Mystery Lake, right there next to Allen's Cave, we'll be looking for birch, as well as right up here inside the ravine too. Let's do it. Dang, who got the cool golf emote? Nice. Yeah, I'm still pretty new to what's going on with all the different emotes and things. Yeah, there's Keanu giving a thumbs up in the rain, Dan. I like that one too. I like all these ones. There's a really cool one with a bear playing baseball. Alright, this is a cured gut acquisition from the ravaged deer right here. I want to make sure I don't gamble on there potentially being a deer on the other part of the ravine, so I'll just take this one right here.
Alright.
Yeah. We need to get some lump action going here. Okay, so there's a couple things you can do with deer meat. We always talk about it, but there's a micro harvest opportunity. If in a 14-day challenge you're looking to get up to cooking level 3, you'll be rewarded with rosehip empanadas. One of the goals we usually have is trying to spam cooking level up to cooking 3 so we can cook the highly coveted rosehip pies. One of the reasons why I need a large influx of rose hips being sent in my direction pretty much at all times. Because I need to make rose hip empanadas. It's, you know, it's pretty serious. All right, let's get the second gut. Alright, so we now have our guts and our maple, and the last part of the hunting by the land situation is, of course, those birch saplings that we need to get. I'm still trying to figure out. I'm almost certain that at the end of the keg is when it's tapped. Because I remember, you know, like frat bros, and I remember hearing them be, yeah, man, keg is tapped. And I remember that's when it's out, right?
Not sure why.
But what is it when you start the keg? Yo, man, I just started the keg. There's a word for it. I don't know. It might be tapped. But I think tapped is when it's done. It's tapped out, you know? Any of you bros out there? Or maybe sorority sisters who went to frat houses. You might know. We're pretty tired right now, but we're gonna stay up. All right, birch tea, baby.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Okay, one birch bark piece at a time. You can rebuild your health to 5 HP each cup, and that cup will rebuild that 5 HP over 2 hours. And it's the only way to get health back here on this redonkulous nightmare of a challenge. We, of course, cannot rebuild that health when we sleep and just wake up with 50 extra HP on our bar there. It must be the birch. So it's a nice, cool morning here in the ravine. We still seek our heavy hammer. We're gonna check the little box car over here and see what we got. We're also getting tired, so the moldy cardboard bed in the trailer over there in Mystery Lake is calling my name. Love that bed. Cattail dreams, baby. The more you know. It's kicked or floated for empty. It's an active tap is simply referred to as tapped. Ah, so the beginning is tapped. And then it's floated when it's done. Or it's kicked. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we tapped the keg, man. The keg is open now. And oh, man, the keg's floated, man. It's totally done.
Someplace to escape this cold.
Did any of you guys actually join a frat or fraternity? I was never in one when I went to school. I have some family members that were. Okay, I don't think we're getting a hammer here. Ain't that a son of a gun? So that, I think, means we should probably get our hammer from somewhere in Mystery Lake rather than going to the bottom of the ravine. Yo, what up, Talget? I say it's been a long time since I've seen you. I'll say, it kind of reminds me of Foghorn Leghorn, how you came in, Talget. I say, it's been a long time. It's good to see you, Talget. Okay, I probably also should write down that we're in Loophole 4 on our notes. I don't think I ever actually wrote it. I'm trying to use the grass to tell me which direction the wind's blowing. Can't see it. Yes. I did once oversleep for work by 4 hours. I had a cool boss who scalded me and I learned my lesson. Oh.
Come on.
That's intense. It's a very humble
Waste
perspective,
of
though.
damn time.
Whoa, take it easy, buddy. When Will gets cold, man, that temper runs short.
Come on.
It's a very Lumberg type move, too, doing that whole think it was Saturday. Yeah, Peter, just wanted to let you know that we still need you here today. We're all trying to go to the beach, and we need you to go ahead and come into the office this weekend.
My energy is just disappearing.
What do you say, Raph? How about these slanted pieces? There we go. I'm just filling up my belly so I can go down for a cheeky 1 hour here. Stay off the drip. We only have a little bit more to do left here in the ravine before I can get to my moldy cardboard bed in the trailer over in Mystery. Right when I sleep. Beautiful. I'm always scared sleeping cheeky. We have a lot of coverage here. We're kind of in a little shielded by the wind pocket of this area, and I think I'm okay if I go down for a cheek.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
I came because you're a respected. Thank you, Talgit. Well, your family is respected too. We know you come from a long line of proud and strong warriors. Thank you, Talgit. All right, so we got a few hours of sleep there that give us the ability to get the rest of the saplings and bark, and deliver all this to the trailer in Mystery. The cheeky 1 hour saving the day.
Something is sapping my energy.
Yeah. I always mock this bedroll loot pool, but sometimes it comes back to save us. Now I just need to make sure I locate, which I think it's Trappers, where I find the hammer in Mystery Lake on loot pool 4. If any of you guys have the Excel sheet up and you see where exactly the hammer is located in Mystery Lake, I would love to know about that. We are on loot
Might
pool
have to drop
4.
some gear.
And also, if anybody would ever like me to send them the Excel sheet, I'd be happy to do that. If you're ever wanting to join us fellow nerds and knowing where some of your important forging tools are, you could ascertain that, of course, through process of elimination based upon what you find early in your run. Man, look at the shadows creating, you know, this cool kind of afternoon here in the ravine. Oh, birch saplings! All right, we have our first couple of arrow opportunities too. Ratatouille, ratatouille. Have you considered which cougar you should be conquering? I have, Keg. I'm thinking Mystery Lake. I'm trying to drag that cougar over to Pensive Pond. And maybe do it inside the hut. One thing, of course, is I can't miss any shots. So whatever I do, it's got to be a smart, serious plan. Which we have to also account for the jabroni tax. My skill issue negligence. Hey, Larone, Hammer, Trappers for 4. Thank you, Ines. That's some inside baseball stuff there, knowing about that. Thank you, Ines. Yeah, I'm starting to even learn... Oh! Holy crap! What is going on over here? There is some zipping and zapping going on from the Buckeye man from Ohio State coming in with his first time chat, zipping and zapping. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm not sure who it was, Buckeye. There's been quite a party going on in here. We've had the Keg Man, the Cactus Man, the Neo Man. It's been crazy in here. Thank you, Buckeye. Thank you very much. And you know, you guys are amazing. The Buckeye comes in here because generosity was given to him, and he spreads the love from the great Ohio State. One of the most renowned football stadiums in all of college football. Unbelievable. Thank you, Buckeye. Statistically, it was Neo, but I'll take the credit. Yeah, we're hanging out here, Buckeye. We're going to get crazy stuff. Your video shows well. Holy. And it's getting wild. We're trying to do some sort of steed storming over here. Right now, we're just in the ravine, looking to go over to Mystery Lake, set up to make a bow, and then go do a forge in Forlorn Muskie. And thank you very much, Buckeye. That really cool zip zap. Okay, so our plan to not gamble for the deer being over here, this is why, because the deer didn't show up here. So we were able to get the guts from the one in the front, and we don't have to backtrack now to go get those. Super cool. Sometimes you'll see a ravage when you get over below the bridge in Mystery, too. There's a few ravaged opportunities. Thank you, Buckeye. Summit
Thank
Soda.
goodness.
Oh, trusty brand. All right. Let's go get the stuff down and then take our first rest on a moldy cardboard bed. Hopefully we get a couple more birch on the way out of here. You're welcome. I'm usually lurking. I've been forced to surface like a worm after the thunderstorm. Holy crap, nice analogy. I have a tea company that I buy tea from, Buckeye, and I think you could write for them because they've been sending me Psychology 101, hippie nonsense 101 quotes. Where do we start on this one, LG? Well, I'll tell you, Allie. It's a surprise, but we actually started right next to the lighthouse over there in Desolation Point. That is our spawn point of choice. We love starting over in DP because it's a simple beginning. Seems to be a theme that keeps coming up, simplicity. You know, we try to not overcomplicate things because we know already who we're dealing with. I've been stuck with me for a while, and so I know if I overcomplicate things for myself, I'm gonna go off the rails even more than I usually do. Pat your belly, rub your head, let's go. Alright, once we transition here between these rocks, we're going to be over in Mystery Lake. And we also got a random lump. This is all good news. When the game came out, there was only a Mystery Lake. Mystery Lake was the only place in survival mode. Alright, we might have to do some sprinting. We're about to start freezing and losing 20 HP per hour.
Drop something.
Oh, I can't sprint. Get to the moldy cardboard.
Something's making me feel really tired.
Yeah, it's been a long day, Will. It's beautiful out here. I need to be watching for wolves, but I'm looking at the glorious beauty.
So cold. Just let me lay down.
Okay, we can drop our curables now. Here we go. Bang, bang. And we'll drop these bad boys right here. And then the maple right next to it. Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to go to sleep here because we're dripping HP from fatigue. Let's eat some sketchy sardines before bed. All right. And also drink soda without brushing our teeth. Here we go. Now, I know a lot of you guys are wondering, hey, that's not the moldy cardboard bed. Why'd you get our hopes up? I promise you, when I get an opportunity, we'll go right over to the other trailer and we'll be sleeping in there. Just didn't want to take too much of a drip on our vitals. Yo, what's up, Rocky? No hips for you. Hey, yo, Rocky. You should come in more generous, you know? I need some of those rose hips. I got a big fight coming up against a cougar, and she's pretty good at fighting, you know? Whenever you're obfuscating doing your Rocky impression, you just go, you just kind of make weird sounds. If you custom pick up the metal shelf it sits on, put down, then move the safe, it leaves into a new one. I tried the whimsical bed trick all over Great Bear and found you could duplicate the safe in Milton. Holy crap. If you custom pick up the metal shelf it sits on, put down, then move the safe, it leaves a new one in place. Now I'm trying to think where the safe is in Milton. Where is the safe in Mountain Town? You might have to tell me where that is. That's very cool. Ainz has tales of more whimsy. Unbelievable. You believe that? There's tales of whimsy in the air. And it has to do with the safe in Mountain Town. Alright, I think I'll also shed some of our coal weight here. Yeah, we got 35 lumps. So we'll keep 14 lumps on us, and now we're at 28. Our carrying capacity is only around 19 right now because we're so sleepy. Oh! Alright, we need to go tear up a curtain or a piece of cloth, and we're gonna make ourselves some boxing hand wraps. Hey, yo, Rocky, I'm about to have some hand wraps in here. Maybe if I tear up one of these hats. Let's see, we'll wear this hat, and we'll tear this bad boy up. Hey, yo, Rock, I'm about to make some improvised hand wraps over here. As soon as I get one more piece of cloth, I'm telling you. Alright, so now we're gonna have to wait many days for this stuff to cure. Since our birch sapling is 2%, it's gonna take 6 days from the moment it was dropped before we can even make the thing. So when we look at the calendar, we're already 2 to 3 days behind the 8 ball a little bit. So we'll be hunting around day 8 or 9, and then that'll give us about 5 to 6 days to get out there and get all 14 shots. Seems like an insurmountable situation. Also, we need to pay homage to Craig T. Nelson by stacking these chairs on top of each other. Craig T. Nelson, the star of Coach. Thank you for that rose hip keg. There we go. Tomato soup. All right, I'm just going to gather a few things here. Oh, ragged shirt. We got 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. Wow. These are all terrible shirts. All right. I can tear it up for cloth, though. That'll be something we can do. We can make some gloves out of it. There's the moldy cardboard bed, baby. Did you ever think you'd see a bed that great? Well, now you have. All right, we're in the warm traveling part of the day. So this is part of what moving so fast requires, is that you gotta kind of always be living on the edge of being fatigued. Pretty soon here, we should be getting close to well-fed territory. Probably tomorrow morning that'll roll over. So I'm putting on my thinking cap right now. What we're going to be doing is probably going around Mystery Lake, and we'll take the river style going towards Allen's Cave and all that stuff. And also, we should probably check for birch saplings right away, because the amount of saplings we have are not going to help us to start the hunt. So we should get those cut early before we go on any foraging adventures to make sure the timing lines up right. We have to set things up responsibly. Mystery Lake is when we do... Did we change the Christmas emotes? We did. I thought we had a great extravaganza, and now we have to keep things moving forward, you know? One thing I will tell you about Christmas Will is that he had some perseverance. And I can tell you this, Keg. His save file's not going anywhere. If we start hearing jingle bells and all these things... You know we'll be coming back to that man in his vest with no shirt on underneath. Bank! Oh, okay. So in the bank, if you guys move the shelf in there with the safe on it, it might leave a new safe in its place, and you could get 2 safes. Sounds pretty whimsical if you ask me. Larone, gotta tell you, my Tuesdays have been pretty boring of late. Neo, you're right. That's all I have on that one. You are right. I need to help your Tuesdays be not boring. That's what that is. All right, we're heading into the evening time now. Let's try to get rid of this wind and blizzard outside with another sleep on the moldy cardboard bed. Not quite hump day, but it has that Monday feeling to it. Alright, now I want to go check for some birch saps. Okay, I also got to remember if I run into wolves, I cannot stone pump fake them, so I have to be ready and agile too. This is a birch sapling recon mission. There could be some over there underneath the bridge too. The spot I'm more familiar with birches spawning is in a clearing over here next to Alan's cave. A very sophisticated cave. Let's just say if this Will tried to show up to Alan's cave and get in, even with reservations, he's being turned away at the door. Yikes. Alright, we're gonna go check under the bridge. Can't really see anything. We're gonna be scaring away some ptarmigans, but it's okay. We used to try to make nature call a little bit more back in the day, but we ended up causing more drama in our runs than helping. If you get 2 ptarmigans and you rip off the feathers, you can make improvised insulation and get 2 Celsius to your warmth bonus. What really ended up taking us to the next level was rabbit skin mittens. And that, of course, came to us when we were able to see nature calling around us with the wolves. And then we would go over and steal the rabbits from them. Kind of a mean move, but it helped our hands stay nice and warm. Speaking of which, I need to make those hand wraps. Alright, I'm striking out all over town with birch saplings. Gonna have this brand new fancy bow and nothing to shoot with it. Right now, we're, I think, able to make... You can make 2 to 3 simple straight pieces of arrows, and then you make the arrowheads to add on to them. They're arrow shafts, I believe. And I think you make 3 per sapling, so we have a total of 6 right now. Not enough. I looted it, then picked up the shelf and put the shelf back down, then moved the safe, and a new one was on the shelf. That's a good one, Heinz. That's very whimsical. Okay, so birch saplings is going to be a bit of an issue. I think we'll be able to find a couple on the way over to the forge and the bunkers in Dave's cave. We won't be able to leave it here curing, so it'll be on us to responsibly cure on the road. Your last cougar had 9 arrows in it. Yeah, there'll be some John Candy stuff going on with the cougar too, I bet, Neo. We're going to have to kung fu the kitty. All right, I'm about to go down for a little bit more sleep here on the moldy cardboard bed. And we'll recharge up because it'll be a lot of traveling we're going to be doing through Mystery and over to Forlorn. Would like to go get a bear sweater. Would keep us warm for this travel. Don't know if it's worth the time of going to the dam to get it. It might be. Right now with 5 Celsius warmth bonus and ragged Sadie Hawkins, we're not doing so hot. We are going to end up making the bow at the dam so we can get it then too if we don't get it right now. Okay, so this is a plan to get through Mystery Lake, go over to Forge and Forlorn, and do all that stuff. So what I think we need to do now, we live for 2 days and 18 hours. We're about 6 hours from getting a well-fed. I think what we need to do is a quick Bezos, and we need to...
There's a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, please! 50 miles an hour. 5-0. Don't let this bus go below 50. Please. And if you see Sandra, you tell her one thing. Not to let the bus go below 50. Because if it does, it'll blow. Please. The LA Expressway needs us. Don't let that bus go slow. Oh my gosh. Thank you for zipping and zapping QC. Oh my gosh. And we have Fire coming in with catchphrases. It's all happening. Oh my gosh. Thank you, QC. And it's good to see you, Fireman. Fire, you're the man. And it's good to see you, bud. I'll go play a little bye-bye. Okay, see you, Talget. What's up, Aretha? Aretha's even getting in on the mix. It freezes in spot growling at you, lets you shoot it till it dies if you stand up high in a certain spot you can't miss. Yeah, Heinz, it's going to get real here pretty soon. It's going to get real. Yeah, it's good to see you guys. How are you? Fire, I hope you're doing well, man. The weekend's here. And, you know, we're going to get fired up for the weekend. We're going to try to party, get things going, you know, do it big. I love it. So much going on. This place is hopping. Yeah. And we were bringing up beer earlier. So the hops... you know, we're hopping around like frogs. We're tapping the keg, baby. Yo, man, we just tapped the keg, man. The Tri-Delt girls are coming over later for the party. We're gonna get white shirts and highlighters, and we're all gonna write autographs on each other's shirts, man. It's gonna be cool. Yeah, I see the same face, and when I look at Aretha, as I see in the cougar. That same beautiful nose with the cute mouth around with the lines. But that beauty will deceive you if you let it, going up against the cougar. I don't know. Okay. So, we need to do Bezos. And then I need to come up with a strategy on what I'm going to do when I have all this stuff going on here. So, this is what we got. We got Mystery Lake, and we are located right next to these two trailers here. We're in this one on the moldy cardboard bed. We're going to take our way down this river. We're going to head over to this place, grab a cooking skillet and some other cool gear, maybe like a mag lens. Then we're going to go down this way to Dave's Quiet Clearing, the best bar in town. Great deals on appetizers and things. You guys wouldn't want to skip stopping there if you're ever passing through Mystery Lake. Then the Prepper's Cache opportunity, where as you can see with this red little shamrock here, that means abundant supply opportunities. We've had some run-changing bunkers. And we always equate finding a stock bunker to like landing on free parking while you play Monopoly or something. It's just fun, random, straight up luck, but it's still good. And then we do have to eventually even before we get our forge going, go to Trappers down here because that's where our heavy hammer is. Then we just circle right on back and go down through Forlorn and go across the thin ice and make a forge happen. So we're starting off back up here, and we're going to come up with the rest of our strategy in moments, baby. Now is when we come up with great plans to go make ourselves a bunch of arrowheads and get the hammer, come back to this spot and make the bow. All of this in an expeditious fashion so that we can go and do our hunting with only the limited 2 weeks we have to get all this done. So we're going to start by going down that little river there on the map. And we're going to go to the Forlorn Forge location. I think we should prioritize getting a bunch of feathers too. Feathers and birch saplings are still on our radar. Probably be really smart for me to think about arrowhead numbers. I think we want to make up to about 10 to 11 arrowheads max. And each scrap metal gives us 2 arrowheads eventually. So I'd like to go and kind of do a little inventory before we make our big journey to make sure we're prepared for the big stuff we got coming up. So we're going to have 5 scrap, which equates to 10 arrowheads. But of course, some of that scrap goes towards making our improvised knife, right? Yeah, 3 scrap. So that would leave us right now 4 arrowheads because we'd have 2 of those scrap left over. So we do need some more scrap. And our feather numbers are super weak at 7. So we got some stuff to do here. Oh my God, what is up, SK? What's up, Reagan on YouTube? How's it going, Reagan? I believe that this country should give all of their rose hips to a place called Dave's Cave. There's only one thing to do with your rose hips, and this country will grow and thrive if those rose hips are given to one derelict bar owner in Mystery Lake. It's good to see you, Reagan. Toga party next Wednesday before bingo. All right, we have a lot on the docket here, and I feel like I'm a bit underprepared. All right, so we are going to get a couple scrap on the way to Forlorn. We're living a little loose with our supplies right now, and I think I'm gambling on not getting more scrap by going to the dam. That's 2 reasons to go to the dam: to break down those little lamps and to get our bear sweater. Just trying to maybe get it on the way back, too. Indecisive. So happy it's Friday. How you doing? I'm doing great, Reagan. We've had a pretty exciting day. We're on a new adventure. We don't have stones, but we have a hope and a dream. Thank you, Fire, for those hips. And it's just been really fun. And we're kind of just fired up to be back on Great Bear and be in the mix. The weekend is here. You know? It's time. You know, Reagan is so supportive that she goes into meetings at her job, and she actually restructures the company around watching our extravaganzas on Twitch. She says, hey guys, we need to stop watching the bottom line. What's really going to get us in the black is watching this jabroni talk about AC Slater and fade into the long dark often. It's a great strategy. A winning strategy, some would say. Thank you, Neo, for those hips. I love the checkerboard offset with Keanu in between the hips, Neo. That's really cool. And I also want to mention this. We may have talked about it, but one of my favorite movies of Keanu's or of anybody is Constantine. It's a movie that was made in the 2000s, early 2000s. Rachel Weisz, Peter Stromile as the enemy. They're making a sequel. I can't believe it. It's a movie that not too many people know about. Also, what's her name? Tilda Swinton. She's really good in it too. She plays kind of like one of the angels, I think. So it's a really cool movie, and they're making a sequel to it, and it's like John Wick, Constantine coming at you, and now this time it's crazy stuff goes on. So we got that coming up. We got some stuff. Let's circle back when we have a deck ready. Rich in hope, heck yes. Guy who played Lucifer in that movie did a great job too. That's what's cool about it, Fire, is that he's back. His name is on the poster next to Keanu's. I think they knew how good of a job he did. Yeah. Shia LaBeouf is amazing in that movie. It's a rabbit in a hat, right? I think he said, I'm Chaz something. You know, he was working on the lines. R.I.P. Shy. He went down in that one. Probably shouldn't spoil it. I'd like to see Shy come back. Benefit well fed, baby. Boom. Now, just like that, our carrying capacity skyrockets from 30 kilograms up to 35, and we are super strong carrying around our stuff. we are now one cloth short for the improvised knife we have to make over at the forge. So we'll tear up a curtain. If you guys can Chaz Kramer, that's it. Man, I love that you guys know about this one, Neo. This is cool. I'm Chaz Kramer, man. Alright, since the weather's persisting, I think I'm ending up over at the dam, or I'm sleeping for an hour on the moldy. Okay, there we go. Alright, we're gonna be looking for birch saplings along the way. Getting some cattails for sustenance. Big journey through Mystery Lake. Let's do this.
Food.
This might be a Grandpa Simpson situation. We got 3 down. Yeah. Sounds chill out there, but I know it's not gonna be right. It's not. Alright, we're full on fatigue right now, so we don't need to sleep. We'd be passing time if I went and just played solitaire right now. It'd be pretty silly. So we're doing bear sweater reconnaissance. Never seen the Keanu movie Johnny Mnemonic. Never seen, never not. I can't tell if you're telling us not to watch Johnny Mnemonic or not, Neo. Here we go.
What have we here?
In honor of Christmas, Will, we now don a bear sweater. Bumps us up 2 Celsius just like that. Alright, until this blizzard subsides, we'll be doing a little bit of stuff here. I've seen it. It's good asking if everyone has ever seen it. Well, I'm telling you, I'm actually having a hard time remembering if I've seen Johnny Mnemonic or not. Is it the one where he's like going through 1990s virtual reality and there's all kinds of like lawnmower man-esque 90s graphics? Because that's kind of what I think of when I think of Johnny Mnemonic. Like early CGI, maybe? Alright, exclusive locker action. 95% ski jacket, baby! That's what I'm talking about. Oh, look at this thing. Oh my gosh, 9 Celsius warmth bonus, and he has something that isn't 30%. Look how pristine this jacket is. Holy. That was awesome. It's super important for us to find high percentage clothes too, since we can't have any mending fails. So it's kind of just RNG on that one. We lucked out. Yeah. So this would just be stuff that we'd end up doing on the way back. So we'll get it out of the way now. Maybe break down a lamp. Do something productive. No, he is a courier that carries information in his brain. Oh. It's intense. I'm gonna put that one on the list. I still have to check out the new Cape Fear too, Neo. And then we're all dying to watch together The Edge from 1997. So if we're getting together movies to have a movie party, just know that The Edge from 97 is on there, and so is Johnny Mnemonic. Alright, let's go check in this safe and see if we can get some beans and jeans. Still listening to the weather out there. Sounds like it wants to keep going for just a little bit longer. Alright, safe predictions. Get them in while you can. I know everybody thinks it's going to be 99% work boots. And maybe a Mackinac jacket in there at the same time. I can tell you the loot is set to be as stingy as it can be, so pretty much it's usually a bunch of nonsense. You know what? I need to put these tools down too. They're pretty silly to carry around. Alright, safe predictions. Delicious syrup. Yo, what up, Kev? The man. How's it going, Kev? Yeah, we're all talking about how I'm going to get super great Timberland boots out of here. Alright, we got 33. $33 and $35. About to lose well-fed. Thank you, Neo. Preemptive, too, before it happens, you know? I had to smash open that can like a derelict. 15% loss. Alright, it's like 35 or something. 34. 34, and the next one was in the 30s. $34, $35. What do you say, Timberland boots? 99%. This is the moment when we... generic book! Oh! What are you locking that up for? This book was my grandpa's book. It was the best book. It was kind of a, you know, it was an old school book. There might be some crazy stuff in there. But either way, I lock it up in a safe. Okay. Burn it. Yo, what up, Gino? Yo, Gino, you are in the mix now. You got the big zip zap, baby. What up, Skillet the man? Thank you for sizzling on in here, Skillet. I wish it was a vest. Oh, you think it might have been my midlife crisis vest? The Tony Hinchcliffe one. Now I know what you mean. Because every time I think about vests now, I think about that cool BlackRock one we had. 34 and 35 is crazy so far. Yeah. It's good to see you, Kev. I hope you've been doing really cool and that your marathons are going well. And I hope that you know that I like your art and I think you're the man. What up, Naku? Speaking of good art, Naku the man is here. What is happening, Naku? How's it going with the Knock Man? We're just hanging out. We're chilling. And we just got skunked on a safe. But we're not letting it get to us. We're going to be like Johnny Mnemonic. It says he loads the information in his brain and they download it wherever he goes. Holy. Super security. That's kind of a cool plot that's ahead of its time a little bit. Alright, so we're in the warm part of the day. Wind is absolutely brutal right now. I'm gonna break down some of this scrap metal.
Never been so hungry in my life.
We're gonna get you cattails, bud. Alright, it's time to ride. At the spot fire, we'll make some teas. Thinking about leaving this storm lantern behind. We don't have any more juice in it. Alright, let's be responsible. Rishi mushrooms. Yo, what up, Christy? How's it going, buddy? Are you going for the ballistic vest to face the cougar? Well, it would probably be a smart idea. I'll say that. We're probably going to stick with doing crazy plans that we can kind of handle. Boy, the prison was such a scene when we were over there. That was a whole to-do, man. It was a maze. Getting in that place, getting through it. It was super fun. But scary. There was busted up prisoners against the wall, just laying there. Alright, we're about to go to a very sophisticated cave. Have to be careful no wolf jumps me. Bit worried about this trip to Allen's, that I'm gonna run into a wolf in a blind spot. This is Allen's cave. It's a very sophisticated cave.
Can't feel my hands.
Don't even try to get a reservation at this place if you're a derelict. You're not going to be welcome at this cave. This is for sophisticated people who drink martinis. This is Allen's cave. We have catch of the day fish, but it's real expensive, so most of you don't even think about it. Go eat your chicken scraps down at Dave's cave, because this is a sophisticated cave. And we don't have time for you unless you're very high society member. You better call ahead. You better get your act together if you think you're going to eat at Alan's cave. Alright, we got rosehip bushels around here. We're going to make a spot fire, and I think it'd be wise to do it next to the deer, since we need to do a fire anyways. We'll get some calories off of this bad boy.
So,
We're taking the drip. Is Alan a hobo? I don't take kindly to those words, Gino. You know I am not a hobo. I'm a very sophisticated cave/restaurant owner. We have the finest greens for our salads. Raph eats them even though we offer
It's
steak
life
and
out here.
catch of the day. But it's the finest steak. Imported cows from tropical islands where they are given sunglasses and beach towels to lay on the beach.
anything right about now.
Oh man, there's a little chunker of a ravage at 1.8 kilograms. Heck yeah. Alan is a nobo. Oh! Calling him a nobo, huh? I don't take kindly to these insults. You're gonna need more than a reservation if you ever think you're gonna eat at Alan's cave with that attitude. Don't even think about it. Alright, we're trying to keep our well fed. We're gonna loot that little hunting blind, and then we'll get a move on when this stuff's done. Let's get these rose hips. Oh, we got a copy of Brian Gold, Stay on Target. A nice day. On the lookout for any feathers. Feather numbers at 11. And to make arrows, you make the shafts. You get 3 of those per 1 sapling. So right now we have a total of 6 shafts we can make. Arrowheads are going to come with the forge. But to make the simple arrow, you have to have a bunch of feathers to go with it. 3 feathers per simple arrow. So our feather numbers are weak sauce. Got to increase that action. The reason we're cutting the steak up into little pieces is to increase our cooking skill. Because each steak counts as 1 XP point. So it's a little bit of an exploit to cut up 1.1 kilograms worth of deer steak into 11 pieces rather than 2. It's super ambitious to think that we have a chance of getting cooking 3 in 14 days, but we're going to go for it. Keeping an eye on those calories. Don't want to lose that well-fed. It's getting risky. Yeah, Aretha's in the mix. She's fired up. There's been rumors of her getting a CHURU. She heard those rumors. There it is. Okay, now you can see we got all these goofball steaks in our backpack because we cut it up into 0.1 pieces. Okay. We're going to also grab a cooking pot from the Canadian office here in Mystery Lake, in addition to the cooking skillet. The cooking pot will give us the ability to make running river oats on the go, which act as a heating mechanism and some calories. It's a great thing to have once you actually start the hunt. You can harvest this lantern for scrap. That's a good point, Ainz. I think it takes a little while.
Turned out pretty well.
Yeah. All right, we're nerding out. Prepared reishi mushrooms. Do you need all 14 shots to be taken before getting to day 14, or is 14 the minimum time? 14 is when the challenge is done, Chrisney. So once you've lived for 14 days on the stat sheet, and this number is 14, that's it. So you gotta have those 14 before then. I was parched one afternoon and stopped into Alan's cave for a free glass of water. Boy, I can see where this is going. But he said he doesn't give charity to vagrants. I had to pay $3 for a glass of sparkling water with a hint of lime, no refills. Yeah, and you're probably lucky that you got that. You probably had to sit on the patio because I know that you like to go in there with sandals on, and they don't take that in there. So you probably had to sit on the patio, and he was doing you a favor to let you sit out there while they got you that expensive glass of sparkling water. That's real stuff. All right, we're about to take off. We're going to grab cattails, and we're headed to the camp office. We're going to grab ourselves a mag lens over there. Our health is sitting at... Let's see what the exact number is. Our boy Kev actually told me that you can check your condition on the day of the calendar over here and get the actual number, so that's pretty rad. Cooking too, baby. All our nerding out is paying off. Our first level up of our skills. You're getting better at cooking with camp tools. You don't burn things so much, including yourself. What a thrill.
Getting kind of thirsty.
Yeah, it's thirsty, man. We gotta drink some of that toilet water. All right, pulling torches, and we're getting out of here. We got about 4 more hours left to sunlight. Man, I love this game. All right, birch tea going down as a heating mechanism, and it's also going to give us 5 HP over 2 hours. We still seek a thermos at this point to keep our stuff warm on the go. We're doing it big. Has anyone else done this? What's the fastest time? Like sub 7 days. Not sure. Definitely no one else has done this, though. That I can tell you. Rose hips on alert. Yeah, that's a good thing that we brought that up. Because I am going to need more rose hips. And if you guys are holding out on rose hips, that might be a problem, you know? Let me get some of those hips, man. Let me get a couple. Can't be holding out. 5 days minimal best time, like 5.75. Thank you, Naku, for those hips. The Naku man. Oh, here we go. All right, we're going to have to put these bad boys down in the camp office, and then we'll make a note about them so we can grab them on the way back. This is good for our future hunting endeavors. This pops up our number big time. This is 9 arrow shafts right here. This little family of birch. That'll bring our total up to a grand 15. And we got the hopeful tunes. It's all gonna be okay, Will. It's not gonna be a dreadful ending where a cougar rips you limb from limb. Something like that. Takes 10 days for cougar, doesn't it? Yeah. So you kind of have to have all your other stuff squared away so that once it comes time for the cougar, you have a couple days and you can handle it. Yeah. So I'm thinking I have to have a couple John Candy bears under my belt so that right when I get to the cougar, I'm hovering around 10 shots. And then I can get like 4 shots on the cougar. And if we get a couple more, that's okay. We do have to make sure that cougar falls over. Even if we have 14, we can't let it go to 14 days even without having 14 shots. And the cougar must be slain, even with all 14 shots there. Oh, I just heard nature call. Gotta have your affairs in order first. That's it. Tournaments bring out quite sweats from their Methuselah holes. Yeah. Yeah. It's time to get out there. Great Bear Island needs us. All right, there's the Canadian office right up there. That's where we're going to get our cooking pot, skillet. There's hopes of maybe finding an Amelia Earhart aviator cap as well. Mag lens in our future. I know a lot of you guys have also had a pretty long week, and you're really interested in a nice bar where they take all comers. The dress code is pretty much non-existent. Just like the cost of the stuff on the menu. And that's, of course, Dave's Cave. Okay, here we are at the Canadian office. Oof. Okay, no airplane hat. No problem. Let's look for our mag lens.
Could end up being useful.
Cooking skillet, 34%. And here's our cooking pot. Herbal tea. Old mill flour. You know what else I got here? Dusty floor potatoes. All right, come on, Big Moose kicks. One of these times, baby. What do you say with the Big Moose? Speaking of Big Moose, I could use a fat cup. Haven't had much coffee this week. Wouldn't mind a cup of that. S.J. Adams survived the outdoors. All right, Tooth Fairy left us a mag lens. Dusty floor potatoes for life, baby. Best onion rings on the island. Thank you, Neo. Thank you for that support, buddy. So now we can light fires with the glorious sun, which is good if you're short on matches. Right now, our match numbers are a healthy 24, but we're always looking to conserve and be responsible. And that mag lens will help us do that. On a sunny day, we can use the glorious sun to light the fire. Pretty great. All right, with our temperature stable, we're going to keep on moving to Dave's cave. What I do know is that we need cloth for our improvised knife, so I think I'll tear up one of our neighbor's curtains here. And we'll also leave these birch saplings down here, and we're going to make a fat note. And you guys are totally not going to let me leave these here when I come back through here. Okay, first note. Loophole 4. Ladies' Night 1. Will begins his adventure. Okay, loophole 4. Thanks for the bedroll, comma, Raph. Birch saps in the Canadian office. There it is. Okay, let's go to Dave's cave. Gross hips. So like Neo was talking about, oh my gosh, the moose is over there. Alright, we'll remember that when we're on our way back. Let's go to the best place in town for half-off appetizers and watered-down drinks. Lipstick smudges still in the glass even after it goes through the dishwasher. Mariners game. It's a little fuzzy, but you can still see the score sometimes. Right, you must hit a minimum of 14. You can hunt more, but you risk the accuracy score. That's it, Pack. Thank you. Okay, so after you leave the Canadian office, if you go in the back, you'll see this little valley. You go through this valley, and then once you get to this fork in the road up here, hang a right. And do that if you're looking to go to a place where you'll have great company and even better deals. We're going to Dave's cave. Put the Yankees game on, Dave. Are you a Yankees fan, Neo, even though you live down in the bayou? That's interesting. All right, we're coming up on it. Prepare yourself for great deals and a really cool group of lumps. Here we go. Doesn't look like much, but I'm telling you, it's great. It's Dave's Quiet Clearing. Come on down. This is Dave's cave. So we always come over here, we look in this empty green backpack, and then, as a respect to the legend, we leave one rose hip. We make sure if Dave does come back here while we're away, he has a rose hip here for him. And this is Dave's cave. If Raph let us decorate this place, you know this would be my base location. I would bring bar stools with electric tape on them and all kinds of stuff there. Posters. We'll just have to hope in Black Frost he allows us to decorate caves. If he has a heart, he will. Our ankle's about to snap. There we go. All right, we're going to the bunker. And this is the moment of all moments. The moment when we find out if we're going to get blind luck or not. When we open this thing. Dave's Cave Lore, number 127. Man, I love Cactus's bits. At an Oktoberfest potluck, Molly showed up with what is now known as Great Bear's Blooming Onion. Oh my gosh, she's got a competing onion dish. It contained 80 concentrical arranged cattails, deep fried in wolf oil and seasoned with salt-dried hips. So here's the thing, Cactus. That actually sounds delicious, but Molly's getting way out of line trying to make a competitive onion dish as an appetizer. We already had to run Outback out of town, and now we have this whole thing with Molly going on. That is lore number 127 for sure. How's it going, Hines? Game Ranger's credibility just went down. Oh, what are you talking about? What did Ranger say? Ranger's the man. I thought they were corn dogs at first. I was in for quite the surprise. All right, what are we getting in this bunker? That's what I'm really thinking about. Sometimes Neo will let us know if we're going to get anything. Sometimes he's not feeling it. And sometimes, like the 8-ball, he doesn't know what he's feeling. And it's just like, now's not the time type of deal, you know? But we're going to open this thing. I think there's a 1 in 4 chance of finding a stock bunker here. So we got 25%. I would like it to be stocked. If you guys see what a stock bunker looks like, it is beef jerky and Sprite galore. All right, our expectations have officially been lowered, and we're okay with it. Because I don't think we're getting much today. Desolate. Abandoned. Molded cardboard bed, though. Okay. So now we'll probably grab maybe like a 1 hour sleep here, try to wait out the wind. And then with our remaining hour or so, we'll see if we can travel down to Trappers. Fat chance, eh? Yo, what up, Kia? Lasagna in the evening time or the afternoon. What's up, Kia? How's it going? Jim Davis in the house, baby. Jim Davis all day. Sad trombone. You should just tell that trombone player to start following Will around. He'll make a pretty good living. I think this Will's going to be in for it. Alright, we're into the evening time. Larone's optimism can't be broken. Abandoned cache. Hey, a moldy cardboard bed. Yeah, it cheers you right up. It does. Nothing like a little mold when you're sleeping. Just inhaling that mold as you sleep on cardboard. What'd you guys say? The spores? Inhaling the spores? Moose was on the way back to his bridge since he just cleared out the bunker for Wrath. Wow. Unbelievable. It's been pretty bad weather out there for a while. Will gets too much fresh air. The mold is good for his immune system. I think it broke out there. We can try moving. The inflammation in your lungs warms you right up. I think it's done. All right, little Grandpa Simpson action. Let's see if there's any activities we can do down here. Our Tinder numbers are 8 plus 11. Pretty healthy Tinder numbers. We're carrying around 7 goofy books, one of which we found in a safe. That's definitely bogging us down. Right now, we're still under the carrying capacity thanks to Well Fit. Got a couple dusty floor potatoes. We got some dirty water. Oh, man, I'm carrying around dirty water. It's unsightly. All right, we're going to take care of some responsibilities here while we're waiting for this wind to die down. Still a little disappointed in our feather numbers. That's 4 arrows worth of feathers right there. I think we should have a minimum of 8 arrows to do the first part of the hunt. So we need about 24 for that. Well, it's just us in the mold right now until this wind dies down. We could move forward to that cave down the hill and try to boil up some water since we're short on that. You guys want to do that? The can opener count has you bummed? I understand, yeah. It's pretty weak. I've been smashing open my cans. It's kind of unacceptable, really. We'll be looking to get those numbers up in no time. Kind of have those A-Rod numbers, you know? Batting third. Alright, sounds like the wind is breaking out there, so just one batch of water, and then we should be able to take off.
Come on. Why didn't that work? Turned out pretty well.
Yeah. Let's see what this guy has. It's the same guy that was in that magical trailer back there in Coastal. Such whimsy. A Ragnaron land in mush. Marsupial. Avalanche. Again. On the underhanded love mush. H. Okay, we're going down to Trapper's to grab ourselves a hammer. Let's do it. I don't trust them marsupials. What do they keep in those pouches? Well, definitely not their offspring. Definitely not little Joey's. Will made a new tournament with his friends. It's time to party. We do love Dave's Cave and Astrid. That's it, Keg. Oh! My goodness. Nefarious kangaroos. Our boy Cactus has some roots in the Aussie land. Maybe he could tell us a little bit about why kangaroos chose such a dark path. I know the kangaroos are pretty decent at boxing. Rail tunnel. Okay, I gotta be careful that no wolves come up and jump. They hoard dusty floor potatoes. Oh my gosh. They better not be keeping all those to themselves. They also better be not hoarding our rose hips. That's when the tragedy would really strike. So I see markings here. I wonder if this means there's no way two moose can show up in Mystery Lake, right? Because if we got a trapper's moose, in addition to the camp office moose, that would be wild. There can't be two. Kangaroos are easily swayed by candy. Oh! Once hooked on cherry-flavored cola, they form into gangs and hang around at golf courses causing mayhem. Oh my gosh. Curtis, I just hit my ball over the hill over there, and I saw these kangaroos wearing sunglasses hopped up on Cherry Coke, and they were making cat calls at my caddy. She was trying to give me my clubs. They seem like scallywags. Wouldn't trust those kangaroos. I've only ever seen multiple moose in AC. Yeah, I don't even know if two can show up in the same town. I used to skin them for a living. Oh my gosh. That's a wild living, Ons. I remember seeing a guy who had to shear alpacas for a living. That was pretty crazy. They really don't like it when you give them haircuts, and you have to kind of put them down on their side, and they make a crazy sound while you're trying to give them a haircut.
Never felt so cold in my life.
All right, let's get inside Trappers and get our hammer, baby. I'm looking to see if there's any saplings over there on that little left area. Over there, sometimes you'll see a little group of saps. I think we should be good with 5 saplings. So I'm probably good on just keeping those ones. All right, we got some safe predictions coming up. Pinnacle Peaches. There it is, baby. We have officially acquired the hammer. I've definitely seen all 4 moose active at once in Ash Canyon, so not strictly tied to loot tables. Interesting. Yo, what's up, Dunk? It's Friday, it's time to party. It sure is, Dunk. We're partying big time today, I'll tell you that. I've eaten moose. Oh, but not moose. Oh, a play on words, Lurbia. Wow, very fancy. You must have gotten that moose spelled M-O-U-S-S-E at a sophisticated cave. Must have had a nice outfit on to get in there to eat that M-O-U-S-S-E moose. I started when I was 15. Holy, I've just been through it.
Stuff to carry.
There's some crazy stuff going on with those kangaroos, man. I tell you that. Listen, man, have you ever seen the gravity inside of Trapper's cabin, man? It's almost like physics don't exist, man. All right, I'm getting into this safe, baby. Let's see what we got. It's our moment. Got a 10 there. $10.30.
I could eat anything.
All right, this is the moment when we get really fancy Timberland boots to replace our ragged, ridiculous Sadie Hawkins shoes. And the moment.
That'll come in handy.
Oh, there we go. We got ourselves a John Goodman thermos and a decent wool scarf. All right, let's see what we got here. 0.4. 0.7. Heck yeah. All right, you're looking great, buddy. 9 Celsius warmth bonus. And now we can put stuff inside our Goodman thermos and keep it warm on the go. All right, let's see what time we got. We're heading into the warmer part of the day, probably once we're a little more rested. Let's look at our Trusty Brand numbers. Trusty Brand is still kind of serious. Boy, it's getting kind of foggy in here. Let's eat a granola bar, get some rest, and then by the time we're fully rested, we'll spend about an hour getting ready in the morning, and then we'll head over there and across the ice on a beautiful clear day, grab a few pieces of scrap metal, and head over to the forge. Let's drink some Sprite before bed. It's one of our favorite things to do. Here we go. Tea's gonna be hot. Yeah. So I'm trying to think of now what kind of thermos we have. We, of course, have had a King Ralph thermos and an Arachnophobia thermos. So now the question is, what John Goodman movie is our thermos today? Man, these torches are weak sauce. All right, we'll start off a fire here and get going this morning. Blues Brothers 2000. That sounds great. We have our Blues Brothers 2000 thermos that we're going to keep all of our teas warm with on our trip to the forge, where I think if we're headed to the forge, there's going to be a stock bunker over there, because that'll hit us at, you know, we have now a 33% chance of the stock bunker, I believe. Don't really know how odds work on the bunkers yet. Look at us smashing open these things. Not a movie, but it looks like one Dan Connor would have had in Roseanne. That's actually the origin story, Lily, so it's very astute that you pointed out, because that is exactly it. He always wore that shirt that looked just like this flannel, so we have deemed it the John Goodman thermos. Look at us over here with all this stuff we can make. Living the dream. Alright, we're about to take a journey through the tunnel and across the forlorn frozen lake. It's usually pretty insane, and here's something I just remembered. There is a gigantic family reunion every time we try to cross that place. So let's talk about how I'm gonna get to the forge if I have to pass through that wolf cookout. They're all sitting out there, you know, eating Will ribs and laughing and barking. I'm gonna have problems with those guys. I don't want those problems. What are we gonna do about that? Decoys. Yeah, that's not bad. Who brought the potato salad? Yeah, maybe I need to distract him with delicacies. Maybe we can tell Molly to bring her cattail fake bloomin' onion thing over there and we can get her mauled. Listen to me, getting Molly mauled. Just over a rivalry over onion-based appetizer dishes. How did we stoop so low? Alright, let's get out of here.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah, it sure is. Even though it was locked up in a safe in the Mystery Lake Dam, we have left behind the generic book. How will we get on without it? All right, let's go to Forlorn, baby. Pump fake with dusty floor potatoes. That sounds like a good plan, Neo. I think that's probably the most responsible of all the plans. Deniska is in the building. What's up, Deniska? Nice catchphrase on arrival. Deniska is in the building. Do you remember me? I absolutely do, buddy. How are you? All right, I hope you're ready to party, because this Friday, that's what's been going on. We've been learning about kangaroos and partying. Good to see you, Deniska. Russia. Brother, we are the best boy band in all of Russia. We are 34 Degrees. We will sing our hit, You Broke My Heart on the Road to Vostok. We will also sing Drago is the best boxer, even though things in Rocky IV happened. Thank you. It's good to see you. How fast is that bus running? I'll tell you something about that bus. If it goes below 50 miles an hour, that bus is in trouble. If you guys see Sandra Bullock, you tell her one thing. Do not let the bus go below 50 miles an hour. 50. Let's be clear. That bus needs to stay going fast. 50 miles an hour is how fast. Minimum. Please. All right, we're going to come up on the tunnel here. We're just using right wall strats to get back to the tunnel. If we want to shed any weight, we can always leave it knowing we're coming back through. I think we're pretty loose right now. I think we're carrying around most of what we need. The Big Lebowski. Yeah, that's a good one, Rock. That's up there. Donnie. I feel like what we've been doing with that one, Rocky, is holding it in our holster because we know it's like the big one. Blues Brothers 2000 is today's thermos of all things. I tell you, I tried to watch Blues Brothers, and I think if I bring this up with my fellow comedy lovers, it's going to be tough. Blues Brothers is... I think I need to learn more about those who hold it in high regard. I enjoy the cameos from Ray Charles and some of the stuff in it. And I'm still trying to learn about the greatness of the original Blues Brothers. Some of those movies are a little right before my time. Droving wolf here on the left. It's good to see you,
Find
Deniska.
someplace to escape
Maybe
this
use a
cold.
flare? That's at Poacher's. Well, I will say that unfortunately, flares, just like the Rock, is banned. So you can't use any pre-made things to pump fake. Substitute. We did call it. Yeah, we did. Yeah, Roseanne was a decent show. But I think a lot of America liked
Damn.
about Roseanne
Freezing.
is that she seemed more like a real person. And in a sitcom, they're kind of exemplifying the traditional family life. And I think Roseanne resonated with Americans more than some of the famous kind of pasted together families that you see in other sitcoms. Roseanne seems like a real redneck who exists out there in like the Midwest.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
Okay, as you can tell, we got another hacksaw here. Pretty cool. We got a flare coming up. That'll help us maybe go through the Wolf family reunion, too.
Come on.
Oh, he's huffing and puffing. I probably should be drinking something out of that Blues Brother thermos. Yeah, my mom. Oh!
Come on. Come on. It worked. That'll come in handy.
All right, we got a 77% hacksaw. Let's do the math over here. Oh, we got even Steven. All right, loose scrap, baby. Storm lantern. Excellent. And a scrawled
I'm gonna
message.
have to leave something behind.
Read text. We made it this far. Left some gear for you to find. Did you by any chance leave it in the bunker next to the forge? Nope. You left it in a memento cache. All right, I'm thinking about going down for a cheek. We're right heading into the warm part of the day. If it was clear like this, but not windy, we would definitely be leaving. We just need this wind to die down a little bit. All right, let's do it. Ooh, we're short on food, huh? Hit him with the semi-auto machine gun of light. All right, it's getting a little foggy out there. We should take off.
I'm not sure I can.
Well. He still tries to be nice about it. You know, I'm not sure. Been carrying around a lot of nonsense. Scrap numbers 8. Just one more piece of scrap might do it.
I can
Banged
always
up
use
dog
more
food. Wow. Okay, so now we have a total of 9 scrap metal. You take away 3 for the knife we make, That'll leave us with 12 arrows possible. The thing that'll be holding us back on the arrows is definitely feathers. So if we see a couple ravaged over here next to the forge, we'll be grabbing feathers as often as possible. Alright, I'm a bit scared about this walk. Of course. Yeah. You're right to hear that, you see, as he is here. Look at him. We learned that he's around 500 pounds, and I think he's an American black bear. We're trying to figure out how he ended up in Canada, and we think that he was trying to escape being drafted in the war. This would, of course, have been the grandpa of Boris, you know, some of his ancestors. All right, we're coming up on the family reunion location here. Maybe I can go around the family reunion? I hear them over there. They're partying.
A horse.
So the reunion is usually where that rock formation is and a little to this direction. If you see any little silhouettes in the distance, that's them.
Feel numb.
His fingers are feeling numb. John, we need your help. Warm us with your Blues Brothers 2000 skills. Okay, that's deer over there. Okay, we got really lucky on the wolves. That was awesome.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Remember when just getting to the forge was an achievement, Larone? Look how far you've come. Thank you, Kay. Yeah. And even going to Forlorn Muskie to do a forge would just seem like an insurmountable situation.
I could eat anything right now.
But now we've forced ourselves to go across the waters, and each time and each will was not in vain. And we are here now. I don't know. But thank you, Kay. Me and Forlorn have a love-hate relationship. Yeah, that's how I felt too. It might still be, you know, an off and on relationship between me and Forlorn. But right now, we're kind of on, you know? Having a great time. All right, I need to get inside the forge and warm up.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
We're taking the drip at 20 HP per hour. Go! Old Spence Family Homestead. So right up that hill, and but let's not blow past this. The forge is actually here in this little desolate farmhouse place. The least suspecting location to do such an important thing is this outdoor little farmhouse right here at this forge. All right, let's get it lit, baby. John Goodman. My sister served that guy at a supermarket, smallest little town called Broken Hill in Australia, of all places. So you're telling me John Goodman came into a grocery store in Broken Hill, Australia, and was trying to get some groceries?
It worked. Might have to drop some gear.
Yeah, you're right. 27%. Okay, it's an upgrade. See you later, Sadie Hawkins. Hello, ragged combat boots. Oh, 56% ski jacket. Oh, yeah. Now we're upgrading, baby. All right, I'm thinking also about leaving a few lumps here for our travel up to the bunker. Am I taking a drip? Ah! The negligence is strong. All right, so we're
something useful in here.
Oh. Note left behind. Do you see the stars? We do. Look at you with all these coats. Holy. Bang. Dog Food City. And there's a safe back here. If you avoid going any indoor locations and transitioning in through the doorway, you can get a glitch safe back there.
Too heavy.
Yeah. Okay, let's think about this. Maybe sleep for 1 hour. A cheeky 1 hour right here. A little dusty floor potato going. I wonder if sleeping messes the safe up too. I should probably go out and do the safe just in case that'll happen if I sleep. You guys know anything about that? Does sleeping glitch the safe up?
I need to find food.
Okay. I'm gonna eat this banged up dog food before bed. Time for science. Yeah. I'm gonna go to sleep for an hour, and if the safe disappears, then we know. Let's hope that's not the case for us today. Lots of movies made in Broken Hill. Mad Max is one. About 24 years ago. Foodland. Interesting. Ein's got to hear that his sister met John Goodman at Foodland in Australia.
Eat anything right about now.
John Goodman seems like a pretty good dad. All right, here we go. Safe predictions. 50. And around 7. We go. All right. Let's see what kind of 99% Timberlands or Mackinac jackets we can get. Right now, we're doing pretty good. We'll even take one of those Trump ear wraps in honor of neurodivergent Will. Musical fruit. Ah! All right, we got the musical fruit. One sock. Okay. It's bunker time. There's usually a few guard wolves on the way up here, so let's keep our seriousness about us. More the reason to always remain underweight so you can sprint away from a wolf if things go down. Ow! Dusty floor potato. Those high fidelity footprints. I don't know if I'll make it past this. Oh, we came back! I can't hear him. He could be rustling around, but... That's my combat boots. I heard I had beans on me. Immaculate wind. Alright, now he's alerting his friends. I think that might have been a frustration how I think there is another wolf closer towards the bunker. And we risk it if I don't light this flare on the way over there. I might want to light a flare up.
Okay, who brought the dog?
Oh, man. Rose hips. All right, let's keep the blind spots to a minimum. No surprises. I can't even hear these guys walking up on me. Man, I'm on the run right now. I'm hearing stuff. Okay. Okay. Are you got some meat? No. He's just after me, man. He's just set to kill. You don't need to aim a weapon with a wolf if you're in good condition. Excellent, Heinz. I'm hoping I could just have a torch, light a second torch with it, and throw it at him and donk him on the head. Any predictions, by the way? Neo, you feeling anything? He just wants to eat some meat. What's up, Astrakhan? How's it going, Astrakhan? Yeah, he does want to eat some meat, or he's after our beans and jeans. Maybe he heard we have double jeans on. He's after the combo. Bad feeling? All right. 3 newspapers and a mop. Oh, man. At least we can see what the latest news is and clean up. Just when you thought the bunker was empty, it was stocked, baby! Boom! Conspiracy things all over the walls. Stuff everywhere. Standard fare crackers. Everything, baby. And I think there's even a secret safe behind these crates that the gang taught me about. We got a Jerry Seinfeld can. All kinds of action, baby. Ketchup chips. Here we go. Now we're rocking. Bang, boom. Yeah, this is cause for celebration. Awesome. Okay, this is when I try to... this is another Christmas strat where we try to open it slowly because we know it's going to be a cool present. So it's like, we tell our family, oh... You know, what's going on? And we act like anything else to talk about to belabor opening this present because it's exciting. And then what happens sometimes is I just say, all right, now it's time to just tear open the present. Are you ready for excitement? Boom. Tear up the present. I see trusty brand. Boom. Ketchup chips. M.L. Fisher's Guns and Guns. A nice book. Some more cool books.
If I can drop any of this gear.
No, we're gonna be picking up this gear, man. Check this backpack out. Oh! All kinds of food for the big forge. Jerry sign.
Never been so hungry in my life.
Guess what, buddy? You have a radial full of greatness. How about a moldy granola bar? Okay, this is an absolute thrill. We got ourselves a bunker and a little bit of bonus food for the big forge, and we need it. We pretty much are going to be eating all that. Now let's get back to that secret safe. and see what kind of secrets are in the safe. Yeah, what a throw. All right. Back-to-back safes, baby. Looks like we're on 40. Don't miss the wool socks next to the bed. Oh, I would have missed that, Chrisney. We got 40, 25. Wool socks, huh? What do you say, big money, whammy city?
I'll be hungry later.
All right. Wow, ragged wool socks. Nice eyes, Chrisney. Well, not much of an upgrade, but it's pretty great. Here we go. Total of 9 Celsius to our warmth bonus. That was pretty sweet. Let's get out there.
I need to drop something.
You know, I just went to save. They are guaranteed, no eyes needed. Oh, nice. You always get wool socks when that thing's stocked. Nice. Beautiful stock, Bunker. It is for set.
I would do anything for a drink right now.
So you can scare off a wolf by walking at it if you're not heavy or sprained. When you're heavy or
Turned out pretty
sprained, they
well.
might be a little less intimidated by you and see you as a walking mark. Hey, dude, do you like bananas? Sorry, bananas. Yeah, that's what's up, dude. I hope you had a good day at work, dude. It's good to see you, Skabura. Absolute legend in our midst. The Skabura man. One of my favorite pros to watch. An absolute Terminator. I am here. Who told you could eat all these lunches? Are these your lunches? You been eating other people's lunches? I hear him. I think I hear him. Yep. Look at him. High fidelity all over the place. Let's get out of this place. Don't trust that wolf. Okay, so I think what we want to do is this is the moment when I realize I made a mistake. Here's what the mistake is. A smart man would have slept in the bunker to full fatigue.
What'd you do?
What I did, Empress, is I blew it. I blew it by not sleeping in the bunker. So now what I think we're going to have to do is light a fire to go to sleep so we don't freeze while we're sleeping out here. It's either that or go back. Thank you for those rose hips, Empress. Thank you very much. It's good to see you. I hope you and your ginger cat are ready for a great weekend, because we're bringing it in. We're ushering in the excitement. Thank you, Chrisney. Sounds good. I'll take that goat. Finally Friday again. Yeah, the environment will be okay over the weekend. Empress deserves a break so that she can run amok Maybe do some Enshrouded or go back to her beaver colony in Timberborn. Alright, I'm getting flippant with Trusty Brand right now. We're acting like hot shots. Oh, you can light it inside the barn with the sun still. That's cool to know. So I could have saved that Trusty Brand. Doing Enshrouded tomorrow with some friends? Excellent, Empress. That's very cool. Yeah, that game's pretty nice. There's a lot of whimsy in that one. I've never played it. But it's beautiful when I watch Empress playing it. Aretha's been taken care of, Empress. You'll be happy to know. And there's rumors that she might even get to party a little bit here pretty soon, too. It is that time of the week. We got 5 hours. Stale chocolate bar. Ketchup chips. Oh yeah, what's the challenge today? I think it should be, do you guys still see it pinned to the chat? I know if you're on TV it doesn't show up. Banged up dog food. Look at us smashing it open like savages. Alright, I'm getting rest. With a lit torch, yes, it's scary first time you try it, I'll bet. They're pretty intimidating. No pin for you, eh? There we go, Don. Alright, we're gonna rest here to full fatigue because it's a bit of a to-do when you do your forge. Alright, these will be for any teas we make during the forge, and we're going to be prepared. We'll be doing it in a couple hours. Yeah, that's it. Such a simple thing makes things very complicated. So when it comes down to wolves, we're gonna try Ains's strat of being unencumbered and trying to intimidate them with torches. Potential problem, sometimes the cougar can be late to spawn. Yeah, that would be an issue. We're hoping it's going to happen right around 10 days. So we'll be showing up to Pleasant Valley to get a few bears under our belts. And we're hoping, you know, closer to 14, but not over 14, the cougar does show up. You can be cold, that's as far as you're allowed to be hurt. Okay.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Cattail Dreams. Alright, let's do it. Get into full rest, then we begin the forge. We survived 4 days and 19 hours. We got 10 days left. There's nothing better when you wake up rested and you're faster and more agile, man. It's awesome. All right, it begins.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
We gotta get this guy to a minimum of 150 Celsius before we're able to start forging. We're gonna fill our belly with food, as the first thing we do takes 3 hours. Stale salty crackers. Ketchup chips. All right, here we go. First thing takes 3 hours, so we're all our vitals are accounted for. Let's do it. Here we go.
Might have to drop some gear.
All right, they take 1 hour each
Made it through another night.
for the arrowhead crafting. Let's make sure we got enough fuel in here. One hour at a time, baby. Trying to conserve my lumps, knowing I'm gonna need them to survive later. Let's do an arrowhead number check. We got 8 of these bad boys. It's so nice when the blizzard ends. Something about forging in a blizzard aurora that just feels more dangerous, yeah. And it has been non-stop here. It's a great time to travel if we can get out there soon.
Too much stuff to carry.
10 arrowheads. Oh, we're taking a trip! There it is. All right, now let's look at the numbers. We got 14 of these bad boys. I'm gonna go ahead and say I think that's enough. Yeah, I went a little crazy. Just getting prepared, you know? Who knows? Definitely not me. All right, let's do this. We're going to be a little sleepy for this walk. Let's go grab some feathers from the ravaged. I'm not sure if we even checked in that green locker over there. Did we look in there? No. All right, to the ravaged. Okay, looks like there's another ravage over there. We did grab a feather from that one before. Maybe the crows have dropped a few more. All right, look between all of the crevices of the brown grass. The highly coveted crow feathers. Always check your weight before you do it. Yeah, I think that was what I anticipated as the number one thing that this requires me to do, is be a little more responsible about stink walking and going from here to there thinking it'll just be a walk in the park. Maybe planning more responsibly will be a side effect of this one. All right, feather numbers. Our goal's 24. Right now, 3 goes into that 5 times. So I think we can only make 5 arrows. Our feather numbers must increase.
Too heavy.
Oh. Nice rack. You like the rack? Okay, let's get across this bad boy while we can still see. I'm not really thinking we're going to get as much luck with the family reunion as we did last time. Last time it looked like they were on the way and they hadn't arrived yet. I see 2 of them skulking right now. That's a deer. All right, they're getting closer. Proper preparation prevents. Can't think of any TLD related words starting with B. Painkillers aren't very exciting. I don't think they would be relevant to that. Preservation. Preservation would be a good one. Perseverance. Pleasant. Ptarmigan. That's a good one. Man, we have absolutely lucked out with the Wolf family reunion today. Most of the time, in this very area we're going across, we will be accosted numerous times. Let's see if we can locate the rails. What's nice too is these deer kind of act like it's like a meat shield for us. Yeah, I hear him. There it is. Let's be responsible. All right, here we go. Okay. All right, the drama. Cougar predicts your shots and does the matrix. You'll need to find the cheese. Whoa, that's crazy. Never mess with the family. Nice stuff. All right, we got two of them coming at us from across this log, and then we got the one guy behind us eating a deer. This is probably the time when I should try lighting another torch and throwing it at these oncoming wolves. I gotta tell you, I'm a bit scared right now. And I do get scared in these moments. All games. It's a shame the bear who weighs 10 times more than us two-leggers can walk on weak ice, but we cannot. Yeah, I think that's a thing a lot of us go through in our early stages of TLD. What's up with Boris being able to walk across the ice? I end up going swimming.
Close my eyes.
Bears don't walk, they magically levitate. Holy. Boris, he's been going to the stone church with those faithful wolves of Desolation Point. Yeah, I'll go to church this Sunday with you, Scruffy. I've been doing a lot of bad stuff, stealing people's Nikes all over town. I need to go ask for forgiveness. Yeah, we'll be at the stone church. We'll be smoking a cigarette out front. You're gonna love Father Salvino's homely. It's nice. You can use the bear pathing to find secret routes, though. Oh, hover bear. Okay, so we're getting pretty slow. We're probably going to want to take at least a 1 or 2 hour nap in the boxcar over here with the fire lit. But it's always a great alleviation to make it across the ice before visibility disappears. It might not seem like much, but I'm telling you, you try to cross this ice when there's a fog in the air, you'll end up walking back towards the forge, getting lost. I feel slow right now and susceptible. I don't like it. American black bears only weigh a max of 500 pounds, and that's distributed across 4 paws, so it's not that bad. Air math over here. This is good stuff, Pack. I can't believe the cougar predicts our shots and does the matrix. I'm gonna need my boy Neo on hand the second we begin the cougar hunt. I really have no strategy for the cougar. I don't know how it's going to go or what's going to happen. It's going to be wild. I'm stratless. Trying to keep an eye out for the bear. Trusty Brand. Come on down. It's Cougars night at Dave's Cave. Oh. Yo, what's up, Goblin? How's it going, Gobs? How are you on this Friday, Goblin? I hope you're doing a great job of rummaging through everybody's drawers and stealing their sports socks. It's good to see you, Goblin.
Just lay down. Have a little sleep.
All right, we got to get some rest here. We're taking the drip. gotta catch all the sports socks. That's it. And you gotta hoard them all, right? Strategy for cougar. Get ballistic vest, shoot cougar in face, repeat until dead. Yeah.
I need to drop something.
Oh, yeah. Man, I could use some Big Moose kicks right now. Need the kicks. Salty crackers. All right, I'm just trying to get a little fatigue up because we have a pretty big walk all the way back to the camp office. Also, this is the moment when I probably talk about the heavy hammer and whether I should leave it here. It's 2 kilograms of backpack space. I'm thinking about dropping it. The best thing that the heavy hammer does is it fights off the wolves pretty good if you get into a struggle. I'm going to tell you, I don't think we're living through any struggle that we get into, but the heavy hammer will be the best weapon for it. There's a little mini game that happens. It'll give us to pick the pry bar, the hammer, and this knife right here. And the hammer's a good blunt object to donk the wolf on the head during the struggle. You might be right, Keg.
Getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter. I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Hanged up beans. There's a pink hue in the sky that usually lets you know there's a chance you're heading into an aurora. Aurora would be bad news because we're going through Wolf Alley on the way back down here. And it's going to get crazy. The strong emotions have stayed with you. To be fair, that one time you carried the hammer for 5 days, the second you dropped it, a wolf did kill you. I know. That's exactly right, Keg. And that's what I'm worried about. What happens is all the rules for the wolf struggle is set to no bonus for Will in getting him off, and he does the most damage and he screws up your clothes the most and everything too. So if I live, I'm going to have my health at a responsibly high HP to even have a chance. And then it's still going to be close. So I could drop the heavy hammer at any point. That's just an ongoing conversation I think we should be having. There's 2 kilograms in that backpack. Nobody heard that, and if you did, nobody's gonna mention that to anybody else. Yeah, you didn't hear that. Acorn coffee, though. There you go. We are going into acorn territory here in Mystery Lake. Thank you, Duncan. I wouldn't want to be flippant with my trusty brand, you know? These blue boxes are valuable. Heavy hammer is equal to 6 lumps of coal. Yeah. And basically, it's just dead weight in that backpack. I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I think I'll drop it before the hunt. So probably in like the Winding River Cave or something when we shed our pre-hunt weight. That'll be the thing. And I'll keep it on us just in case we get into a skirmish between here and the beginning of the hunt. Next to the forge would be the best place. Yeah. Larone is kind of like the wet bandits. His calling card is carrying the camera away from the forge. Look at this thing. It's pretty important.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
Yeah. And we've only had it for a little bit. You know, we just got it from Trapper's cabin. Be ashamed to be separated so soon.
Something's gotta go.
We just started having fun. Alright, I think there's an Aurora. Son of a gun! Okay, so we probably got about an hour to get down to the Canadian office before the normal wolves swap out for the haunted wolves. But let's get these rose hips. Yeah, this is going to be drama. No smell. Let's remember to get our birch saplings from the Canadian office. I can't run very fast either. This is a bad situation. I'm gonna light an accelerant fire if I see a haunted wolf. No games. Might be doing the swap out right now. We can just get up here and take a right. We can get inside and chill for a little while. Be safe. We're getting real close. You know, one thing I've never seen is a haunted moose. I can't even imagine. Yo, what up, Sil? How's it going, buddy? It's pretty intense right now. We're walking through an aurora. We're just trying to get inside, really. really close. Be aware the Aurora Rabbit. Holy crap. His 2 front teeth will take your arm off. If I tell you what just scared me, it was the flag again. It looked like there was a monster on the roof.
This bag is getting kind of heavy.
Okay. Holy. Last day of vacation, bittersweet. Oh, well, I hope you had a good time, my friend. And then I also hope that you got Yinzers to work for you while you were on vacation. I heard he volunteers to do that for folks. It's very nice of him. Okay. We're going to get rest here. We're going to sleep off this Aurora. And then we're going to go back to the dam and make ourselves a bow and everything. What I think I'm due for is to give Bezos his and to get myself a little bit of chicken and vegetables from the fridge along with maybe something else. A little action. There's lights along the track to protect you. Yeah, I got to start remembering that, Lurby. You've been talking about that. To use against the wolves and stop under the lights. That's the advice they give you once you go to Broken Railroad. And on the wall in blood, it says they're scared of the lights. It's pretty intense. So, quick Bezos. Going to get it. Don't forget the house. Cougar needs treats. Thank you, Cubit. Thank you for being so sweet to my girl. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're going to come back for something for the old girl, too. That's it. It's been an exciting time of extravaganza so far. And what I will say is, I think we're getting pretty lucky with the wolves. I don't know what's been going on between Raph, Boris, and Scruffy. But right now, I think that they're planning something. This is another one of those situations. It feels suspicious. You know, kind of not sure what to think. So, when we come back, storming the steeds, everything, bang, boom. That's what I think. Okay, I'll be back. In real life, you would use a tree. You're right, Kirby. We have to be serious. That's what this tournament is designed to do, to make you have to act like it's an actual hunt and not use video game exploits. Because the animals have pathing because they're a video game and they can't go on these rocks right here. So in the last tournament, we were able to go up there and be basically off grounds where they could go. Please call me Axel. Mr. Kirby is my father. No problem, Axel. Oh! Miss Pac-Man, that's not gonna happen. We're gonna be champions. No broken ribs. Predicting my demise. Okay, so we have to be in aggro range. So if he's not upset with us, we're not in the right range. But we're in a good forest here with a lot of stuff. We cannot run very much. So he has to see us, basically, for the fight to be acceptable. So he has to be looking at us and worked up for it to be aggro range, like he was right there for that shot. So we have to stay close, but also behind the trees to defend ourselves. And this guy means business. Yo, Sil. We're gonna make it happen. All right, does he see me yet? Yes, he does. All right, he's leaving the forest. We got to keep him around here with all these trees. Our sprinting is to about 25%. We don't have a lot of sprint because of our ribs. Okay, he's over there. We can't go too close to him. Oh, he's down there. Okay.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
All right, Will, I'm sorry, buddy, but we have to be out here. Come on up here, buddy. We have to go by the trees. I can't fight you in the open. Oh! Boy. It's getting cold out here. HP is not looking good. It's a long fight. Ah, he's over there. Okay, I gotta keep stamina as well, or I won't be able to run to my tree. This is intense. Visibility declining. I'm freaking out. This guy took it away from where the arrows were too. He's getting smarter. He's evolving. Boy, good luck seeing him. All right, this is wild. It sucks when you can hear him but not see him. This guy's got me on the run. Woo-wee! Okay, we gotta get this guy. We gotta get this guy, man. He's playing games. He's back here. Okay, let's get this guy. Okay, we got problems. We got big problems. So I cannot light a fire in here. So we're gonna have to find somebody who has matches. And then start a fire outside, I believe. Fortunately, daylight is with us, so it might actually warm up at some point today. The question now is, where are the matches going to be located? We are in a bad way. Okay, we're just gonna run next door. Ketchup chips. Okay. Boom. Okay, one of these times, matches are going to show up. That glorious... Oh, lantern fuel. Holy crap. Will's fading. Stumbling. The 12th round. Can we stay up? So I probably should go to sleep and get some bed warmth right here. I think that's the responsible move. Even with the daylight. Am I gonna make it? That's the real question. Well, we're gonna find out. My instinct says to sleep for 2 hours, so we know it's gonna kill us. But we're doing it anyways. In a different cabin, because this one's not warm enough. It said temperature feels like zero Celsius in that one. This one doesn't appear to be warm either. Uh-oh. This isn't good, boys. I'm rumbling and stumbling. Okay, we gotta find one of these cabins that actually gives us an up arrow on our temperature. Or we're out of here. Oh boy. Alright. Bed warmth bonus 6 degrees Celsius. It might kill me, but I'm fading. No! God. I faded into the long dark. Will the Fifth. Him and his heavy hammer are out of here. Oh my god. That was it. Oh my gosh. So, I feel excellent, pretty refreshed, and if you could see, behind me, I have company. A little fact about Aretha, if she's anticipating an awesome deluxe treat that might be coming her way, she begins shrieking and howling in anticipation of said treat. I don't know if you can hear her now, but she's shrieking behind me. And she's meowing. She's meowing, of course, because today's Friday and she wants to party. I was reminded by Q-Bit to not leave my girl out in the cold. So you guessed it. Have something for her. This is a pretty good churro song. You know what time it is. It's Friday, baby. The house cougar must be taken care of. And this is a churro. And these things come in little squeezable tubes, of course, that you can feed to your kitty just like it's like maybe a baby drinking out of a bottle or something. They love it. It's a lovely bonding experience. For today's situation, shriek, shriek, give me the treat. Yeah, it's like a Wu-Tang song, Duncan. It's okay. You don't have to go around and mess up the wires and everything back there, Aretha. You're going to send the lights down again. So I like to kind of mix it up in the container to make sure it's, you know, like I shake up anything, you know, before I pour it out or something like that, you know. Keep all the settled part mixed in there now. And then we take one of these fancy plates and we put it on there for the shrieking kitty. It's coming, Aretha. It's coming. And then we bust it open. If you ever wanted to feed your kitty, you can order these on Amazon. You could give it to them straight out of this thing. They love it, and it's very sweet. So I'm going to put all of this churro here on the plate for the old girl. Because she deserves it. Okay, Aretha. She's carrying on. Okay, so I make sure that none gets left in the package because she would be upset if I threw any away that I could have obviously distributed to her. My house cougars are sleeping. All right. So then I'll show you what the finished product is. It's not a very artistic. It's more of an abstract art. It's kind of splattered on there on the plate. Okay, Aretha, no more waiting. It's Friday. It's time for the house cougar to eat. And then I'm going to tell you something, Goblin. Let's time it. Okay. 36 seconds on my timer over here is when I started. So we'll time it and see exactly how long it takes for her to wolf down that churro. She can eat it super fast off the plate. And she doesn't come up for air. And so we got the old house kitty back there woofing down her amazing churro. She gets one of these once a week under normal circumstances. And what's good about it is that I'm always cognizant of my kitty's kidneys. I want to make sure that she has water in her kidneys. And sometimes you have to make them eat things with a little more moisture in them, like these churros, to make sure. Because kitties will dehydrate themselves and they won't drink as much water as they need. And their kidneys will act up because of it. So far, she's coming up on 1 minute here. What a thrill. Isn't she a magnificent specimen back there? Boy, I tell you. Love that cat. Okay, so here's what we got. We brought some cool stuff with us. Under standard procedures, we have a white cup full of Big Moose kicks that'll help us kick some butt and stay acutely aware of wolf locations. And in addition to that, we have some more stuff. We have a fresh box of Throat Quote tea, baby. This is an unopened box, and the reason I wanted to bring it here was so I could demonstrate to you that if we hear any repeat quotes out of this, they're just lazy at the corporation because this is a fresh box. There should be no excuse that this is a brand new, inspiring hippie quote right here. I'm looking for inspiration. We can't use a stone, and we have to go up against a ferocious kitty on ladies' night. We're going to need some help. So I think that was like 2 or 3 minutes right there. She woofed it down. And that's taking her time. So we're going to bust open this box of Throat Coat tea. It's original with slippery elm. I don't know what slippery elm is, but we got it. Here we go. Don't fail us now, Throat Quote. Yeah, Dunk, you saw it was a fresh box. I just opened it up. There's no games here. So we're getting a fresh package out, and we have the boiling water sitting right over here. We're going to dump this brand new box opened in seriousness. So now we have in this cup, throat quote tea, baby. We could use a little inspiration. So we're going to dunk our tea bag in there and get the tea brewing like Milwaukee. And now we're going to see if we got any inspiration in here. What do you say, Dunk? Prepare yourself for hippie wisdom. Boy. How strange that nature does not knock and yet does not intrude. Emily Dickinson. I'm going to do it again. How strange that nature does not knock and yet does not intrude. Exclamation point, by the way. Emily Dickinson. One last time in appropriate hippie language. Listen, man. How strange that nature does not knock and yet does not intrude, man. Emily Dickinson, man. I don't know why, but these guys at Throat Quote love Emily Dickinson's kind of elementary quotes. Maybe they're just the type of people that don't need to go very deep for their inspiration, and they like to hear it a lot of times. But that's the case at Throat Quote Place, and this is why I'm trying to maybe get them to hire some of the great folks over at Dave's Cave, because I think you guys might come up with a little bit more than what Emily provides us with. Listen, man. How strange that nature does not knock and yet does not intrude. So, we're going to have to abide by some sort of... That's a total lie! Oh! Yeah, I've been knocked a few times over the head by some of these wolves and bear. What are they talking about? So, it does taste pretty good. I can taste the slippery elm. Whatever the heck that is. It's got all kinds of herbs and things in it. It's got licorice root, slippery elm bark, marshmallow roots, and proprietary blends. You know, just all kinds of herbs and things that help you have a good esophagus, I suppose. I don't know. But to conclude all this nonsense, I was able to at least eat a little bit of chicken with some slappy old mama seasoning on it. That was pretty great. And a few pieces of asparagus, which make me feel pretty healthy and nice. There's what looks like a plane on the map next to the forestry lookout, but I've never seen it. Is it there? This plane. I think it is, but I don't know if it's intact, Lily. I think it's maybe just like parts of it kind of strewn about, like maybe a fin or something. I do know getting up there is a bit of a to-do. You kind of got to go around the bend and around the bush. Once you get up there, Lily, it's the best view in the game, and it's our leader in the clubhouse for where we would want to do our base if we ever did a long run. There's some great views from up there. What do you think is going on? You just whooped down that churro. What do you think more is going to involve you? Never ends with her. Okay, so here we are. We're basically here at the Canadian office, and we're going to head down the rails. I think on Loop Pool 4, maybe Duncan knows this. He's a bit of an expert here on Loop Pool 4. We might have a fire striker opportunity either at the derailment or at the trailers over here. So, that's something that would help us light matches for the 14 days we're here. The plane is there. It's just a whole to-do to get to it. So we could do that. We could check for a fire striker at derailment or at the trailers. We're on Loop Pool 4, baby. It's on. So we're headed down the rails. We're going back to the trailers. We're going to get our curables and bring them over to the dam. We're going to make a big responsible bow and get going. I would say the only thing I think we're a little short on is still his feathers, because we have a bunch of arrowheads, but we ain't going to be able to make them into arrows unless we have the appropriate amount of feathers. Derailment, trailers, unnamed pawn. All right. Here's what I'm thinking. I think we're going to forego the unnamed pawn one, and we're going to check derailment first, and then trailers if we don't get it. So I think we have a decent amount of trusty brand. All right, let's do this. Yeah, right now we're sitting at 30, it looks like, with a mag lens. So we'll give ourselves 2 out of 3 opportunity by checking 2 of the spots. Calories are surprisingly weak. We got plenty of bowls of porridge on us. I think we haven't used our running river oats yet. And we have 0.8. It's time to get some rest. Long dark rules, man. Ants and flies intrude all the time. Fire that lady. Oh! Hines is ready to get rid of Emily Dickinson. Well, I tell you, I don't even know if they hired her as much as they just love her over there in California where they make this hippie tea at. Listen, man. It's been legalized here for a while. My mind has been inspired by Emily. As the governor, I will say we must listen to Emily. Need to use some quotes from Larone. Yeah, that's it. They gotta diversify in some sort of way. Alright, we are officially out of food. Maybe make a couple bowls of porridge before our departure. Down the rails. Feather numbers. Weak sauce 16. We can only make 5 arrows right now. That's probably one of our biggest deficiencies. And also, let's remember to grab those birch saplings that are right downstairs before we leave. Can't leave those behind. Let's drink some of this Emily. Listen. We're gonna rest up good and early. Early cooking skill and all that. Lots of Rishi around unnamed for future reference. Yeah, cooking level 3 stuff. We're against the clock a little bit in this one too. That's kind of making us stay motivated and moving. I don't know what I'm talking about. About time to leave. Let's light up some porridge on this stove. I'm gonna get flipping a little bit here. I didn't check for Maglin's weather outside. I just went and lit this bad boy. We can all remember that when I'm matchless. Goldilocks strat. The whole left side of Mystery Lake doesn't feel like Mystery Lake. Cougar steak time. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they got some, I think it's like Tangori cougar strips. Oh! Fire starting 2, baby. Fire starting 2. You're quite good at starting fires. Thank you, Rav. Your fires are getting better and they last longer. 55% chance and they last 10% longer. But you know, Rav, if you're listening, we would love... Oh my. All that talk and I let the fire go out. Right when he gives us an upgrade in our skill, I let it dwindle away.
Come on.
Classic.
Well, that didn't work.
Yeah, it sure did. Bro, fire starter. Yeah, I'm derping around.
Come on. Turned out pretty well.
Yeah. All right, and if we spam all these teas together, we can definitely get closer to cooking level 3, which is when those empanadas are on the menu. The best case scenario is you roll over cooking 3 before the hunt starts, so that you're able to stay up all days of the week once the hunt begins. What difficulty are you on, brother? Well, it's good to see you, Vandal. I hope you're having an amazing Friday. And I will tell you, we are on the hardest difficulty that ever existed in mankind. The challenge we're doing is summarized a bit right here. But the settings are as hard as humanly possible. Thank you, Qubit. Unless I break down a reclaimed wood, I might have to use a lump here unnecessarily. Let's see how much time we got. Go. Alright, we're getting double XP for each bowl of porridge we make. Spamming up the cook. Seems like some decent traveling weather if we can get out there soon. All right, let's do it. 10 minutes from now, we're leaving this place. Little crag action. Saturday morning here, cold and rainy. Holy, you're in the future, man. It's 5 o'clock on Friday right here. Holy. That always blows my mind. Emily Dixon says should write something about that.
If I can drop any of this gear.
Nope. We can't. All right, game time. let's always be responsible every time we leave the house, knowing that any wolf encounter could drastically change the events of our run. "10 p.m. UK here. Nice, Cubit. You're across the pond." Well, thank you for spending your Friday night with the crew here at Dave's Cave. I hope you're enjoying that Fuzzy Mariners game we have on. All right, moose markings in the mix. Maybe we can score some acorns. Make ourselves some acorn coffee. I'm procrastinating baby food prep and then sleep for a 5:30 a.m. start tomorrow. Holy.
Too much stuff to carry.
Our boy Keg's been sterilizing bottles all over town. Heading to Forge. Actually, we just wrapped that up, Vandal. So we're actually now heading back over to the dam where we hope to make ourselves a bow. A little side quest of ours is to acquire a fire striker. We're just trying to do everything in a nice, expeditious fashion so we don't maybe, mess around too much. I feel like we're doing pretty good on time. All right, we didn't get our fire striker there, right? I didn't really look very well. Okay, we're going to the 3 trailers to check for the fire striker. Just another public service announcement. That little area right there is a near soft lock, but you can get out of there if you do some sort of trick. So be careful trying to go down in that little cubby. You might get stuck. It kind of matters more to nerds like myself who are doing competitive runs that it jeopardizes. Most folks could just back out and have no problem. Was hoping for a bit more feather action next to this deer. Here we go. All right. Let's go. Those trailers better not have any whimsy. Oh, you're looking for a little whimsy in your Friday, Duncan, you said. I just might have the answer. Larone? Mess around? You would never. Day 5 Forge is my personal best. Nice, Vandal. All right, now I gotta be serious. I can't pump fake these guys. Maybe I try the torch trick. I am encumbered right now. Look at him acting like he's not paying attention to us. Just minding my own business, la-di-da. Obley, huh? How's it going, Obley? Excellent. It's good to see you, Obley. Yeah, we just have a wolf kind of stalking us in the fog right now. Bit scary, I would say. He's a persistent... Oh, he's a persistent one. $7 a.m. Saturday morning there, Heinz. Nice. You're an early bird, huh? I kind of like the morning. All right, I'm just trying to get back to this dam. I feel a little scared. Rome's gone international? Come on down. Thinking about cheeky acorns right now, it's kind of a risky move. Alright, we got one more scruffy encounter to dodge. Train bridge. And we're home, baby. The moldy cardboard bed. It's too late. Hey, leave some acorns for the rest of us. No, you guys don't eat acorns. Okay, we've done it. So, I think
There's a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh! 50 miles an hour! If you think it's supposed to go slower, then you're crazy. You keep that bus going 50 miles an hour, there's gonna be serious issues. The LA Expressway is in jeopardy if we do that. Sandra needs to know. 50 miles an hour, nothing less. Please! If Sandra doesn't know that, you need to tell her when you see her. Please. It's 50 miles an hour. No slower. Please. Elegant porridge. Alright, moldy cardboard bed, baby. Don't let that bus go slow, guys. I'm telling you. There's going to be serious consequences if it is. It needs to be going 50. No slower. So, we have a feather shortage. And we need calories for the bow creation. We do have bowls of porridge we can make. It would be nice to save those as possible. Maybe I'll go out into the river and conjure up some cattails. 50, Larone. 50. That's it. I think I got it now, Neo. I think I've officially remembered the appropriate mile per hour that we need to go over that expressway in the bus to make sure it does not, of course, blow. That's it.
I need to drop something.
All right, let's get some calories. What if the Speedo is badly calibrated? The Speedo, huh? Are you talking about the speed? Regular speed? Well, I'll say this. I don't think Keanu would create such chaos and urgency if he wasn't sure that 50 miles an hour was the minimum that they needed to go to deal with the derelicts who strapped a bomb to the bus. So I'm pretty sure Keanu knows. He's got a shaved head in that movie. You could tell he doesn't mess around with shoulder length hair or anything. He just gets straight down to bomb equations. And he knows that 50 miles an hour is how fast that bus needs to go. Because if it slows down, it'll blow. See a couple stray pieces of birch around these parts sometimes, so I'm just doing a little. Here we go. Was it based off a GPS or speedometer, though? Well, in those days, I think it was speedometer, Qubit. This was mid-90s, before we even had GPS on our phones or anything. They were using, like, an abacus to do the equation. Who moved my abacus? I'm trying to solve this bus speed equation. Sincerely, Keanu. Alright, I got 7 cattails. I don't think we have enough calories to get through this bow creation at this point. It's porridge. Let's see how many dusty floor potatoes we have. None. Yeah, we have 7 cattails and bowls of porridge. All right, let's go scare these ptarmigans and get a few stray pieces of cattail. Best part of the day. This is the ptarmigan location. So, we have the option of going over to the ravine if we'd like, and we can pop over there and get some more birch if we feel like we need it. Right now, our health is surprisingly responsible. Roast of empanadas will help with the calorie deficiency once we roll over to cooking level 3, and that'll probably just come down to us cooking while we're kind of burning time in the dam.
Can't feel my feet.
Have you looted the cattails in Winding River? No, I think that'll be good for us, Keg. When we're headed over there to do the hunt, we'll grab a few loose tails. We'll be cutting it close. Let's see how close we can get to making this bow with what we have. We should go to Allen's for the catch of the day. I just don't know if I have enough cash. Yeah, don't even think about coming here. We've seen what you're wearing. Can't afford our catch of the day. It's caught from the finest waters in Great Bear Island. Go. UPS was a top secret military program at the time. I'd be taking my chances jumping out of a bus doing 55, then Sandra Bullock driving a city bus over 50 that could literally blow up. Well, listen, Keg, if you do jump out that window, just remember to tell Sandra to keep that thing going 50 miles an hour. Because if she slows down... Combat boots. How utilitarian. Yeah, they're 25% right now, so they're not too warm. Kegs are floated at Dave's Cave. But listen, I'll tell you the great thing about that, Keg, is there's always another one out back. You just give him time to tap that keg and then water it down before it gets onto the greasy bar and slid down to your spot on the stool. So just give him a minute. He's got his help out back. Tapping the keg for us. He hired a frat guy that comes in for college night. Unofficial ladies night, of course. Or cougar night. There's a lot of nights. Yeah, a lot of nights. So come on down. Well, thank you, Dave, for the invite. Go. Fratrick is the keg guy. I want you to know how it's spelled. Fratrick. Fratrick is the keg guy. Something to think about. Good stuff as always, Reset. All right, we're going to gather our curables and try to deliver them to the dam safely. Okay, we have about 2 days of downtime, so the mention of going over to Winding River might not be bad. We're definitely going to spend a little time looting all the nonsense cabinets and things in the dam, because we're going to have a little bit of time here till we're able to make this bow. We're a little behind schedule. So any sort of calorie ideas, I'm all ears for. I think Winding River cattails is probably our best bet. We'll kind of do a little look at what we have too. Those roast empanadas are right around the corner, though. Eat those combat boots if all else fails. They make a good marinade if we threw it in one of our stew. Oh, the deer. That's it. Next to Harrison Ford Bridge. Great call, Dunk. The old ravaged. I love a good ravaged. Yep. All right.
Starting to weigh me down.
Now it's time to start maybe setting up here for the fact that we're going to be making a bow. Woo! Man, this is fun. Yeah, this game's awesome. So we have 2 of these bad boys, 20 feathers. One more feather and we could do good. We'll maybe grab one outside next to the ravaged. And then we can make a total of 7 arrows. That'll be good. So what our activities will be while we're waiting for this other stuff is try to get some of that stuff done, like food, look for feathers, and loot the dam. Cattail Dreams. I don't take it for granted how amazing it is to be able to play this game with you guys on Fridays. It's pretty awesome. Try not to. Pretty easy for us to take things for granted, so I'm trying to remain... Hey, this is pretty awesome. Okay. Let's see if we can get it off before the sun fails. There we go. And we definitely won't be getting our 3rd one off, but we got a little head start. Look at us go. All right, we're gonna bring the barrel up front and we'll put it right here and then do a big cook. And maybe we'll use our storm lantern to run around the dam right now and loot the rest of it. I know there's some really great toilet water we can go acquire. What a prospect that is. We'll also always want to be cognizant of sparks. Make sure we don't hear Bubba coming up through the darn auroras that could hit. Can anyone confirm those advanced tools are always in the lower dam? Oh, that'd be nice. A little time saver. Save you quite some time. I do know that we're on Loophole 4, if that matters. On the shelves near the microwave in the broken window room. Alright, we'll check for it, Keg. I'm gonna guess it's not guaranteed if I was a guessing man. You know, I've been known to guess. Floor under the shelves. We shall discover together. Yeah, it does. The Ravage doesn't sound like something I want to chow down on. Well, you know, Cactus, sometimes things just get tough. Nuts and stuff. Moldy chocolate bar. Here we go. What about that? How does that sound? Did they help with the bow? No. I know they help on the arrows. Hmm. 34 and 36. All right, it's gonna be close. I need to keep this goofball thing with me. All right, let's do it. I'm asking, I can't remember. I think it's, oh, Trusty
This'll come in
brand.
handy.
I'm not sure. I want to say it's the arrows and not the bow creation itself. But the time knocks it in half when you have the red tools. So it's definitely a time saver. So this is a dam here in Mystery Lake. You'll hear a lot of moans and groans throughout it, and it's kind of scary. This used to be a place where they were retaining water and distributing it. And now it's old computers. Pentium 3s with cow boxes. Cardboard boxes. Boxes. The damn dam. Yeah, it's just arrows. Okay. Alright, we're going to continue going through this bad boy. There's talk of maybe getting a red toolbox down here. There's also a plan to go ravage the deer and acquire some feathers. I'll tell you, while I was out there, I thought maybe it would be good for us to get the tails. Well, we'll just have to get those next time. We have 10 tails to last us. And I think we got about 2 days to kind of chill out before that maple's ready. Tough scenes. Maybe you experts would know if it's necessary to grab tails to make it that long. I feel like the answer is yes. Come on, what do you say? Maple syrup or something. We're gonna savage the ravaged. Red tools are here, I think, under the shelves. All right. Well, you were right about tools, my friend. They were just blue. And we do have the blue tools. So if you're ever looking for tools and you're in the dam making your stuff, come down here under the shelf and you might see red or blue. The expert keg letting us know. You know, that calls for a... Oh! Thank you, QC! Thank you very much for that zip zap. Okay, I'll see you soon, buddy. Thank you very much for zipping on your way out of here. That's quite a Costanza exit. I'll see you, QC. Thank you, buddy. Oh. hitting the gym, huh? Nice. Gotta win those arm wrestling contests against Beulah. The reigning champion. Alright, so I think we're gonna go out there and ravage. We're gonna go back to the exit door, go across the Harrison Ford, and then when we go back in the window, it's gonna pop us right there. Alright, blue outline mode. So at this point, we become such big nerds that even in such a limited lighting zone, we can still kind of navigate our way just because we love this game. Bezos has informed me that I'm coming up on the 1K mark. So, well, Bezos didn't, Steam did, but you know, Bezos is probably friends with Steam.
Know if the hypothermia.
And Steam is telling me, man, it's getting close to 1,000. I have basically no life to this game since I discovered it late last year. And haven't regretted one of those hours. None of them. According to the internet, it could potentially be under the stealth shares in the lowest room. So I think we've looked. I had it in my mind that it was guaranteed. Well, we did find the blue tools. Did you see that, Keck?
All I can think about is food.
Gateway PCs, my beloved. Canadian lemonade. Alright, procrastination over, it's bottle prep time. Man, you've mastered this game in record time. Started playing late last year. Well, I did start playing late last year, Fire, and I appreciate your support. Because I sure do not feel anywhere close to the master. Maybe the master in disguise? Dana Carvey? Or maybe The Master with Joaquin Phoenix. That's a pretty good movie. You guys seen that one? Now, I've also been seeing some glitches on Harrison Ford Bridge that are kind of pushing me off the cliff. So if you guys are going across this, exercise a little bit more caution than usual. I feel like when I'm walking, it's like nudging me a little left with like a weird clip or something. So just be aware of what's going on. Yes, I set it up that way, eh? I'm trying to get you off. I'm trying to shove you down there and have you eaten by wolves. Whoa, Raph. What is that about? Well, because it's... Whoa, Lee! Is that the Big Dipper? Oh, the Big Dipper! I think it is. You want to tell me this guy actually put real constellations in the game? Yes, I did that too. It's a sophisticated game. Alright, sometimes if you're ever on stalk or any of the things, you'll find the rifle over here. It's one of the spots for it. Sometimes a bedroll in those things too. But no feathers. Sadness reaches the lands. Another quest that we can go on is our...
Looks like it worked.
Yeah, it sure did, man. We can go on our quest to go check out the old Fire Striker as well, Dunk, over at the trailers. And it's in a little sneaky spot if you're ever over there. It's actually behind the fireplace. So you can check behind there if you're ever looking for the old fire strike. Alright, we don't have any micro harvest opportunities over here. So we'll get 3 XP out of the deer. The only guaranteed tools are the patrons of Allen's. Oh! Normally that would be tough, but you know, I just feel like I couldn't help but go along with you on that one, Rossetti. I feel bad for him getting roasted like that, but man. Wow. Serious stuff right there. I am angry that Dave's Video Rentals does not carry my Gentleman's Special Interest cinema. Man, you wouldn't believe it, Dunk, but I actually got a call from a wife of a customer there at Dave's Cave Video Store. She started yelling at me, "Hey, you sold my husband one of those derelict movies from your store." And I tried to explain to her, "Listen, lady, we don't have those movies at our place. No beaded curtain or saloon doors necessary. I never purchased those movies." So, you know, we'll see if she understands it. And then I thought about this. What if the derelict who sells me tapes in the back alley puts one of those movies inside of like a sci-fi movie cover? And then I rent it to somebody, they think they're getting Aliens 2, and they get, you know, some crazy thing. Heavy drama in the video store. If you guys are interested, come on down. They got great deals. All right, we got food on the menu here. A little bit of ravage for us. All right, I'm gonna go grab these reclaimed woods up here.
I think I can use this.
What do you say? Maybe your employee's doing a little side hustle in between naps, renting out movies she ought not. Well, now the plot really thickens. You don't think that Scarlett would do anything like that, would you? Now, what if I remember about acorns, I think I have to do something with the workbench. So you prepare them, and you can either munch on them after you bust open the shells, or you can take it over to the workbench, and then make it into some grounded down thing, maybe with the heavy hammer. And then you can make it into coffee on the fire barrel. So I'll hang on to these prepared acorns, and then I'll smash them on the workbench, and then make them into coffee, maybe. Like, do I have to melt them? Eat them as a snack or hammer them into ground coffee? Okay. No clue. It's very complicated.
I would drink almost anything, Doc, now.
Your small brain could never understand how to prepare acorns. Well, what are you getting involved for, Alan? With the hammer, you can turn 1,000,000 acorns into 1 cup of the worst coffee. In this house, Scarlett's a hero. End of story. Yeah, she is saving the store. Times are tough on Great Bear Island. Some outdoor trusty brand. Also, I like your positivity to everyone. Thank you, Lurbia. Thank you very much. You got to grips with survival mode a lot quicker than I did. I'll tell you, I have a secret though, Lurbia. There's a lot of good pros out here that have been playing, and I did watch some streams before I even started playing the game too. So I kinda had cheat code by watching professionals at the game. People like Skabura and different stuff. I was able to check their streams out. And they're absolute monsters in the game, so I was able to pick up a little bit. I've mentioned it several times, but I really loved Skabura's approach to the hunt and how he was seeking the animals rather than the other way around, and it kind of made a thing in my head happen. I gotta stop looking at this, so with such a weak approach here and just being hunted by the animals. I gotta do the hunting myself. But what if this time? Rare birch bark. Prepared reishi mushrooms.
Horse.
This is nice. Just a pleasant time next to a ravaged deer who got savaged during the ravage. Let's look at that cooking skill. All right, we're getting up there. Got to get some teas fired up. We'll do a lot of tea cooking back at the fire barrel next to the workbench. Yo, what's up, NL? How's it going, buddy? How are you? I just realized we had to do it with the rose hips. I might need to put the derp dog as for the people, because the derp needs to be derped out. I put the rose hips on there, and I think it's time for the derp to go so that NL can use the derp whenever necessary. And most of the time it is necessary, I'd say. The confusion comes with the small and large portion nonsense. Workbench, no workbench needed. Prepare for cook them, crush them. Yeah, and somehow I'm still confused about it. Like, do I melt them in the cup? Because I've prepared a bunch of them. I prepared 3 of them. And they're right here. It says must be cooked prior to eating or hammering. So I got to cook them all first, then hammer them. Got it. It's a big to-do to make that weak coffee. That first bow shot is going to be a stressful situation. Yeah. Let's be real, Christine. I'm going to be a mess. What can I say? I'm going to be freaking out. So what I'm trying to do is just not even think about it, just pretend like everything's okay. AC Slater sits in the chair backwards, and he's pretty cool. And so is that. Prepared acorns. Getting some pretty good weather out here on the Big Dipper's big night out. Good night, is this beautiful. We recently went into insano mode on graphics through Rafix and changed our life. We've been seeing brown grass and the Big Dipper. Yeah, Neo, come on. We know that you like Zach, but putting AC Slater down, was that really necessary? We're talking about Mario Lopez right now. What's going on, Neo? We can't say that. Versetti, you don't need to make large portions. That can be bypassed. No. Zach is the future president. Oh my gosh. Let's hope they don't run against each other, because they would help each other's campaigns so much. No, we're not going to say that. Okay. 12 arrowheads. Giant nonsense hammer. Pointless lantern. Wind's kicking up. So let's talk feathers next to the dam. We got them from the ravaged in the ravine. And then we got this place over here, the Winding River area, as well, for ravaged feather potentials. Have you ever found the Spelunker's Lantern? I'll tell you something, Cactus. I have, and it's super cool. It's red. Well, I don't want to say spoilers, but it is. Yes, I have. And you have to go to sketchy territories to get it, Cactus. And if you do recover it, strength be with you, my friend. Channel Angelina Jolie's Tomb Raider. Get that plot armor so you can survive the journey. There we go. Those cabinet meetings are going to look so cool. Zach will let Slater be secretary of sitting in chairs. Wrong! Oh my gosh, Neo. This is crazy. The first ever presidential duo. They both get elected at the same time. Complete 50-50 split. Co-presidents. Wow. I think the first order is half days on Friday. And we're going to get chocolate bars in the vending machine in the cafeteria of Bayside High. President Zach / Slater, at your service. Alright, let's throw these in our Blues Brothers 2000 thermos. Man, I need some more torches. All right, we're about to be on the drip for fatigue, so we'll just pop into that window and take a cheeky sleep in our bedroll. I'll tell you, each time you get the bedroll on one of your runs, you start to...
I'm so tired. I could just lay down right
You start to believe in the bedroll. It's especially important on these crazy things when your sleep is going out all over the place. It comes into play a lot.
Too heavy.
Trusty brand numbers. Awesome. All right. Let's get a couple hours of sleep here. Albert Clifford Slater. Is that his real name? Albert Clifford. Wow. I didn't expect it to be so nerdy, but that's the type of guy he is that he could make such a goofy name still cool. Either way, I don't make large portions ever. Albert Clifford. Okay, we're gonna go grab the barrel, throw it by the front of the dam, and then we begin bow stuff some more. As the sun rises, we'll be able to make the bow, and cool things are happening. We have a decent amount of timing lining up with most of the stuff. Rolling over that cooking 3 is one of the things in our future that would help with 2 of our 4 vitals. Fatigue and hunger. If you guys don't know, rosehip pies pack about like 260 calories each. They come in batches of 3, and they also reduce fatigue. You say you're on a hunt and you're becoming encumbered from a long day of chasing boars around, you pop one of those rosehip empanadas. It'll change your day around. You say I'm an addict? You're absolutely right. I'm addicted to saluting Craig T. Nelson. Alright, I don't know what I'm talking about. We've reached insanity. I've been in the dam too long, I think. Listen, man. I'm starting to hear the walls talk to me, man. Drink that reishi mushroom tea.
I might have to drop some gear.
Man. This is crazy. The Zach movement is growing. Oh, gosh. Are you creating a revolution or something, Neil? This is wild. Okay, here we go.
I could use a drink.
All right, we're dragging this barrel up to the front so we can start fires and cook some food up in the front area. It's the closest source we have to make a fire is over there. This is the part where I always get lost. Alright, nobody mentioned this, that this happened, okay? Here we go. An uprising is forming. Ah! You see what's going on, Neo? This is getting crazy. All right, we're bringing the barrel, and the fire is here. That's it. 81% on the maple. I think that's a little under 2 days. These bad boys are coming, and the fresh guts are ready too. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, the sun has risen, so we can definitely get going on that. We also have toilet water, potable toilet water that we might go grab here to sip on as we make the bow. What better way to stay hydrated when crafting your weapon of defense than to drink toilet water? You know, it's the little things in life.
I need to find a place to rest.
Yeah. Alright, there is some secret water here that we're going to forego right now, but if we know about it, it's a backup for us. Enjoy the water. Bang. Okay. So, let's get to work. You have only to worry when you start talking back to the walls. Yeah, I think we're treading in that territory a little bit. That's why I said lemonade. Ah, okay. Canadian lemonade is potable toilet water, you say? One time I was over there by the Canadian office, and I had to use the restroom. I stopped in this derelict cave. I could barely keep still while I was in that bathroom. It was so terrifying. My nose was plugged, and I wanted to leave immediately. It was the grossest bathroom I've ever seen. It was at Dave's cave. More of that Canadian lemonade. Another hour of sleep. Get up and make some more arrows. It's our life now, and we have the option of going and checking for the fire striker too. Another reason I'd like that is I feel like we'll find some more calories doing that, as long as we live to tell the tale.
Something's making me feel tired.
I don't know how much is between here and there calorie-wise. I'm trying to think. There's not too many cattails or anything. There might be some canned food in the trailers.
I could eat anything.
One hour at a time. I believe there's usually at least one more carcass on Winding River. Man, we are out of feathers. We got 6 arrows. 8 more heads. 3 of these bad boys about to be done right now. I feel like I need about 4 more feathers to have at least 8 arrows going into that bear hunt. Yeah, there's a couple wolves down there. It's a bit scary. We got any ravaged opportunities on that part of the map? Maybe this is the moment when I do Bezos and I look at the map and we plan a way to get a couple feathers for ourselves. Cougar takes a lot of arrows at low archery level. Yeah. So, since it's our first endeavor, well, that'll be what we will do. We'll do Bezos real quick. And then we'll plan out what we're going to do here, because we got some splaining to do, Lucy. There we go. Okay. So let's pull up the map. This is where we are right here. So I'm going to look in this area to see if we got any sort of ravaged opportunities to get feathers. This guy up here might have feathers. There's also a guy that's supposed to be at the trailers, it says. This is a guy right here. He's over here. So this guy can get us a couple feathers. And so could this guy up here next to the Polaroid. There's all kinds of drama in between. That's what I'm thinking we spend maybe some time doing here. Since we're out of feathers, we can't make any more when these birch are ready. So let's go over, grab our fire striker, get a few feathers. If there's any other ideas, maybe about Winding River to get the feathers, I'm interested. Is fire cheese okay? Unfortunately not. We can, though, hunt the cougar from the hut. Just not a fire. Yeah, I think those 2 random guys are our best opportunities for feathers. I might pull up the Winding River map as well. Ooh, we got 2 ravaged down here. 2 ravaged. Pro tip with the bodies. If you don't interact with the bodies, the feathers will respawn. If you loot the body, it stops producing feathers. Awesome. I love that tip, Keg. Thank you. Here's what we got. This is the ravage we took out right here. But we actually have 2 other ones that we can get at Winding River. So that's something to think about too. The reason that I want to go get these feathers is because I want to make these arrows before we leave. Because once we go through here and into Pleasant Valley, it's kind of on. Something to think about. Your pace on this challenge is breathtaking. Thank you, Keg. I don't know if you're being serious, but I'm taking it at face value. That's what President A.C. Slater would want us to do. Sit in the chair backwards and take it at face value. Thank you, AC. You're a great leader. It's on like Donkey Kong. Yeah, this is getting intense. These are those moments in the hours before. Will we blow it? Probably. Almost definitely. So, I really would like to talk about feathers and my plan on going to Winding River right now, because I think that's the move. I think it's our better chance at getting feathers than those 2 guys. I'm worried those guys won't have any feathers. The two guys next to the corpses over there in Mystery Lake. But if you guys do think those guys will have feathers, maybe that's a better opportunity. It might be safer. Yeah, that's exactly it, don't. It is sketch. There's going to be wolves everywhere, and we have no stones. Those two gentlemen that are over there, the Ravage guys, we could check those out. Like getting to where that deer is means going past the wolf. It does. You got it. And look, we have two guys over here. We have this guy that's right next to the place we're going, and we also have this guy. So if we can get feathers there, then we come back to the dam, make the arrows, then go through Winding River, not needing to get the arrows maybe as much, or the feathers. Who knows? I'm banking on two random laying down dudes to have feathers. Okay. That seems responsible. I like it, and I appreciate the input. Just hope the moose isn't there. Yeah, we did see him next to the Canadian office. Kind of hoping there aren't going to be two in town. Moose convention. We go for some empanadas right now, I say. Not a lot of sunlight left. Would love to travel while it's... Alright, let's boil some water. Listen, man. Hope you guys have had a great Friday. I'd say mine's been pretty great. I think Aretha's had a pretty good day. You'll be happy to know that there's a giant body pillow back here. She's asleep on it like a baby. Just chilling. She really likes to just be in the room and just hear humans talking sometimes. She doesn't take much for her. She's a simple gal. She's a sweetheart. Good news is that we have a couple extra birches too, so we're pretty much sitting at a little over 100 HP. You know, that derelict Dave, he sure is lame, but I did see him drinking out of a Blues Brothers 2000 thermos, and that's quite sophisticated.
Anything for a drink right now. Not sure why I feel so tired.
.7 and 0.5, and then if I make an improvised head wrap, it pops me up to 1 Celsius. I'm considering switching over one of these bad boys for a Davy. Craziest thing is that it might be my Canadian toque. One of the best hats in this. It's a wild world. Let's hope the most isn't there. Jiggle! Yep, we're nice and jiggled up. All right, here's what we're working with. 40 lumps. I think I'll leave a couple lumps here too. Might not need to carry each one of these lumps with us on our journey over to the trailers. Get us nice and agile. Cattail dreams. One of these days I'm going to try to eat a cattail. See what the hubbub is all about. There's no way it's not dry and terrible. %89 on the maple. Looks like we'll be doing a bit of a night travel over to the 3 trailers. Travel at dusk. What the heck? Here's the situation. I have 3 cooked acorns. Is it coffee 4? I bet it is. I bet that's what it is. Coffee's 4 acorns. $34 minutes. I suspect if celery had the texture of beef jerky. Wow. That seems terrible. Okay. We're just waiting out this giant blizzard out there, and then we'll maybe do a sketchy night travel to go get this stuff. %91. Actually, you know what? I think it's time. All right, we have no food left. do have porridge. Might get up in an hour or so and cook up some porridge, I suppose. Look at us over here. Got plenty of tea. Cooking is at that level. That's it, Keg. Until I'm able to pour it out onto the floor so I don't drink it, I can't have it. So here's what this changes. This changes night travel
I'm gonna need
to go get our striker and feathers. Because if we go out there during an aurora, we're not coming home. You know, I was gonna make some more of these boys over here. Let's see how many shafts we got. We got 6 of this and no shaft. All right, we gotta make a couple more. And that will put us up to 9. Alright, the overkill is thinking we'll need 12. It's going to take a feather extravaganza over there in Mystery Lake for that to work out for us. But hey, you never know. We did get a stock bunker. I'm gonna have to make forage. Trust your brand. Okay. It's time to make porridge for calories.
I need to find food.
It's gotta be done. There's a chance when we get into Pleasant, if we stop over at the Thompson's Bingo Hall or at the gas station, that we'll get some more Running River oats for us. 'Cause we'd like to eat those when we're on the go. Hunting bear. It's very, you know, I didn't mean it to end this way, but that's exactly it, Dunk. If you're hunting bear, you gotta eat porridge. It's just how it is. We've all grown up on the same fables and stories. Holy tea. Got a Sprite to go with it. Hey, I want to be jiggled too, guys. Okay, you can be jiggled, Sprite. Here you go, buddy. Now we're gonna drink you up. Alright. We're getting ready for the big moment of getting feathers and checking for a fire striker as we wait for this maple over here to cure. Everybody else is ready to party. I will say, I think we've been getting pretty fortunate when it comes down to wolves. I think Raph has shown a little bit of grace in that department. Hour and 8 minutes. Kind of sketchy walking around in here. Don't want to make any silly mistakes. Yo, what's up, Valor? Remind me what the tea jiggle is for. Prevents burning the drinks. That's exactly it, Valor. And it's good to see you on this Friday. We're jiggling up our teas by double right-clicking here on PC once we put them down. And that keeps us from having to babysit them. So you'll realize how many of these things you actually have to jiggle every time you're by the fire, because maybe you don't need them all to be heated up for your next journey. Having them all heated up will give you the ability not to have to look around on your radio when you pull them up here and drink them while you're in drama. Alright, we got 4 bowls of porridge left. Let's get those double XP points. Thanks. New here to the stream. Nice, Valor. Well, I'll tell you, one of the things that usually folks start off by talking about is how important it is to have rose hips sent to Dave's cave. You'll learn very importantly that that is the biggest priority in most people's lives. Double XP, how come? Well, I'll tell you, Keg. When you prep it, you get 1 point. And then guess what? When you're done cooking it and you pull it out of the bowl, you get another point for cooking it. Point for the prep, point for the cook. Bang. Thank you for that rose hip, Keg. It's just one. Could use a couple. But hey, you know, it's exciting. Oh, Neo the man. Thank you, Neo. Thank you very much for those zipping and zapping moves. Thank you, Neo. Unbelievable. Neo. What can I say? This is, this calls for celebration. Thank you, Neo. Yeah, you're in the mix, Valor. Thank you very much, Neo. 50 miles an hour. Zach makes a great co-president. What else can we say? Thank you, Neo. Thank you very much. Mixing in some new folks. Amazing, Neo. I can't tell you, man. It's one of the coolest things ever. And I'm very grateful. You're the man. And let it be known.
I've been so hungry in my life.
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, please, Valor. You're new, but you need to know if you see Sandra, you say go 50. We can't slow this bus down. We're gonna tap the keg and we're gonna ride the highway. And we're not gonna go below 50. Because if we do, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. This bus is gonna blow. So please tell Sandra 50 miles an hour. This is very serious. You see my buzz haircut as I alert this whole bus that if this bus goes below 50 miles an hour, it'll blow. Holy. Serious silence for Keanu's big moment. Thank you, Neo. That was sick. Keanu's into it. Johnny Mnemonic, baby! On a Friday. I'd feel more comfortable above 51. Well, as long as she's above 50, Kick. She just has to be above 50. And it's okay if she's going 51. But if it goes below 50, it'll blow. It'll seriously, I mean, you know, that's going to cause problems. It can't go below 50. I think we got enough matches. I can let it go out. I think the embers will cook any of the water that's on there. So now I'm trying to figure out what the heck we're gonna do if this aurora's still going. We're heading into the morning hours here. This aurora's going straight up until the sun rises. So that'll happen. Checking this maple. Ooh, it's getting close. 97. Oh! Thank you, Valor! Holy crap! On your first day, you zip and zap. That is unbelievable lump activity. Oh my gosh, we got Blackbeard's chest. Here we go. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. Get ready. Thank you, Valor. It is like a crazy balloon twisted into a knot and then he takes off. And then another one comes behind him. Thank you, Neo. And thank you, Valor. I have to decide now kind of our plan for the day. It's going to be pretty chilly going out there in a blizzard mix and all this stuff. Oh, there it goes. So now the blizzard's going on. I think we have enough trusty brand. I can relight these torches in the morning. Hopefully our thermos will keep that stuff warm. Let me grab a few more lumps for the road. And let's get a rest. Oh! Alright, I need to settle down. All right, it's a freezing cold morning here. Let's grab something out of our Blues Brothers 2000 thermos and light it up. All right, we seek the Fire Striker and feathers. Never thought I'd be on a quest for feathers. Here we are. Feather Quest 2026. Comes down to the small things, you know? Yeah, that one's amazing, Neo. Alright, our temperature vitals plummeting pretty quick. You have sunlight, and that maple will be absolutely cured by the time we get back. It's got a mere hours before. I should check the calendar and see how far into our journey we are. 8 days survived. Holy crap. Yeah. Yeah, it's insane. Alright, we're gonna check on this first guy. Alright, first feather opportunity coming at the top of this hill. So far, no crows. Roasted empanadas and no more sleeping. That's it. When we roll over cooking 3,
Someplace to escape this cold.
each of the 5 to 6 days remaining will be staying up the whole time and partying. And we should maximize those last couple days. Whoa, Versetti is operating on another level today. It's about quality today for Versetti. He's been busy, but when he's coming through, he's coming with heat. Randy Johnson.
Wait. I'm so cold. I'm warming up again. That did it.
Oh, we're gonna need double lumps to get over. Alright, where's this guy? So far, I thought we'd be pretty close to him, according to what the map showed. Haven't heard a crow or seen the guy yet. I feel like he's kind of up here somewhere. Uh-oh, here we go. Bezos is getting into it. I don't know what he had a problem with there, but Bezos had a problem with that. Listen, Valor. I don't know what. He says, out of curiosity, what is the challenge you're doing mentioned in the stream? Thank you, Keg. Looking distinctly featherless. Yeah, we got a derp situation. This is the guy we're after right here. Maybe I need to keep going up around this bend. I kind of went up this hill where the dashed line is. And I suppose I just need to get further up to see if this guy's there. Yet to hear a crow. No clue what the deal is. gonna go check. I think I'll just leave the fire lit. The time I take to check him, I'll probably get cold, and then I'll be able to come reheat up by the fire and then take off for the trailers. I call it Ladies' Night, Valor, because that's one of the best nights down at Dave's Cave. Dave's Cave is a place where you'll find wonderful deals and even better company, Valor. And you're here right now. And I'll tell you, would you like a greasy onion ring tower? What about Dave's famous margaritas? I heard one day they're actually going to salt the rim of the glass for people and maybe add a lime on there. But there's not a lot of lime here on the island. So right now it's a saltless. Well, salt is in pretty good supply. Maybe he does have salt around the rim. But he definitely doesn't have lime on there for you. If you're looking for vitamin C, you're going to have to break into his rose hip stash. God help you if you do. All right, we got 2 more bowls of porridge. Dave's sounds like a legit place. It does, yeah, it's pretty good. I hear the jukebox is going to get fixed one of these days too, Valor. I did hear that. Right now it is not fixed though. Much better than Alan's. Thank you, Kay. You put the rose hip in the coconut and drink them both up. That's it, dump. Have we talked about lime in the coconut before around here? Lime in the coconut reminds me of like Patrick Bateman from American Psycho. I know that he likes to listen to Phil Collins, but something about that song, it makes me think of the opposite of what the song's vibe is. It makes me think of like a crazy maniac, you know, dancing around like gleefully or something. I don't know what it is about that one. Oh, Harry Nielsen fan. Unfortunately for you, the best source of vitamin C is fish. So if the rim of your cocktail smells funny, that's why. Thank you, Keg. You might have to work PR for Dave's Cave. You do a great job. Alright, this guy's not here. Absolute butt kiss over here. No guy.
What's the matter? You don't like my house? My house stink? That's right, it stinks!
If they think they're going to keep us from going crazy right now, we got another thing coming, Baze. Because guess what? You ready?
What's the matter? You don't like my house? My house stink? That's right, it stinks!
Oh! What, you don't like my house? You say you're going to make that guy who was supposed to have feathers not show up? Huh? Unbelievable. Thank you, Neo, for those hips. Thank you very much. Every time I see Neo and AC in the... They're for Zach. Yeah, see, here we go. I was just about to say, every time I see Neo and AC in the same room together now, you know, you could feel that the tension is palpable. All right, we're about to go to the trailers now. Let's hope the guy did spawn over there. Our first feather opportunity was a bit lackluster.
Hey, Preppy. There she is. Hey, you know Joanna? Yeah, I know Joanna. She's the girl I've been telling you about.
Oh, of course he knows Joanna. Albert Clifford Slater. Are you by any chance roasting him by bringing up his surnames, Neo? Are you trying to throw shade at the coolest guy who obviously knows that girl? That's a big deal, you know. People need to know. Oh, poor Slater. I'm pretty sure he won states, though, in wrestling. It's no easy feat. Beautiful morning here in Mystery Lake. And I'll tell you, I think they did a great job with the shadows. You can kind of feel the time of day more when you have the shadows cranked up. Really puts the sun at the angle. If you think your sucking up is going to help you with the wolves and the cougar, it is not. Jeez. All right, cool. All right, back to walking in oatmeal, and we're torchless. It's full government name, yeah. Driver's license for your mother when you're in trouble. All right, I'm gonna keep my ears out to see if I hear any crows or anything. This other guy's supposed to be next to the trailers. If he's here, he's slumped against a tree between them. Oh, okay, cool. He's slumped up against a tree between the trailers. We'll say it's been pretty gloveless. I hope these 3 feathers bring you great hunting fortune. Yeah, if we can get them too, right, Keg? We're just trying to have as many arrows as we need for that bear. Alright, I'm freaking out, man.
fingers feel numb.
Yeah, his fingers are feeling numb.
So cold. Just
Boom!
lay down for a bit.
Yeah, we did get ourselves a fire striker, a trusty brand fire striker. 94%. I would say if you think I'm going to misclick over one of my fading torches again and waste a trusty brand, never. Never again. Not with our 2 options. So match situation sorted. Now I probably need to stop running my mouth because I'm down to a limited 6 to 5 days right here. So I gotta get to hunting.
I need to drop something.
Yeah. We desperately need to roll over to cooking level 3, or we're gonna be relegated to old-fashioned sleeping. Boy, are we close. Man, we are right there. I think I'm out of porridge. So unless I make the dreaded bannock and actually blow through my flour, then I can't get over to that cooking level without any extra teas to craft. Got a lot of water. Washing quick and reliable fires. Oh. Bannock, yeah. I don't know if it's a celebration though, because it will blow through our super valuable old mill flour. I think that might be the only batch we get. I don't even know if we have time to go over to the farmhouse in Pleasant. Here's the thing. We didn't find any feathers while we were traveling. That is obvious, right? Wait. I hear crows. Maybe a flyover. But seriously, I know that you guys are doubters. You're starting to say, hey, there is no whimsy in this life. And you've been spouting off nihilistic points of view. Oh!
I could use this.
Mm-hmm. That's it. This is the can opener. It is, of course, an implement for opening cans. Pretty exciting stuff, I'd say. I would definitely say so. Thank you, Duncan. I think it's pretty exciting. Larone, why does your teacup keep changing from blue to white? Holy, listen, man. Well, I'll tell you why, Keg. It's actually not too much of a conspiracy, man. It's just that in this one is Big Moose Kicks, Keg. We got a cup of coffee when we got our lunch break. And in this one is Throat Quote Tea. And listen, Keg, your girl Emily wants you to know how strange that nature does not knock and yet does not intrude. And I really want it to be known that that last intrude, there's an exclamation point afterward. Emily Dixon really wanted to drive that home. Intrude! Mystery solved. Okay, but you know what hasn't been solved is that the doubters out there. I know there's a lot of doubt. I can feel it in the air. Some might think that there's no whimsy in this life. But listen. I'm about to change that. Look at this. This is just a normal old cabin over here. We got cloth.
Pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah, we got heavy packs. Nothing crazy is going to happen in here. Dude, these trailers are killing it. Right when we thought we weren't going to find anything on this featherless journey, we're striking gold. Big Moose Kicks. Ingredients. Coffee beans. And they would also go in a white cup, of course.
Hope I can still eat this.
Yes, you can. Why don't you go ahead and just get into that stale floor beef jerky. Okay, here's what we're seeing over here. I'll tell you what I see. I see 2 empty bunk beds and an empty second to bottom shelf on this green situation. Now, earlier we may have seen some stuff with similar things, but if it's going to happen again, you're going to have to really prepare that there might be whimsy in life. Is there going to be a plastic container show up on the second to bottom shelf here? Nothing in it. Empty bunk bed. It's always going to be empty.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Well, what you can leave behind, Will, is your doubt that whimsy exists. Because I think if I move this bunk bed that has nobody on it, there's going to be somebody that shows up here with the green jacket. I just think. Whoa. Nothing. What? Now, when all of our whimsy used up maybe on the first 2 things we've seen, there's no way there's going to be a third one. If I move this bunk bed, is there going to be a chunky gal that shows up on that top bunk? Nothing on her, but still, very whimsical. Okay, now we have Big Moose Kicks. We do not have to sleep now, and I don't think we have much time to do it. I think we need to get a floor fire outside lit up and fire up some of this Big Moose Kicks and take off for the hills. Oh, we use our brand new fire.
I'm not sure I can carry.
Kicks are huge, get us to level 3 and gives us the energy. Yeah, that's 5 things to cook. Great point. So chunky. Yeah, let's hope that those 5 are the thing we need to get
Turned
over.
out pretty well.
Man, wouldn't that be beautiful? Trailers. You know, I feel like I need to rock. I feel like I'm in a rock mood, you know? Like I'm ready to storm the steeds and go on a crazy hunt. Make a scene. Like Albert Clifford Slater.
I'm getting weaker.
Speeding up being the same thing as drink always gets me. I always speed up on accident. There he is, 9 Celsius. His boots are 24%. Pretty much everything is in rough shape. We're getting close to making a Davy Crockett to replace our Canadian tube. Come on with it. Ooh. Corpses magically appearing everywhere. Wasn't that crazy, Valor? You started that whole thing as maybe not thinking that whimsy was as prevalent in this world as we were letting on. And then after, full of whimsy. Man, I think we're like 1 point short. If I could get acorns or basically anything at this point. We're so close. We're 1 point from being there. I'm on the crow watch. Our arrow numbers, unfortunately for us, are going to be pretty embarrassing going into the first bear hunt. We might end up having to take a critical headshot on the 6th shot, even before we farm as much accuracy as we can, if we do get the fortunate situation of running into a cul-de-sac bear. Larone, I've got to get some sleep. Best of luck. Okay, Keg. I'll see you soon, buddy. You keep sterilizing. You're the man. And it's good to see you, buddy. Thank you for staying up late with us. And you made my Friday that much better, my friend. Yo, I'll make sure Fratrick and us all float the keg, you know? We're going to float that thing before the night's over. Tri-Delt girls are coming, you know? All right, I'm basically just on pro watch anywhere where I'm walking. I think Winding River is a good opportunity. The thing about making arrows in Pleasant is you basically have to go to the farmhouse to do it. And we really didn't plan on going all the way over there. So I think I'd rather go with 6 arrows on the first bear and just dealing with that. Who knows how many pincushion shots a cougar is going to take. All right, I'm going to go double check sports socks. I'm going to go double check over here to make sure there's no feathers. Cougars don't bleed out either. Yeah, so your timing on the critical shots has to be there. That's why I'm hoping that I can have enough shots that I don't have to screw around with the cougar John Candy style, and I can just go for crit shots the whole time. My number so far has been also like 10. I also got to head out. Big Mariners game tonight. Heading on down to local Dave's Cave. I'll see you, Dunk. Go M's, baby. I will try to get the gold, but who knows? Who really knows? There's been a distinct lack of ravaged around these parts. So with time being short, I don't know that I'll have time to go into Winding River and come back up through the dam to make arrows before the hunt begins. It was another flyby.
My energy is just disappearing.
Sometimes I thought there might be a guy over by this building over here, but I think we'd hear the crows. I'm wondering if it's cold where you live, judging by the beanie and long sleeves. It's a hot day in Cali. I kind of wish it was cold for a more immersive TLD experience. Well, winter's coming, Valor. And TLD will be here for us to help us try to be cool in the winter. Or in the summer. And it's there for the winter. Yo, what up, Metal? Metal, we got it. Yeah, that's it. We got it, Metal. It's good to see you, buddy. We just got it. And the trailer's over here in Mystery Lake. I don't know much about it, Valor. What about yourself? Are you a Game of Thrones fan? I just got off work. Sadly, I missed most of your playing. Well, you haven't missed too much in the way of skillful playing, but we did find a can opener and a we've learned a lot about AC Slater. His name is Albert Chester or something like that. Crazy. Here we go. Yeah, it turns out it is just the arrows that the tools help with. So we just got to find one something to cook. And it costs 0.2 flour. That would not be ideal for us. Just one more thing to cook, and then bang. The House Stark motto. So does winter is coming. Yo, what up, wizard? ¿Cómo estás, amigo? How are you on this Friday? I hope you're doing very well, my friend. And I also hope that you can understand my jabroni English. I always tell you that I do know un pequeño español, but not a lot. To see wizard. Alright, unless we get an Aurora tonight, things are going to be tough. I'm going to have to make some sort of... Oh! We need to cook one thing to get those empanadas. To start playing. Start playing, huh? Where can I find one thing to cook for 1 XP point? Haven't caught your stream for a bit, Larone. Hope all is well. Everything is great, Metal. I hope things are going good with you too, bud. I know you're in the Great White North, so I hope things are going very well up there.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
No, you can't. We have to find something hot smoky here today. Yesterday was worse. De español es ten mejor que el mío. Well, I don't know what mijo is. I did get under the... Your español is 10 times better than my... Probably mijo is what I don't know. I think that might be a family member. El mijo. Maybe it's just then me.
I'm gonna need to rest soon. You could eat a horse.
Alright, we got 2 hours on the
Brother.
last.
There she is. Hey, you know Joanna? Yeah, I know Joanna. She's the girl I've been telling you about.
Wow. He knows girls. Come on. It's worthy of being voted president. Big deal. Yeah, he's very cool. As far as teas go, we don't have any except for rose hips, of course. Everything else is pretty much already fired up. We cooked everything up to 1 point short of where we need to go. So either I have to make bannock or expend 24 rose hips to make these. Let's see how many batches of empanadas we can make. It takes 0.2 flour to make empanadas. This is where the penguin has numbers flying by his head. So we can make 7 batches. That requires 50-something rose hips. I can expend rose hips. That'll get us there. All right. This is dreaded. Albert Clifford. Here we go. You know what this means, guys. This is emotional. All right, this is a bit of a gamble here.
Something's making me feel tired.
Check our firewood situation out here. It's only lumps at this point. And 9 sticks. Just doing some quick math in my head, thinking about the circumstance. I'm going to grab a pallet and bust it down. Costs 140 calories, and we got in our belly 286. We're not messing around right now. Mio is mine. Okay, I got you. Well, you just keep on practicing, wizard. I'll tell you one thing about English, is it's crazy. So if you find yourself being frustrated, you're in company with everybody else.
Come on. Come on.
Okay.
All right.
All right, this is the moment.
All I can think about is food.
We're preparing for the biggest day. We have 2 hours left to make our bow. It's pretty much leaving the dam and going into the hunt time now. We're gonna make roast of empanadas happen in 3 minutes and make the first batch of the run. As soon as I pull this tee off, we should hear the glorious XP leveling up sound effect. Yikes! Bit of a miscalculation, if you can believe. All right, now this time, just enough time to get everything ready in time for the 10th blizzard. Yeah, there's more where that comes from. Here we go. Cooking 3. So now it's either eat these acorns, which I might do. I'm only 1 acorn short of making it into a different, like a coffee or something. Right now I might need the calories more. $141, and in our belly is $343.
You might have to drop some gear.
Nope. 9 minutes to pie time. Elegant rose hip pie. Thank you, Cubit, for those rose hips. We just had our first pie. And look at that fatigue go up. I'm tempted to make a second batch here for us. It's going to take 2 hours to get this done. Let's do it. No, 55 minutes. It saves your progress. Awesome. I always forget about that. I kind of think it's going to be like reading, where you don't get your progress if the sun goes out or something during the reading hour. Time.
I need to drop something.
All right, here's what we're working with. We've lived 8 days. In the morning, it'll roll over to be the 9th. As soon as it's sunrise time. That'll be the 9th day. We have till this thing says 14 to finish this. We just rolled over cooking 3. What are your thoughts on Misery mode? Well, I'll tell you, Valor, I actually haven't played it too much. I probably have about one or so hours on Misery. I think it's got some really cool stuff, and I've seen some people make some cool runs on it. For us, the one thing that I was thinking about was I like when, yeah, that's it, Cubit. I like when the things that I acquire, like frostbite and stuff, happens through my negligence, and some of the timed afflictions you get on misery mode are kind of random and unavoidable. They just happen on a clock almost. So what I was looking for when I opened up Misery is that I thought it was going to be a tougher version of Interloper, but it's actually just a completely unique mode in itself. And so the way to get tougher Interloper for us was custom loot pool sandbox style, and then we took every slider and put it to whoop your butt style all the way to the top. So that's where we found our home, in the midst of craziness. What do you think about Misery, Valor? All right, these are the moments before the big battle, when, you know, you start to contemplate life, wonder how you're gonna get home in one piece. We got 9 Celsius. Do we maybe want to make an improvised toque to give us 0.5 more warmth to our warmth bonus? It's an option. 8 extra arrowheads and 6 arrow shafts.
Too heavy.
It's time to go through this bad boy. Probably nap next to the door if this wind is still going. But we're gonna get out there. We're gonna go through Winding River. If sub, what? Thanks. Yeah, Neo's the man, Fire. He was zip-zapping all over the place. And now you're in the mix. That's it, Fire. It's good to see you, bud. I've been trying to get the Misery achievement. My thoughts are that I'd rather play Loper. Yeah. I think that's what I concluded too, Metal. But you go get that achievement. I like that it's there if you want to try a unique challenge. My main run, 390, is in soccer. But I recently tried a Misery run, got to day 9 only because I died. Because I stupidly goated a steep hill in Timberwolf and fell to my death. I'm sorry to hear that, Valor. That sounds tragic.
I think I need to lay down.
But I used to say I'd never enjoy Loper, and now it's my favorite setting. It's true, we grow in our ways. You imagine me sitting there eating a salad over at Alan's cave? Maybe sometimes it's better not to grow in that way. You wouldn't be allowed in here anyways, so don't even think about it. Come on, Alan. You don't have to be like that.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Lower dam. Alright, so here's the big catch. You don't know till you get outside if the wind is still going, because these walls are pretty good. It could still be nasty out there. Yeah. So the other option is go across Harrison Ford Bridge that's right behind us and go back in the window and back up through the dam. This is kind of the lazy, hope the blizzard goes away after a short period of time move.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Roasted pie. I'm too scared to go to sleep, as the wind could change direction and whoop us if we do a cheeky 1 hour.
Something is sapping my energy.
Yep, day 9, 5 days left. From pretty much right around this time. A total of 5 to get 14 shots. And a cougar must be slain in those 14. You can take more than 14. They all have to hit. Can't get this wind to go away, though.
I need to find food.
I got just the thing for you, buddy. Know what it is? Roasted empanada. Yikes. Need more pies. Do. Alright, this is sketchy descent here. I've been jumped by a wolf. We're pretty encumbered by all the lumps we're carrying. Right now our capacity is 39 of 31. I do need more pies. See if we can get that carrying capacity up. Just when you thought we had one bedroll,
Hope nobody needs this.
we got a second. Equal. Okay, so when I was jumped, I was coming around one of these corners and a wolf got me. So I'm pretty paranoid of my blind spots here. Cattail Dreams. Oh, we got rose hips. Rose hips. Who needs a bedroll when you have a moldy cardboard? That's it, Cubit. I wish all of us could have our own moldy cardboard bed to lay on. Cattail Dreams.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
We're living on rosehip empanadas and cattails right now, and teas. It's a pretty stringent and lightweight diet for a Will who wants to get out there and be loose for the hunt. And I'm hoping for Running River Oats at the gas station once we get to Pleasant. And I thought we had a cave. I think I might have passed it already. Let's drink this coffee to get us to the Winding River transition.
Can't feel my hands.
Yeah, so it's starting to set in. We're getting to that moment. I forgot to pull out the bow. Look how cool this thing is. Holy. I'm too serious right now. Alright, we're gonna get in this transition cave up here.
So cold.
Let's do it. There should be a ravage in there for us to munch on. Scruffy brought himself a deer up in there. Let's do it.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Nope, can't leave it behind. Astrid, if I don't make it out of this, I want you to know that the cougar ate me. I've always liked cats, but this one took me out. Alright, this is the last cave before we get to Pleasant Valley, and that is the location of the big hunt. If you want to encourage me, maybe build me up, I would say now is probably the time to do that. Positive words of affirmation, maybe? Say, maybe if I have any AC Slater qualities. Now would be the time to bring those up. Look at this poor guy. Just faded into the long dark shivering. It's brutal. Next to Cole. Hunt plan is what? Well, I'll tell you what it is, Chrisney. We have a cougar that's due to show up here pretty soon. We'll be looking on her schedule. And the whole time we're doing that, we're going to take a counterclockwise loop kind of around the map. Once I get up here to this ravaged, I'll pull up the map and we'll see what it gets going. We discovered what AC stands for. We did. And I feel bad that I'm starting to forget. I think it's like Albert Chester. Alfred Chester, maybe. I'm going to call myself an AC fan. Oh, it's Clifford. Albert Clifford. Yeah, we're going to establish the strat at the deer. And come up with a winning solution. Do you believe me? Are you convinced? Where the heck am I going? Is this going to take me back to that same guy? So hunting wolves until the coug shows up? I'm thinking I'm going for bear because of their accuracy. So I think it'll be pretty much that, but just bear. And we're going to be going counterclockwise around the map looking for bears who live in cul-de-sacs. Oh, here we go. Pinnacle Peaches. We're looking for middle-class bear. So we can take accurate John Candy shots on them.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Well, we're gonna pick up a few more sticks, man. Yeah. There might be a little bit of pincushion
Never been so hungry
action
in my life.
happening. I have a feeling that's what's going to happen once we fight the cougar, too. She's going to be running around looking like she got acupuncture. right, this is kind of our, maybe our last supper. Over here getting emotional. Tell Astrid I love her. That one moment we had together on Contemplation Bridge, I'll always remember it. You're a great wife, Astrid. You're a great mother.
That did it.
I think you might have also been a pilot, so you're probably good at flying planes. I'm still nervous about the lack of ballistic vest. Yeah, I'm nervous about it too, Chrisney. I don't know that we're going to have time to go all the way up there and go grab that bad boy. I'm trying not to put myself in the shoes of a guy who's thinking like next time, This is the time. But we have other spots we can start at too if we do the runs. I just want it to be this time we do accomplish it, No negative thoughts. Serious action. One of his greatest skills, even more than his piloting skills, is carrying around full cups of tea in his backpack, not even in a thermos, that don't spill. I'm hearing weird minors of Great Bear Past echoing through the bowels of the cave. One of them just said, yeah, I guess, there's great deals down there at Dave's Cave. The other guy was in agreement. Yeah, you're right. Peach pies? Or are you out of flour? Well, we do have enough rose hips, so we can probably eat the peaches separate. And you'll also be happy to know that I opened that up with a can opener. Man, it's a nice warm part of the day, too. It's about to go down, man.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
All right. Well. Yeah, the old boy's gonna have to lose some weight. $39 lumps are definitely adding a toll here. She's not as good at moaning as Will. Yeah, Will would go from 0 to 60 too if he stalls on a few fires. Are you serious? He gets crazy. Look at the light coming through.
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh! 50 miles an hour! You can even go 51, but it has to be above 50. And if it slows down, it'll blow. And you know that the whole LA Expressway is going to crumble. If you see Sandra, do not stop that bus. You can't stop that bus. Please. Do not stop the bus. Because if you do, it'll blow. Please. Thank you, Metal. All right, we're coming up on the exit of the cave here. We're walking around super slow and encumbered right now. Oh, yeah. All right, we're about to see the exit. All right, here's what we got. We got bays. So we're going to do a quick bays, and we're going to pull up the map and talk about our game plan. We have about 2 hours left and about 4 in-game days left. It's coming down to the come down. We're heading into the coldest town in the game, and we're entering through the cave system at the Winding River. Here we are. This is Pleasant Valley map, and this is where we're coming in right here. What our plan is to get up through this dashed line after we check for this bear. So the first act of business is right wall strats. The second we leave the cave, we go right wall all the way to here and check for this guy. That's our first guy. Take over the bear cave to the right, wait for him, and end it. That's it. So we're going to go after this bear. We're going to try to end him, Chrisney. We're going to try to get 5 shots into his butt, 1 shot into his dome on the 6th one. We're limited to 6 arrows right now, so we really can't do as much candy as we would like. After this bear, after a successful and awesome celebration, as we're eating 1 big old bear steak before we leave, hopefully with 6 shots on our score tally, we're going to go through this dash line, and this big chunk of land here next to the forest cave is the scene of the finale, you know, the final battle on the rolling hills of the forest cave. And then we're going to try to get this cougar here, if she spawns here, over to Pensive Pond. There's a lot of ifs there. There's other places the cougar could show up, like over here. And way down this way, the cougar can show up. Down the river and stuff. I mean, there's drama. There's heavy drama. So, after the first bear, we go along the dashed and get on the road. We're going to get the loot here at the bingo hall. There's applesauce and pork chops you might like, too. Down there at the bingo hall. At Wednesday night at 8 p.m., I believe. We're going to hold up there for just a second. Probably cook on the 6-top stove. Grab a bear sweater. Loot from the 3 spots there at this Thompson's area. And then we're checking for this bear. The second opportunity we have for a cul-de-sac bear. This is all basically one big time-dependent thing. When the cougar shows up, it's pretty much like, all right, game time. Time to go after. The cougar will always be at the site 1. Always be at site 1. Oh, thank you, Chrisney. Okay, so the cougar's guaranteed to be here. This is where the finale is, the final boss. Holy. So the hope is that we have maybe 10 to 12 shots between 2 bears that we find here. This is our second cul-de-sac opportunity right here. This one, the Signal Hill bear. Or the Cinder Hills bear, I'm sorry. And then the third opportunity is the Derelict bear up here. On kind of the northeast part of the map. That's the third cul-de-sac bear. And the fourth one is up here next to this bunker. It's a bit of a travel, so I'm hoping that we get this bunch of shots taken care of before we get to the fourth bear. But we do have some serious stuff. And we have 4 cul-de-sac opportunities. Once all those bears have been checked, it's set up next to Pensive Pond and prepare for the battle. Once you hunt the Site 1 cougar, the Site 2 cougar will show up, then the Site 3. Nice. Okay. Yeah, and Christie's mentioning that there's a little Roman numeral 1 next to this cougar, so we know that she will spawn here. That's cool to know. Holy crap, it's coming down to it, man. It's coming down to it. Alright. We have to get serious here. Look at you. How's it going, sweetheart? Alright. Gotta get ready. You gotta turn on the seriousness, you know? What do you say we go do some serious, accurate hunting and not be a jabroni? I got in 3 struggles with that cougar in a single fight, so I know it well. Alright, we're gonna need your expertise here. You're like the Quint of our group. And I'm kind of like Chief Brody. Yikes.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Coming up on the bear cave right up here on the right. We're gonna check for bones. Every bear cave we go to, we check for bones. If there are bones in his cave, he has spawned. Okay, this guy's not here. Alright. Let's move forward. We're going to Thompson's now. And we're doing it super slow. There's kind of an open, flat space down there, which is prime hunting ground with the vest. I'm guessing that you will want to use trees to avoid the passing attacks. I'm thinking about trying to drag him, Chrisney, to Pensive Pond. And then do it from the fishing hut. Let's continue. We're basically going down that big dashed line we saw on the map. Interesting. It will be tough to do that The cougar has a little dodge move that works even when they are ignoring you. Holy. Yeah, and if he dodges, it's going to be so hard to be accurate. He's going to make me spaz out. All right, Pleasant Valley is welcoming us to the region. So, we're going to chill next to this fire until the weather allows us to do more traveling, and we're headed down there to Thompson's Crossing. Though we do have our match situation pretty much covered for the next 5 days, I'm still not going to make any bad habits by just being flippant with my trusty brand matches, you know? It's unacceptable behavior.
Turned out pretty well. Feels like a lot of gear.
Roasted pies. All right, here's what we got roasted empanada-wise. We got 4 batches left after this. Oh, boy. Everything about this whole thing is razor close. There is more old mill flour if we do make it to the farmhouse. So it's nice to have that option. Hippie pies. Listen, man. Did you know that nature doesn't knock? Oh man, it reached our pocket. They're trying to waste our empanadas. Tragedy strikes. Yeah, this is bad. So, the big dilemma is, since these have 30 minutes left, if we pick this skillet up, Will's not interested in leaving those pies in that skillet. Yeah, I can leave it here and go around the corner, but I can't forget it. Because I don't want to waste these empanadas.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
Alright. Memory hats initiated. I have a kind of an attachment, and then leaving that skillet there with those empanadas is kind of emotional.
That did it.
All right, so we just have to wait out these blizzards. They're kind of a nightmare here in Pleasant. They'll change directions 4 times and last 6 hours. And you'll blow through cold. So I'm glad that we're going into it with a healthy 40 lumps to our big hunt. There's almost no way we expend all 40 of those. Pleasant Valley will probably try to make us try to do it.
I'd snow if the hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
I hope our empanadas are okay over there by themselves. We're going to be passing time instead of doing cheeky 1 hours because it's too risky. We don't want to lose our health. All right, we're losing sunlight. There it is. Let's get going. We have to go hang out with those orphanadas over there and get them all cooked up. Go check them out. I think you can right-click and drag it to the new fire. Really? Might have to try this new tech. I'm scared to waste the batch. I guess if I right-click it, it won't waste it. It'll ask me if it wants me to waste it, because it knows how serious it is. You're exactly right, Chrissy. I think I could do that. We're learning stuff. We're doing big things. It will always ask you, are you sure you want to discard this item?
Come on. Why didn't that work?
Well, sometimes it's just tough, dude. How about that?
Come on. Come on.
All right, we're going to fire up these empanadas, and we're headed down the dashed road to Thompson's. Time is definitely against us. Ooh, we have to cook the whole hour, though. Alright, I'm thinking about getting cheeky. Since the blizzard's out, I can feel a little more safe doing a cheek. That's much better than abandoning them like Mackenzie and Asher abandoned their little son, Guy. Oh!
Yeah, the night can't be far behind.
Said he's roasting everybody today. Alright, 9 days and 13 hours. Get our thermos, yes. Oh, Lord. Alright, empanada. Okay. We need to get down to Thompson's. This isn't the town you want to be walking around at night.
Need to eat some.
The town that dreaded sundown. Alright, so we're going to go around this bend and continue our journey. 4.5 days left on the calendar for us. Have to get 14 shots. We have a bow with 6 arrows. Hope and a dream. When the cougar spawns in, it is completely on. We gotta have a bunch of bear shots or anybody shots under our belt before that point. And it's ladies' night down at Dave's Cave. You guessed it. It's one of our biggest nights of the week, I would say. We're going slow. We're not going to arrive first, but we're going to get there. She'll be pre-gaming at the pond? You think so? You think she's getting ready? She's putting on eye paint under her eyes and eating, you know, energetic inducing catnip or something. I hope you and Bean are having an amazing Friday, Rossetti. You guys are awesome. No, she's waiting to eat Will. Come on. That can't be true. It is a lovely night for a stroll. It gave us about half an hour to slow walk down the bobsled road.
Turned out pretty well.
Cattail Dreams. I tried to tell her rose hips over catnip, but she won't leave the nip alone. I got a bad feeling about this, boss. I had a bad feeling too. Here we go. All right, we're leaving in 15 minutes. Can you make it to the cave? Yeah, I think we're just gonna drink a tea and get to Thompson's Crossing, Chrissy. Go. All right, just for the purposes of confusion, I'm going to probably stay on the bobsled and not take any shortcuts to get there faster. So this will take us, as long as I stay along it, up to the road, and then we're going to be taking a right to get to Thompson's. We should start to see remnants of the light poles and things. I approve of the bobsled. Thank you. Yeah, we have a lot of John Candy talk once we get into Pleasant Valley. There's cool runnings. There's also the great outdoors. All right, I see the power lines. We're hanging right at the road. I can smell the applesauce and pork chops from the bingo hall. Furiously throw the torch down, no matter the circumstance. Really hoping for no Timbies at Thompson's. Yeah, me too, but I usually don't see them over there, though. It's usually regular wolves. At Thompson's, I've not seen that. At Thompson's, I've not seen that. Yeah, I haven't seen any timber wolves there either. Usually I see a couple regular wolves skulking around. How's it going, Aretha? Are you working with the cougar, trying to get me mauled? You would never do that, Aretha. Okay, we can sprint.
I need to find food.
Alright, we're in prime wolf territory right now.
Can't feel my feet.
Go! Wednesday night, baby!
I might have to drop some gear.
Thompson stew. Alright, a quick rummage here. We're gonna get ourselves a bear sweater. Oh!
Something's making me feel tired.
There we go. Lobster gloves. Oh, yeah. We got the work boots, baby. They're 29%, but they're a little warmer. Somehow, we're at 0.8 Celsius warmth because our clothes are just kind of disintegrating. But awesome. Big things are happening. The clothes are set to decay. They do have better armor. You're exactly right. So if we get mauled, they will come in better. We're going warped over everything here in Pleasant, hoping that we can just avoid getting mauled. Here we go. Golly, everything is deteriorated. Alright, I'm wearing these because they're gonna disintegrate in less time. I think I should maybe throw the wool on the outside layer. This is all very complicated. Oh, we got a carrot. Let's get our bear sweater, baby. It's time to get a little festive in this place. Boom.
Stuff will come in handy.
Yeah, it will come in handy. It's gonna keep us warm. Whew. Time of day is, I think, the evening time. Let's upgrade, baby. We would go from 0.1 Celsius to 0.8. Bang.
Could end up being useful.
You know, I just realized might be a can opener in this place. Need to be aware. Find a can opener here. Holy. Amadeus, baby. Roasted pie. Alright, here's what we got. It's the middle of the night. If you're doing any bear hunting in those cul-de-sac caves, it's pretty much got to be during the day. Otherwise, you'll have a real tough time navigating the bear's cave while hunting him. So it's definitely going to have to happen tomorrow morning. And we're going to spend tonight trying to go and loot the 3 locations here so that we're super prepared for when stuff goes down tomorrow. We're gonna get some bear shots and prepare for when the cougar's gonna show up so we can go straight for her. Summit Soda. Let's go check the always empty cabinets over here. Oh my goodness. My man has shown. What a shaken slid. How's it going, Slid? We could definitely use your expertise around these parts, because we're heading into a serious battle with the crazy cougar.
I could eat anything.
Elegant rose-hip pie. Alright, I'm a bit scared going out during this whole deal.
Something's gotta go.
There we go. Hope it's going well. Make a shelter.
I've been so hungry in my life.
Yeah. The game plan for the cougar is try to get her over to the Pensive Pond fishing hut. But we're pretty much white belt novices in cougar hunting. So we must be serious. It's good to see you, Slid.
What have we here?
Oh! A little Big Moose Kicks. What do you say? That'll help us stay up all night and party for these next 4 days. Let's celebrate with some IRL Big Moose Kicks. Gonna go grab some chicken sandwiches. Be back in a bit. Okay, Slid. And when you come back, we're gonna battle that cougar together.
It's starting to weigh me down.
Yeah, man, you're picking up a lot of books. 0.4 versus 0.4. I think I'm going lobster over driving. All right, we got one more place to loot. It is the gas station. I'm gonna check on the weather. Okay. I am so slow. If I get in a wolf fight, I'm done for.
All this gear is slowing me down.
Yeah, no sprinting ability. Feels bad, man. I still can't even sprint. Dunzo Sanzo. Thompson's Market. Man, just going to the Thompson's Market's making me feel intense. It's become amplified.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Running River Oats. Dusty floor potato. Here we go.
Now.
Trusty Bran.
Getting kind of thirsty.
All right. I think we'll be sleeping. Oh my. I think I'm gonna sleep on the floor with our bedroll, so there's no more sketchy walking. All right, chow down before bed. We sleep till sunrise.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
It's always got something to say. "9 days and 19 hours. We have till 14. We're going to keep making a counterclockwise kind of a journey around. The second bear we're looking for is pretty close to Thompson's here. We're getting old-fashioned sleep. We'll be able to conserve our empanadas as it's too dark to hunt. Somehow ended up with 2 Larone streams. Oh! Double the jabroniness. Sometimes you need to hear twice how good AC Slater is. Cattail stalks. Jabroni. Oh, what's up, Fen? Coming in with nice wordplay. How's it going, my friend? The Valheim champion. How's it going, Fen? Hope that you and Zebra have been absolutely killing it. And if you guys are going this weekend, you know I'll be there. See you, Fen. We're about to do some serious bear/cougar hunting, and it's a bit of a daunting prospect for me right now. I'm feeling intimidated by the whole thing. I think it's too windy.
too heavy.
Yippee-ki-yay, mother...
Oh, holy! BKA is right. It's intense. I'm working, but he should be streaming. Okay. Well, I'm sad that you're working, Finn. But as soon as you get home, you get out there and sail with your cool cape. Cape is cool. Alright, I need to think about our weight. I'm carrying around a bunch of nonsense right now. Yeah, the dusty floor potatoes. Drink a Sprite in the morning. 4 batches of empanadas, 5 cups of
Too much
coffee,
stuff to carry.
and 8 bowls of porridge. So much Grandpa Simpson right now. All right, we're going to Thompson's. We're lighting up the 6-top burner and throwing a bunch of dusty floor potatoes on. And I'm gonna chomp like an Irishman on some dusty floor potatoes before we head out. We're gonna go over there when the wind stops and look for that second bear. That's it. This is the first attempt. Boom. And it's been pretty scary so far. I like that painting right there of the bridge. TLD needs a cape. Will pretends he's a superhero and runs around. We noping out.
Come on.
We noping out.
Back is getting kind of heavy. That did it.
All right, Raph, you're gonna put him all the way at the end, huh? Silly. We've done it. Okay, let's get them all warmed up. We're going out to check for the second bear, the one next to the Cinder Hills Mine. One of the best locations of lumps in the whole game. I believe it has another name. It's kind of like a highway that has highway this and also, yo, what's up, cuz? How's it going, buddy? How are you on this Friday? Are you ready to party? Are you bringing the party? Because I hope so. It's good to see you, cuz. How are you? Can I interest you in any dusty floor potatoes? So I have plenty. And I'm willing to share. Comes with free dust. All right, these are the scary times before the times. I'll take a ground potato, my fave. Oh, well, I have plenty of those. So you're in luck. I left one right here on the ground for you in the kitchen. You can see the red glow of the furnace emanating onto your deluxe potato. This is what we got. This is the guy that's going into battle here. He's got all kinds of nonsense going on, but he also has an improvised head wrap he could make, and it'll give him 0.6 Celsius to replace this too. So I'm starting to think maybe it's time to do that. Let's make a Davy Crockett hat. All right, get these taters while they're hot. They're coming off. All right, we're filling our belly before we scout the bear. The fire gives that youthful glow to the potato skin. Well, you know, I would think a potato would appreciate you saying that, Cos. That's very nice of you. That's exactly it. Okay, we're about 5 kilograms over. I still feel decently agile. Only 2 torches. All right, pulling torches and we're out of here. The biggest moment of the moments is every moment. Let's go scout the bear.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Lost a little bit of visibility out here. Might be tough to see the old boy. Good thing about checking this cave is that you can check out if the bones are there and be certain. Alright, everybody keep your ears peeled for the old jerk wolf jump scare. So once we get across this bridge, we're gonna hang a right and go behind. Oh. All right, we're taking the long way here. Okay, up in these hills is where the bear rolls. Once we get to that back wall, we'll check out the bones. My whole life flashing before all 15 days of it. I think it might be time to get some old man beard here. We're getting close to getting mauled by the bear territory. All right, headed straight for his cave. Getting that feeling he's not here. Might be 0 for 2. Oh for 2. Quick warm up, and we're going to the derelict bear. They're not going to hand it to us. They're going to make us earn it. They're ducking Will! Yeah, send the bears away. This derelict doesn't deserve anybody but the derelict bear. They've been training the derelict bear, apparently.
Turned out pretty well.
For this very moment. Dusty floor potato. Alright, this is just a warm-up and we're going. We have plenty of daylight to scout the third bear. Goodwill ducking. Oh, I gotta throw on this Davy. Alright, Canadian Toque, you've been great. But you must go. 10 Celsius warmth bonus, first time in double digits, baby. You know what else is back on the menu? Porridge. We just got a fat container of running river oats. As well as coffee. Holy crap, we're stocked. Alright, we're out of here in no time. We gotta get going while this weather's awesome. Probably gonna be 3 down arrows. All right, we're getting back on the road and we're headed north to the Derelict Bear. We're 0 for 2, so we got to hit on at least one, hopefully 2 of the remaining 2. All right, it's cold out here, but it's clear. The seriousness is serious. Stone's our old friend. Seriously. Yeah. Second you get to Pleasant, some of the bits start to quiet down a little bit, and I start kind of getting a bit. I'm scared. Yeah, we're getting crazy, Reset. You can see really far into Pleasant Valley over there on the left. Over in that direction, there's a farmhouse and a barn. It's one of the most pleasant towns, if you will. And it would probably be even more pleasant if you were playing on a thing like Voyager and you set the blizzards to never. You could come here and see it in all its beauty like you could today. It's a great town. It's vast.
Need to find some place to escape
And
this
pretty
cold.
nice. At least you have a can opener. Its name is Zach.
That's done.
It's a pretty cool can opener then, isn't it?
Never felt so cold in my life.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. A big part of our life is picking up teas and putting them back down half an hour later. It's important, man. All right, we're waiting out this craziness. It's actually AC. It stands for A Can Opener. No, I named it first. Oh! Heavy drama. All right. Maybe it's going to let us. Here we go. All right, back on the road. We seek the derelict cabin bear. I think I need to pull up the map, too, and make sure I know exactly the location of his cave. Let's take a look. So I believe that we are kind of close to right here. The little bobsled road that you take up to the Cinder Hills mine. So if we're here, we're going north past this wolf spawn, and we're going to get up to the derelict cabin. Then we're going to take a right, or just stay straight, and then hit his cave over this direction. So we don't want to go left at this split in the bobsled. We want to stay right wall strats till we can check for his bear cave up there. We might run into him on the way, too. Let's do it. I haven't checked. The chairs can be AC. Be some cool chairs. Backwards, of course, pulled up to the table. You know, I saw someone sitting backwards in a chair in a different show. And you know, the thing is young generations don't even realize the great lineage that they're kind of carrying forward by doing that tradition, you know? Someone needs to let them know. Gotta appreciate, you know, the pioneers of backwards chair sitting. There's a rich and storied history here. They were paying homage. Only real TV buffs would catch that. Yeah, that's true. All right, I see the wolf over there next to the derelict. It's not happening.
My fingers feel numb.
Yep. Yeah, he got us. So he's in the same direction we are. Once we get off this rock, he'll be after us.
Goddamn.
Yikes. All right, we're on the drip. The dreaded drip.
All right.
All right, we're okay with next to this fire. So, take a look at this little cabin over here. Do you see a little stove over there in that busted down cabin? If you by any chance light a fire trying to defend yourself from that wolf who just antagonized us, you will not be safe next to that stove. So heed these words. Light yourself a floor fire in there. It will be subject to the wind, but just know you will live through the wolf. Remember that. All right, we're looking for the derelict cabin bear. Second we're warmed up, we're out. And we could use some nice weather for once. The clear day is beautiful, but let's get rid of this wind. What do you say? Dusty floor potato. Batch of empanadas? Sure don't want to sit here for an hour. Oh no! Almost made the dreaded panic. Good Lord. The final hours. Anybody got rose hips they can spare?
I need to drop something.
Somehow this torch is still lit. Emotional support flare activated. Alright, here's that little fork. Maybe. All I know is we're doing right wall strats to look for this bear. Are you allowed to scare wolves off with a torch bow? Miss Maverick asked on YouTube. I am, but don't they sprint at you when you pull out the bow and pump fake with it? All right, now next behind these little rock formations is where I'm going to check for his cave. If you drop your torch at your feet, they will stop and then flee just like with the rock. Yeah, we might be able to do that, Versette. It's going to be scary when he's running over. It's good to have that option. Thank you for telling me. There should be a little guy laying next to this guy. Oh! They will run. Excellent. Yeah, probably a couple folks have told me about that. I just haven't listened. I see the bear. So it's on, basically. So we got to get him back there without stones and just kind of entice him. Okay. Yeah, it's happening. So I have to drag him back to his cave to do the cul-de-sac John Candy strat now. So it's kind of like one big dance to get him back there. The wolf should leave. Yep. The bear scared the wolf.
Here you go. Nice segment. Yeah. Come on.
It's going Watchman. So I think behind one of these rock formations right ahead of us is where his cave is. And that's going to be the big battle zone. Nope, there's his cave. Let's do it. Nice, Watchman. The hunt for Red Watchman, starring everybody: Sean Connery, Alec Baldwin, freaking out, man. I'm gonna get rid of the lumps. Free up some weight here. Let's remember that lump pile. There is nothing better than the silky smooth voice of Larone while targeting fire on subs. Thank you, Watchmen. That's the type of stuff that'll really help me during this daunting time. Thank you, Watchmen. Here it is, the cul-de-sac cave. Man, I'm freaking out. Yankees beat the Phils. Nice. Thanks for putting the game on, Dave. No problem. Alright, so his aggro is pretty tricky with this one. He just lost it and started walking off. He's spazzing. tricky, man. This is scary. All right, kill shot time. Time to go for the crit head.
Only a couple jabronis come out here without skates on.
You keep using this word jabroni, and it's awesome.
Okay, so I'm trying to get him to get looking at me so I can shoot him in the face, and it's like he turns around. So I'm trying to get that critical shot on him. I need him to be looking at me. What's up, Goblin? How's it going, Goblin? It's good to see you. What's up, LD the Legend? How are you? It's nice to see you and Goblin here this evening. We're in the midst of trying to put a bear down right now, and things are getting pretty crazy. And I'm freaking out. Yikes. Okay, now we got a bit of a conundrum. Thank you, Bean. That's it. It's good to see you, Lisa. How are you, Grandma Lisa? Yeah, we have some serious games. Hit him again the same way he'll go down. I sure would love to, LD. We have exercised every one of our arrows into this very bear. He's running around looking like a pincushion. Now my goal is to get our arrows back and not have to go all over Great Bear Island to get those things back. So I'm trying to maybe keep him here and not let him travel all the way across the universe. Not sure how that's going to work. We need this guy to kind of fall over at this point. So let's pull up the stat sheet real quick. He just kind of went into a blind spot. If I go check for him, I might get mauled. Whenever this guy shows 1, that's when we can go get our arrows and get out of here. We've got 6 towards our goal. Yeah, stones are banned, unfortunately, LD. We are stoneless. Doing well cooking pasta and watching Larone. Good Friday. Thank you, Rossetti. You're cooking it like Mom used to make. Man, I'm scared to go in this blind spot. Yep. Ah! I thought I was cooked, man. So this bear is unique to some of the other ones. You'll notice that these cul-de-sac bears have different mechanics in their caves. Some of them despawn their aggro at the back of the cave, like this guy. Others will not despawn at the back, and you still have to get up on the shelf to escape them. So I've made the mistake of thinking I was safe in the back, and then he came and mauled me. Some of the other ones. It's happening soon. He sounds labored. Look at him walking around with our arrows. No time for beans. It's serious. We're waiting for the bleed out. I'll tell you, LD, we were looking to challenge ourselves, and one of the things we realized was getting rid of the stones really upped that. Wow, I don't know what any of that is. Bezos is upset with UNL. But we allow it. I could have been a little more accurate on that sixth and final shot to hit him in the critical spot. It looks like I hit him more in the side instead of the neck. Just wanted to make sure I hit him. He's grumbling. Yeah. This guy's a tank. That's interesting. Yeah, I love how Bezos was, hey, Miner, for F's sake, smash that bear. That's what the dude said. Thank you, Watchman. Well, I'll try to smash the bear for you there, Royce. We're just going to need him to bleed out. The slow smash. Now you can see it gets dark in here when it's nighttime. This is why we do these bear hunts during the day in the cave. Or you'll start turning around and running at the left or right wall rather than the back of the cave. He's grumbling. It's got to be soon. We're about to lose sprinting privileges here. Scary every time. We're just keeping him local so we can get our arrows back without going all over town. baby. That's it. Make sure we got all 6 here. Bing. Nope. There we go. All right, excellent. I would love to eat some bear. Right now, I do think we need to take at least an hour's sleep to get off the drip here. Holy drama. Doing this with no sprint is horrifying. Yeah, we need some empanadas ASAP. All right, batch of empanadas, fire them up. We have one more bear to think about. We still have not seen the cougar cutscene either. Thank you, Bean. We'll go check the calendar. We'll kind of get our bearings a little bit here for a sec. We still have all of our lumps out there, too. Roasted pies. We can go grab some bear steak if we're interested. Me, I'm most worried about our clock and what remaining time we have on this thing. I want to make sure I'm not messing about too much. Eating unnecessary bear.
I would drink almost anything about now.
You know what? Let's get crazy. Leave region and return. It will activate. Let's go check and see what's going on. It has been 10 days alive. We'll be going into day 11 in the morning. We have taken out 1 bear, and we have 6 of our required 14. The rest of this stuff has to get done in the next 3 days, basically. I have not done the kitty yet, Skibber, no. She hasn't shown up yet. Pretty intense. We're gonna need her to show pretty soon. But we can go get Ladies' Night initiated. It's good to see you, Skibber. She is shy. It's pretty tough out there. A blizzard at night in Pleasant's gonna be pretty chilly. Let's add a lump. She's just being fashionably late. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what day she shows up on, but I know it's pretty soon. Well, I don't know. I think. Alright, we're heading into that 11th day. Pretty solid condition. 10-ish. It's pops up leaving barn here now I think about it. Always comes up when I enter Mystery Lake. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just about to think about, Bean. Do I have to go inside so that she can be dramatic when I come outside? You know, do I have to transition for her to initiate? That might be it. If that were the case, then we need to find the closest inside location and immediately trigger the arrival of the cougar. Game map. Usually it happens when you walk inside and out and do the Abe Simpson like Rosette's talking about. I do wonder. Oh, you haven't hit a loading screen since day 10? That would explain it. Alright, 10 days and 19 hours. So now I think we have to come up with a really smart strategy. Bunker near the rope is the closest, I think, also on the way to the next bear. Yeah, you're exactly right, Miss Maverick. Because I have two choices. I can go towards Pensive Pond right now and go, or I can go to the next bear, try to get business done there, and then leave us maybe 1 to 2 days to get back to Pensive Pond. Hopefully not needing too many shots if that other bear shows up at the plane crash. I think that's the case. I think she wants to make a big production about it. Yeah, is the case. And we're running out of IRL time, too. Do you have enough materials to make another arrow? We're short on feathers, Bean. We're stuck with 6. The only other workbench is at the farmhouse, too, a little off the kind of route we're trying to go. So now the question is, I don't have too much time. I probably have to get to an inside location and settle us down.
There's a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh! 50 miles an hour. 50. If it's any less, this bus will blow. Do you want the LA Expressway crumbling down into rubble? Is it will if you don't tell Sandra 50 miles an hour, please. Anybody out there see Sandra? Remember this. There's a bomb on this bus. And if it slows down, it'll blow. Okay. So yeah, we can make more arrows and things, but I'm juggling a few ideas in my head right now. I need to... Aretha got worked up about the Keanu. I need to go and chill out. Get to an inside location or something. Because we're kind of running out of time here. IRL time, too. So let's look at the map. Here's what we got. We are right now inside of this cave right here. If we keep going north and then go across the bridge, we're actually really close. And then we could hopefully take a right here and get straight to the Prepper's Cache. Then we'll rest there and set ourselves up to be able to get this bear and the cougar with our future. I think that's the move. I think we go up here and we try to take a right at the point of disagreement and somehow make it to the Prepper's Abandoned Cache. I think you're right, Miss Maverick. Man, that was a thrill. Let's go get our lumps. Look at this guy. That man did not want to go down. He's a fighter. Six airs are going to be tough taking the old kitty out. Yeah, and I think that's what's nice, Neo, is we have the arrow shafts. If we can get feathers, we can make them at the workbench you guys are talking about. Right now, we can make one more arrow. So 3 more feathers along our journey will give us the ability to make 2 more. And we're probably going to have to go straight for the critical shots on the kitty. Aretha, cover your ears. Alright, get across the bridge and then over to the point of disagreement where the big skirmish happened. There's a workbench right there by the bunker and the rope to Timberwolf Mountain. That's it. Man, this game's fun. Live Aretha reaction. Should be plenty of feathers in the crash site. That's a good point too. We are headed to the plane crash. And there's a few corpses over there that might have some crows next to it. I might need a little assistance from our navigating experts because I'll be taking a right that I usually don't at the point of disagreement to try to get to the bunker. Visibility, as you can tell right now, is also minimal. This happy music is disarming me. I need to stay alert. It's making me feel like I'm walking down the road with a bunch of shopping bags in my hand.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
It's not time to celebrate. All right, point of disagreement. No time for these games. No feathers.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
Usually wolves. Here we go. Uno mas. Come on with it. If we get one more feather, we've lined up 2 arrows. Here we go. It's on. All right, if I go off the... Oh.
Damn. I'm freezing.
Yeah, we can make 2 more now, Bean. We're gonna set ourselves up. Northeast of point of disagreement. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's this way. There we go.
Just a moment. Turned out pretty well. All I can think about is food.
Okay. And for the grand finale, we are checking out the stocked bunker or regular bunker, hopefully stocked, to hit us with a little bit of RNG awesomeness so that we can conclude this thing rightfully. All predictions. Get them in now. I actually don't think this one's stocked. No, the other one's stocked. This one doesn't have a chance to be stocked. Jerky. Yeah. Make sure to step out to see if we get her little MP4 video entrance. Oh, good point.
So,
Nope. Yeah, this one's not stocked, you're right. So, I guess what we'll do is make a note that we're trying to get the cougar to come out to play. So we might have to do some inside-outside early next time to get her to come out. Where do she be?
I think I can use this.
I think you got 2 bear sweaters, Will. So I'm just doing some last looting over here. We're still riding high off of the whole bear situation over here. We're pretty
Too
happy
much stuff to carry.
to be in this situation right now where we still got the run going. We're going to settle down and do a little bit of a debrief. Banged up peaches. Okay. Look at this guy. 10 Celsius. His first attempt at ladies' night over here. And I would say I'm proud of him, man. He's got now some work boots. Everything's pretty tattered, but this man has been finding coats all over town. Look at this, his coat game. Pretty great. All right, let's set ourselves up. Over here in the responsible notes is our first endeavor. We got Loot Pool 4 first. Mario Lopez and Zach Morris will make a great team for co-president of the United States of America. 2, be responsible. 3, try to get the cougar to spawn. Transition inside, outside. 4, finish the job. They have my vote. Thank you, Rossetti. So here's what we got. It's been a crazy journey. I'm going to make sure the blue outline over here. So we're double saved. Excellent. We've been alive for 10 going on 11 days. Whenever it's kind of like sunrise dawn time is when it becomes 11. And that'll leave us 3 full days of hunting left to do, where we're going to check for the last bear, who could be up there next to basically the big plane crash over there. And then we're going to get the cougar after that. Cutscene can play with the Aurora Cougar, which looks super cool. That does, Bean. Ever seen the cutscene in the dark? Oh, daytime, huh? And this cougar's got some... she's got some limitations. She doesn't play around. Alright, let's try to see if she'll come out in the morning. Go.
Something's gotta go.
It's probably really close.
Working 24/7, delivering mail, so you make an alimony payment to a woman that slept with everybody at the post office but me!
Dang. That's a great point, Miss Maverick. Make a note about making a couple more arrows. Man, you are killing it, Miss Maverick. Can't believe how much of a pro you are. Got it. Okay. As far as our skills go, we got the cooking up here to 3. That's how we got roast up empanadas on the menu. And then we got fire starting on the way up. Archery just with 1 bear and 6 shots went from the starting point up to this part right here. It'll probably be good to get that nice and strong for the big cougar battle. Let's try one more cougar appearance. This will be our last chance. Here we go. Let's see if she's ready for her big debut. Nope. She's not having it. Say your prayers to Brian Gold before next week.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah, they better get ready. There's trouble's coming their way. All right. We're saving. We're backing out. Making sure that we've got all the debrief checked. I believe we made responsible notes. We know to make the arrows and get the cougar to come out. We also know who we're voting for come election season. The other big highlight. Okay, we've rolled over to day 11. Holy crap. 3 days left. The other big highlight, you guessed it. Can openers found 1. No big deal. Not even close to being a pro. Well, I love your responsible ways, Miss Maverick. I think that you are absolutely built to last on Great Bear. Here's that can opener we have. Boom. An implement for opening cans. All right, let's get out of here. Well, that was pretty intense. Never seen a cougar this stubborn in my life. I live with a pretty stubborn cougar. Hey, Aretha! She's a sweetheart. She's not even stubborn. She's just making a bit. Well, I will say, that was pretty fun. Thank you very much for being here this Friday on this insane journey around Great Bear Island. At this point, I think I would have expected us to have maybe 3 or 4 wills under our belt. I think we got pretty lucky with the wolves we encountered, and we were able to keep our distance and not have to worry too much about the stone pump fake. Pretty great. I hear Aretha whispering, and she's telling me about the best website in the world. She said you need to go and check out Alone Jabroni. Alone Jabroni will be on every Sunday on the YouTube. You can, of course, find this at Larone.net, the greatest website in the world that Aretha wanted me to mention. And every Sunday, we'll be opening up a different adventure, an adventure where things are a little more chill, and we rent out VHSs and run a video store. It's, of course, Dave's Cave, because we can't get away from the great deals and the all-around fun. But it's pretty awesome, and there's a lot of good stuff, and it's a nice chill time for us. So yeah, Larone.net, baby. Man, I'm whipped. So what I'm gonna do is go get some food and take care of my girl, make sure she has some good food as well. And we're going to plan for how we're going to cap this one off. Try to do it with all of our might. Could try the Aretha strat and leave some buttered bread out in a cave and see if that lures the cougar. You're onto something there, Reset. Good to see Dave branching out into new markets. Yeah, he's got some stuff going on. That's for sure. He's got markets. All the markets, I suppose. I'm just gonna go check and see what's going on in the world today. Going on in... heard myself. Man, when I get to the end of these ones, it just feels like we went through some crazy war over here. Wild times. Well, I hope that you guys have a great evening. Agree with Reset. Good to see you, Larone. Appreciate you and your effort you put into the stream. Thank you, Peck. Thank you, Resetti. It's the best, man. Thank you very much for your awesome support. Thank you for those rose hips. Thank you, Lurbia. Thank you guys very much. All right, let me go back over here. Okay. Can do it. So, thank you very much, Bean. You guys are the best. Yeah, we'll be back real soon. We'll be coming back to storm the steeds, and we're never gonna give up. We're gonna come in with everything we got. And I want to say thank you again to you guys so much. I hope you have an amazing weekend. Prepare for our watch party of The Edge as well. Gather your copy, or at least look for a place you can get it digitally. Eventually we'll watch The Edge, and we're gonna have some serious stuff going on, man. You guys are the best, and I imagine that if you guys are on the island, you're kicking butt, judging by how much cool pro knowledge you have. I'll see you guys very soon. We'll be back soon. We'll be back on Sunday, of course, with some Larone. You better believe it. I'll see you, Cactus. You're the man, Cactus. Thank you for that Dave's Cave lore. My Edge copy has been locked and loaded. Versetti, you're the best. Killing it. Can't wait to see Anthony Hopkins run amok. I'll see you guys soon. I'll see you. See you, Miss Maverick. See you, Ines. Thank you very much for your help. You guys are the best. Aretha says goodnight. I'll see ya. See ya.